Hi,
All right.
we're back. You have some new hosts to listen to, though. I'm Mercedes Siegelgaither,
And I'm Nick Korn.
and we're going to talk to you about some runners. We have another runner, Katie Kammer, who just came in. Solid finish, getting some love.
Another Durango runner.
I'm amazed at how many runners came up from Durango. They have some great training grounds.
Yep. And they're close to Hard Rock as well, if anybody wants to do that.
I lived there for a hot minute, and I think out of all these Durango runners, I've only met one of them, Mango Mike.
Mango Mike.
He had a solid comeback. I saw him yesterday out at Tin Cup. He's having a good time. Said he was feeling a little rough, but he hung in tight. I think he was like seventh.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Dropped Jason Murphy. You know, they were running in a bit together, but
Yeah, Jason Murphy came in pretty hot at the beginning of the race. And
he's
I
known
think he
for
hung
that.
on.
He does that a lot, I
Yeah, he
think.
hung on for a while. I know he won the Sawatch 50/50 last year. Pretty solid
Solid.
time.
We had a good little interview with him yesterday. He had a good quotable moment. He was just feeling good and wanted to run fast, and no one wanted to run with him.
Yeah, having fun. Good for him. And Caleb giving everyone a hug. You know, Caleb and Kelsey, they put so much work into it. See, like, if you follow Caleb on Instagram at the start of the spring or late spring, I guess, he's out there with the chainsaw clearing stuff off the course and having a great time with it. So pretty cool.
And he owns a piece of land out here, and he does a lot of forest management. I was actually his forester for a short bit.
No kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's pretty in tune with what's going on in the forest, on the trails. Overall, like he's a great race director, super involved in the community, taking care of the woods.
Yep. Good stuff.
Let's see. So what fun facts do we have about her? Do you have that spreadsheet? Oh, here we go.
Who do we have in here right now?
Cammer?
Cammer.
Oh.
I don't know if we have her in here. From Durango.
Gotta get used to all these tabs.
Yeah, I don't think we have a bio on her.
Shoot.
Looks in good spirits. If any of the runners are still hungry when they finish, which they probably are, there's a really good food truck or bus. Here
Crushing
comes
it.
another runner.
He had a little bit left. I remember those shorts from Tin Cup.
Yeah.
Let's see. What is his number?
Nice pace coming in.
179. That's not Christy Burns. That must not be 179. 179. Is it?
Cody Riley. Front Range, Denver. He really sent it on the last section there.
Cody Riley. Let's see. He said he's just a giant kid that loves running almost as much as he loves his two little girls and amazing wife that puts up with his crazy obsession.
That's kind of the attitude you need to run 100 miles is just like, be a kid out there and lighthearted fun times, even when it's hard.
What do you think they're talking about? Just how much fun he just had? How
I
great.
think, yeah, how much fun, some of the dark and light moments out there maybe. And Caleb's first question's probably like, what'd you think of the course?
It should be, do you need some whiskey?
Yeah, do you need some whiskey? Yeah, there's plenty there at the finish line. I know that. Yeah, he's looking like he might want to find a chair soon after that sprint in.
I don't blame him.
And they've got like I don't know if they've shown them on the camera, but they have like almost like lazy boy chairs there at the
Ooh,
finish line.
that
So
sounds
you're not getting some
dangerous.
like camp chair, you get to sit down in a nice plush kind of like a living room chair.
How do people ever leave?
Yeah. Oh, there they are right there.
Nice.
Thank
Nice.
you, camera. Nice design on those two little peacock design.
Did Caleb and Kelsey bring that from their living room?
Yeah. Yeah, those might have gotten kicked out of their living room a few years ago, and that's funny.
Something to look forward to. Nice chair. Maybe they hold off on the Law's whiskey then, because if you have whiskey in that chair, you're never
Yeah, yeah,
leaving.
yeah, you're done. You can't hog
Aw,
that chair.
what a sweet family photo. I love that people's parents, I'm assuming these are her parents, come out and watch their races.
Yeah, very cool.
I wonder what their parents tell their friends. My daughter just runs these 100-mile races. There's nothing wrong with her. She's totally sane.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know, like some of the parents, maybe they've never
Oh,
ran that kind of distance, but
bottom right corner, I see a Morgan Elliott sighting. You can't miss that pink shirt.
yeah, what is he doing right now?
I bet he's hanging up a tarp,
In the tart.
tying it on those trees.
Yeah,
He
for
must have
sure.
just got done pacing Aaron Saft, who's my coach. So hopefully, I don't know if this means he's at Raspberry. Bottom right corner was Raspberry aid station earlier.
Yeah, not sure.
Got a runner coming in. The teeny tiny little number.
25. Austin Black out of New Hampshire. That's a long way.
Let's see. So he just checked into. I don't think it's registered. I didn't refresh, but this is Raspberry then on that bottom right screen.
Okay, so he's in Raspberry. Says he's a backcountry skier.
I don't
So,
see any snow out there.
yeah. Backcountry skis in New Hampshire, maybe. And that's a good way to stay in shape during the winter.
Super solid training.
Great base training. Yep.
I always want to do more. Not backcountry, just like let me go up and down on Monarch. Stay safe in my little bubble.
Right, right. Yeah.
Good training.
I've talked to a few trail runners and asked them, are you interested in doing backcountry skiing in the winter? And they're like, yeah, I'd go up and like ride the lift down. Like,
Right?
okay, so you're
Is
just
that
in
an
it.
option?
So you're just in it for the training. Okay.
You do some split boarding, right?
Yeah,
Backcountry split
yeah, I do a
boarding.
little split boarding here and there.
That's something.
Yep. Yep. Monarch's a great place for that too. Actually, right there where that Monarch aid station is, that's a good spot to explore.
We didn't say anything inappropriate, just so you know. That's not why we were muted this time.
Has that happened?
Only
Somebody have
like
a slip,
a
maybe?
couple times at Cocodona. It was open for interpretation. Things can be ambiguous. So just a reminder for all of you in the live stream, feel free to subscribe to Mountain Outpost on YouTube. Watch a lot of the live streams. It's awesome how many different races they're getting to live stream these days. So all of the support is greatly appreciated and helps us continue to do this. Also, if you check out the description, you can see some of the High Lonesome 100 nonprofit partners, one of which is the Colorado 14ers Initiative, there we go, and the Continental Divide Trail Coalition. And they do a ton of great work supporting our recreational efforts, maintaining trails, and just check them out. If you haven't heard of them, you can donate. You can check out our Patreon also in the description, and you can even hop on the chat and donate. There's a little button for that. So we appreciate y'all that are watching.
Yeah, good call out there. And actually, this might have been mentioned already, and but you have to volunteer or do trail work to actually run this race. So that's a requirement. A lot of people sign up with CFI. I did it last year. Really fun to see trail runners do, upper body work, lifting rocks and, like fire, kind of doing like fire lining of, ruffle bags and dirt bags and stuff like that, and just doing trail work on Shivano last year. That was really, really fun.
Yeah, if you haven't tried trail work, I highly recommend it. One of the hardest things I've done. And I did Leadville.
Yeah.
Like you're carrying around
That's right.
buckets of dirt at high altitude. You're moving boulders and rocks. You're cutting trees using chainsaws. It's a good time. It's great training too.
Great training. It's cool to watch the process too. Like, you're hiking a trail and you're wondering like, how did this 12-inch diameter log get lodged into the ground, to help with the runoff, and to just get to see that process is pretty cool. That was a hot year for Leadville when you ran it.
I was so delusional that I didn't notice the heat. I was just like tunnel vision
That's
on the
one
pain.
way to beat the heat.
Yeah, you just don't realize what's going on around you. I don't recommend it, but it works.
Yeah, that was super hot.
Let's see. So that bottom right corner is Raspberry Gulch. We switched over to live stream 4, so hopefully everyone on live stream 3 is aware.
There's a future trail runner right there.
Look at him go.
How many runners do we have left out there? Let's see.
I think we just brought in our last runner to the finish was Cody Riley, number 42. Does that look great? We've brought in 42 runners so far out of 199.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Maybe about a quarter have dropped.
Yeah, I think like between 25 and 30 or something like this out of 200 runners, I believe, right?
It's a hard race. And then a fan favorite, Chrissy Mummert, should be coming into this finish line sometime in the near future. Two friends from our local run group are two of those drops.
Oh, yep.
They're gonna have to sign up again next year.
Yep. They don't have to travel very far, which is nice if they want to do it again.
Right? Yeah, it's in your backyard.
You have to get redemption, I think.
I think so too.
And a good effort there nonetheless. These ultras are really tough.
Let's see. Can we tell who is in Raspberry Gulch right now? Let's see. Raspberry. Is it a gulch? I made that up. It's a meadow.
Yeah, it's more of like a the Colorado Trail meets a fire road.
So I'm guessing that's either Austin Black or Kevin Geisen that we have on camera in the bottom right. Getting some nutrition before those final 7-ish miles.
The course had to be full of wildflowers.
Oh, definitely. Up at Tin Cup, it was beautiful.
Really?
And just getting a little bit extra rain. They're just blooming everywhere.
Yeah, that's so nice. Yeah, the fresh blooms are the best. They don't last very long when it's not raining, so good to see. I'm sure that provided some motivation for the runners.
Oh, definitely. Especially going through that lull, running through the mountains at night, and then that sun coming back up. It's one of the best feelings.
Oh yeah.
Or worse if you're behind schedule and you have to see another sunrise. But
Yeah.
I feel like most of the runners are expecting to see another sunrise on this course.
Yeah, the sun is very welcome.
Oh, looks like Morgan's got a tarp up there at Raspberry. I wonder if they're expecting any rain.
Yeah, it looks a bit overcast. Could start pouring later.
Let's see. So what aid station is this? $262, $252. Got a lot of crew here.
Yeah, that is a full aid station there. A lot of people.
Is this Blanks?
Yes.
Nice. So this is our
Blanks aid.
first shot of Blanks that I've seen anyways. I just got here.
It's like a nice area.
Beautiful day. I don't know if you've been up there. That's a fun road to bike up. I don't know about driving up there. But those crew had a good little drive to get there. So I'm sure they're happy, eagerly awaiting their runners.
Runner coming in. Pacer.
Pacer, that looks like Marissa Watson. Did I make that up? Nope, that's not her. Just kidding. She ran last year.
Right.
I'm sure she's out there pacing someone.
She's doing something. Everybody in the community gets involved in this race.
I love it.
For sure.
143. Mike Brown from Edmond, Oklahoma. Ooh, that's a fun switch coming from sea level. They have some hills out there, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think Casey Lichtag, if I'm saying that correctly, is from Oklahoma as well. She had a great day, great race.
She did, fourth female.
Yep, really
after her
solid.
10th Western finish. No big deal.
Yeah,
It's pretty solid.
kind of hard to imagine.
That's what, less than a month turnaround?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't think that's the average Oklahoman runner or like flatland. She's from
Yeah, probably not. But really experienced, probably knew exactly what to do for her body after Western States. And
yeah, recovery is so important. Oh, they're correcting me. 8.9 miles to the finish, not 7 from Raspberry. Thanks, cameraman or woman. Coffee.
that's probably welcomed
Ooh.
right now.
That ginger drink looks good.
Are those chicken tenders
Look at
right
that
there?
John G. sun shirt, though. I've lost mine and I'm getting way too much sun. And shout out to all these volunteers working these aid stations. They've been out there for so long. And look at their faces. They're all smiling. They have such good energy. Working at Tin Cup, I was just exhausted watching the unicorns run with their cowbells to greet every single runner that came in. They're like bouncing up and down. They do so much solid work. Like their job is so important out here on these ultras, keeping the runners fed and hydrated.
And entertained. Unicorns with cowbells. That is
I was very
very
entertained.
entertaining.
And the Pacers are getting their hydration too. Because the Pacers need some love. They're doing some solid work out there.
I know a few Pacers that have definitely enjoyed the food at the aid stations. They've told me and said it was pretty good.
Nice.
The quesadillas were a favorite.
I always love the mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes are a runner's best friend.
Shout out to Penny. I met Penny today. She's out there crewing Aaron Saft. She came up to me, I think it was yesterday morning, and she goes, "You might not remember me, but I fed you noodles at Leadville." And I was like, "Oh no, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Thank you." So those crew have such an important role. I think she must have been a volunteer in aid station. No, she might have been crewing someone else. I don't know. But all of these folks are working so hard and they're keeping us runners coherent.
Yep.
So thankful for them. Got another runner at Raspberry with his crew.
And what's going through these runners' mind right now? I mean, they're like, you kind of know that you're so close that you're gonna finish, most likely. Are you in a hurry, or are you like, I think I'll walk it in, or does it kind of vary by runner, you think?
Or are you just enjoying it at this point?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're in a lot of pain, it's hard to enjoy it, but he's kind of got a smile on his
Yeah,
face.
he's looking like, I'm gonna finish this thing, and this is a great day.
I'm at mile 93. Like, I'm just crushing life right now. I don't have anything to worry about. I don't have to go to work tomorrow. Hopefully, just gonna sit here and eat and have my crew take care of me, maybe rub my feet. I mean, it's not a bad gig.
Yep.
Looks a little breezy out there.
Yeah, it does. Might be something blowing in.
Yeah, we just had a couple of sprinkles here at the studio.
Mm.
We're not far from Raspberry.
No, not too far.
Look at that hair. That's not real, is it? No. There's no way.
It'd be impressive if it was.
Is he gonna pace? Follow the hair. You're like, go on,
Yeah.
follow it. And he's like, all right.
Yeah,
Getting
nice.
some love, carrying him to the finish. Looks like his pacer's ready, got the poles.
Yeah, vibes are good.
Did we just get someone sneak through that finish line? Saw an orange hat. I'm gonna guess maybe that was Paul Lucht.
Yeah, open split time's a little delayed, so.
Because I think we had Cody and maybe Chrissy come through.
I don't think Chrissy's come through yet.
I don't think so either, actually.
Yeah, maybe somebody dropped a pacer or something, or volunteered.
I recognize that runner that just came through. I saw him at Tin Cup.
Hmm. This is Raspberry Aid.
Oh, that's
Still on Raspberry. You can see the guy with the hair. He's rocking out for us.
Let's see. Cello in the chat asked where and when the next cutoff is. So let's see. It's 12:30. The next cutoff is at 2 p.m. at Blank's Cabin. There is no cutoff for Chavano. I'm guessing that's maybe to help them get through in case we have any storms. No, it's a rough area.
Yeah. Yeah, the storms come really quick. Oh, look at this group coming in.
This must be Chrissy. Maybe. Let's see if we can get a number.
So much support.
116. Yep, that's Chrissy Mule. Male.
She once held the Tahoe Rim FKT, if I'm not mistaken.
She's a crusher. She's a legend.
Yeah, that is impressive.
Race director of the 50K in Bellingham. Is that checking it? Or
Not sure. Not sure. But yeah, big name in the sport. A lot of support from a lot of people right there.
Checking at 50K. Yep, she's the race director. That's a pretty big race. So she said that she lives in Bellingham, Washington, and she tried to prove that the Pacific Northwest was not home by moving 11 times in 11 years, and she still keeps coming back. Her pup companion is PD, and they've been together for 8 years. She's the race director for Checking at 50K for the last 22 years, and it's always the third weekend of March. I think she's got a little shout out there. And she wrote a book called Running Your First Ultra. So if anyone's looking for a good read, check out Chrissy Mail's book, Running Your First Ultra.
The Pacific Northwest is nice. These mountains are my favorite for sure, but I think number 2 is definitely up in the North Cascades, Washington area. Amazing running up there.
The only bit of time I spent out there was crewing the Bigfoot 200. That was a long few days. Long time. But it was beautiful.
That's a lot of miles.
Oh, awesome. Devin Yanko, local runner here for Lululemon, is out there giving her a hug.
I think that's Jeff Browning also right there.
Nice. Such a great running community. Everyone just starts to get to know each other.
It is a great community. I moved here, I think, like a year and a half ago, and so welcoming and so many great runners. And I think like in that sense, it's pretty competitive, in the Arkansas River Valley, but only in the sense that there's so many great runners. The community is like so welcoming and just so inviting. So, and Hilo is such a big part of that.
We just had a runner leave Raspberry. I thought I saw 172, but that number doesn't exist. So
and that's Kelly Young right there. And I think Sana, who's just finished Hard Rock, is going to pick her up and pace her from...
Oh, is that a Chrissy sighting?
Yeah, that is a Chrissy sighting.
Is that your fiance?
That is my fiance right there. She paced overnight for about 25 miles.
And you mentioned Kelly was thinking about dropping, but she kept her in good spirits.
Yeah, actually, Morgan taped up her foot. I think that helped keep her going. It's like, oh my gosh, these volunteers are everywhere, like taping feet, hanging tarps. Like, it's incredible.
That is awesome.
She looks in pretty good spirits right now.
Yeah, she knows what she's got to do to get into that finish. And yeah, she's got Sana to bring her home, who just finished Hard Rock last weekend.
Yeah, Sana's got 8 miles. I don't think I've seen her run since Hard Rock, so
she's been waiting for this moment.
She's like, I just need to like sit on the couch. That's a cool shot.
Nice. Leaving Raspberry.
Very familiar with that area. And once you kind of get up top there, then you run like sort of a hilly section, and then at some point you drop down a really technical trail. And it's like small pebbles sitting on top of bigger rocks, which is really slippery, and you're 90 plus miles in. So
what is it, like 1,000-foot descent?
Yeah, it's something like that. And then you hit the dirt road.
It's pretty slick, that little bit of granite rock in there too.
Yeah. If a course is going to be unforgiving like this one, you want it to be beautiful at the same time, just to kind of balance that out. So
right. Get to
Really
run through
great
the
race.
aspen for a bit. That's
Yeah,
always refreshing.
that aspen grove. Oh my gosh.
Give
That
you a
is a
little bit
good
of
spot.
shade. Just jamming out. I wonder if they have music.
Gotta be. There's gotta be music.
Oh, this guy's blocking our view of Kelly. Oh, yeah, look at those trees. Beautiful. Oh, we got some audio.
Here we go.
Well, Kelly's crew looks to be smiling, so that's always a good sign.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Kelly out of Squamish, British Columbia.
Is that in BC?
It is, yep, BC,
I
near
got to go up there
Vancouver.
recently. It's beautiful.
Oh, it's a gorgeous area.
It's
Another
so cool.
Pacific, beautiful Pacific Northwest area. Looks like we're almost ready to go here. Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe a few more snacks and just kind of soaking in the moment.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to leave those aid stations. You're just around all your friends. You get to sit. They're taking care of you. Not a big rush to get up and start moving.
Right. I think when you're out there too, it feels like you're out there for so long and then you finish and a couple hours later you're like, what happened? Like that all went by so quick. And so it's good to just soak it in.
Yeah, definitely. Getting a braid in there. I don't know if you have this problem. You might. Your hair's kind of long. But I just get dreads afterwards. I don't know what happens. Just sweat, tears, maybe a little blood in my hair, just snarly for
Yikes.
days.
That is really unfortunate. Yeah, you got to get the hair situation right. I don't really get it. I cut it right before that's about to happen. Because, yeah, bleeding out of my head because of my hair doesn't sound great.
I mean, you don't have to bleed out of your head. Weird things happen. And Sana looks ready to start pacing.
Yep.
I bet she's a little nervous. See how the legs feel post hard rock.
Yeah, it's funny because after big races like that, you're sitting on the couch and you're like, you know what, I feel pretty good finally, and then you go run 2 miles and it's like, oh my gosh, I'm not there yet.
Right. Yeah, recovery is so important, and I feel like you underestimate how much you need to be eating post ultra.
Yeah,
It's a silly amount.
just keep eating.
But then once you try to run, you're like completely depleted still.
Yep. So guitar send off here. High fives, hugs.
Kelly Young leaving Raspberry. She made a note that she started trail running back in San Diego in 2017, and she's been so grateful for all the places she's seen and the people she's met ever since. She's here for the adventure of it, all to see what she's capable of. And most importantly, her favorite training buddies are her 2 dogs. Joey, the German short hair pointer. She used an acronym that's popular, I guess. And Bernie, the Bernedoodle.
Bernie the Bernedoodle. That's a proper name for Bern. Almost said Bernedoodle. Okay. Looks like we might be trying to find another runner. Oh, okay. Just planks again here. Is this the unicorn aid station?
No, that's Tin Cup.
Tin Cup. Oh, okay.
Never forget the unicorns. It was great because when I ran back down when I was done commentating, I got to say hi to all of the runners and I got to tell them they're headed towards the land of rainbows and unicorns. And some of their faces were like, okay.
Not sure I want to go there. Maybe I do.
Do I have a choice? Yeah, and then I think Hancock was alien themed.
Alien, like Area 51 kind of
I guess so.
thing.
And then whatever was before, oh, what was it? St. Elmo was marsh themed. I had a runner suggest maybe it could be Shrek themed in the future.
Marsh themed.
Yeah.
Like marshmallow or like
No, like a marsh, like a
a swamp.
swamp.
Mm,
Maybe it was swamp themed.
swamp themed. Okay. Like alligators and stuff, or
I don't really know.
I was
I
just
did go
wondering how
through
you do like
there.
a swamp theme.
I feel like they had Hawaiian lays. I don't really know. Second, somebody's got to check in on that. Is that Paige coming
Yeah,
in?
Paige Wendell, local runner,
Nice.
and that's David pacing her. I can never pronounce his last name, so I'll probably just not try to do that.
Pacer David.
Yep, pacer David.
I know she was excited when she got in on the lottery.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It was pretty fun. One of our main sponsors, 7,000 Feet, had it on the TV there in the store, and we got to watch the lottery from afar. And we had so many local runners that were getting in, and a lot of them were there in the store. So it's super cool to see the community come together and support each other and get excited for little things like getting into the high-low lottery.
Yeah, that's a great part about 7,000 feet is like you can just go there and hang out, and they have a TV like streaming ultras, like you said, streaming the lottery. You don't necessarily have to buy anything, but you probably should. But yeah,
Definitely.
good hangout spot.
They have some solid nutrition. Oh, side note, we got some hail in the studio. I left my windows open a little bit. It's probably fine. But yeah, they have a ton of Scratch. Scratch is another one of the sponsors.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What else do they have? They have Morton.
Morton.
Morton's always fun. Get one of those 100 milligrams of caffeine gels. Makes for a good solid adventure out there. They don't have Rourke though. Maybe that's something that we got to work on.
Yeah,
Rourke
coming soon.
yeah.
Maybe.
Back to the Rourke cam. We got Paige Wendell, who just came in to Blanks.
Yep, blanks. And the runner heading out here, maybe. 192, maybe.
And so the runners have until 2 p.m. to get in and out of Blank's cabin here. So they have about an hour and 12 minutes for all those runners still out there. They got some time, and hopefully they're avoiding this hail. That doesn't feel great.
No, you've been through a lot already.
Yeah.
But yeah, getting to Raspberry is, you're almost in the clear after Raspberry as far as cutoffs go. Pretty generous 7 p.m. I know it used to be 36 hours for the race cutoff, and they changed it to 37 either last year or the year before. But none of the aid station cutoffs changed, so it's just an extra hour from Raspberry to the finish.
Nice.
See who do we have here?
Are we back at Raspberry again?
It's got to be Raspberry here.
Maybe Phoebe Erdman? Anyone in the chat know if that's Phoebe? Oh, I saw a number. The suspense. It's either Phoebe or Allie or Gretchen or anybody else.
Wonder how long that volunteer has been holding that guitar.
Relentless.
Yeah, these volunteers are relentless. They know what it means to help these runners.
Let's see. She looks like she's getting ready to go. Pacers.
Gretchen Foster.
Nice. From Boulder, Colorado. Someone in the chat recognized her. It's pretty solid that we have everyone that's watching and they can chime in and recognize all these runners.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, dogs.
Yeah. We appreciate the help for sure.
Oh, I see a bucket hat. Who do we have coming in? Is that my coach, Aaron Saft? Yep, and his pacer, Nathan. I'm excited to see him. He's out from Asheville, North Carolina. He's got some nice lightning shorts on.
All right.
The Flash.
The Flash.
I think that's his nickname. Last year he did the Grand Slam. He ran Western, Leadville, and Wasatch. Sorry, I get it confused with Sawatch.
Wow.
Wasatch 100.
So he is a crusher.
Yeah. He loves these high altitude hundreds coming from not necessarily sea level. I think they have like 3,000 feet in Asheville, but
sure,
he's been
yeah.
out here for
Yeah, they
2.5
have mountains.
weeks. So
Very
he's got
nice.
his crew over there. Morgan Elliott's on his crew. You know, his wife's been out there with Penny, who fed me noodles all night. Oh, and his son Keegan.
So how long's Aaron been coaching you?
On and off for a couple of years.
Nice.
I don't know if I'm very coachable. I just want to go gallivant in the mountains sometimes.
I'm sure coach understands.
He gets it.
Yeah.
He's doing the same
Yeah,
thing.
exactly.
And I think his coach is Pat Reagan.
Okay.
She is hiding that bib number. Is that in her pocket? Oh, it looks like a snack, maybe.
We are gonna
Oh,
get a bib.
104. 104. What is your name, 104? Shannon Meredith from Colorado Springs. 53 years young. And she is coming into Raspberry with about 8 miles left.
Very nice. Checking out the selection. The aid station food is pretty good. It's actually really good. When I was at Intero yesterday, they had Nutella-filled tortilla rolls.
Oh my gosh. That sounds so good. I was just eating cookie butter when I was out at Tin Cup.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like while you were racing or something. Just like just chowing down.
I've done
cookie butter.
that. Well, before a race anyways. I feel like it's solid nutrition.
Yeah.
Full of carbs and fat.
Yeah. All the stuff you need.
We got Paige Wendell on camera, another local to the Salida BV area. Looks like she might be headed out soon. She looks chatty and coherent.
Yeah.
That's always a good sign.
Yep, looks good. And a longtime volunteer at all the Freestone endurance races, High-Low and the Westline Winder and the Sawatch 50 Ascent 50K. It's always good to see the volunteers run these races.
Yeah, they get their chance to get out there and enjoy the trail
Mm-hmm.
after working hard. Oh, there's another shot of Aaron. He's just enjoying it, I'm sure. I think his daughter, Ambryn, is on camera. Yep. She's going to pace him at some point. I'm not sure if she's pacing here. She might be. She's, I think, in middle school and one of the like top 10 fastest middle schoolers at a certain distance.
Okay.
But
she's going to push Dad.
They're following after Dad. Yeah, they have some solid state records.
And that's incredible.
So it's pretty cool to see when it's all in the family. He looks a little tired, but I feel like that's well deserved.
For sure. Yeah.
Eating the watermelon.
He's getting a lot of help there with all the food. I think Paige just headed out there.
Nice.
The more food that Aaron eats here, his face just kind of lights up a little bit more with each bite, it seems like.
He's always in such good spirits. I'm glad he's eating too. I know he's a little bit worried once he hit 12,000 if he was going to get sick. That's a big issue being at high altitude and trying to still be able to digest all of that food that you need. Is this Paige heading out? Their drone shot? No, that's trail. This is coming up to blanks.
It's really been a nice day so far. I don't recognize any significant rain.
Right, it's nice that, if you don't like the weather, they always say wait 10 minutes, but these storms
sure.
seem to be like 2 minutes and then they're done.
That's so true. Yesterday, I think I was hearing thunder and it was raining on me, but there was like a bunch of sun beaming down at the same time. So
yeah, I took a video of that the other day. It's great. Like it's sunny, you need sunglasses, but it's pouring.
yeah.
Colorado, it's full of surprises.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why it's so green and lush right now.
Yeah, it really is. It really is beautiful. Everything's blooming. You can see some of the colors there below the pine trees.
Gosh, there were so many ATVs yesterday on Tin Cup. I just wonder what is going through their mind. Like we look at them like they're crazy driving these little ATVs around these crazy cobblestone rutted out roads, and then they see a bunch of unicorns and rainbows running 100 miles in the mountains. But they're all in good spirits.
Yeah. Everyone's enjoying the mountains.
It's a good story for them. They're gonna go home and be like, there were unicorns and
right. You're not gonna believe what I saw when I was, in my razor going up this road.
They were making good pace. I can't tell. Is that a little bit of a climb, or are they on a downhill right now?
It's hard to say. Either way, to be running at this point has got to be pretty taxing and just taking a lot of mental fortitude.
Right, because we're what 24 plus 7 math 31 hours in at this point. Is that right?
Yeah.
Runner math.
And I don't think a lot of the runners are napping or anything. They're just continuously going.
And that's 31 hours of running on average at what, 10,000 feet?
Yeah, it's hard to believe, really. But you've put so much into it. So who is this we have? There's a camp chair there, but this runner is preferring the ground.
Getting up is gonna be fun.
Yeah. Somebody help her up.
5-1. I see a 1-5-1.
Mercedes and I are like, who can find it faster?
There are too many 5-1s.
It's been Mercedes most of the time.
You got this one. 51. Oh, Ali Tenge.
Ali Tenge, yep.
From
Just
Boulder,
about to say
Colorado. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have that one.
No, you got it.
Looking fresh. I mean, she's cross-legged on the ground.
Another Boulder runner. Do you think when there's a bunch of, like Boulder has a lot of runners in this race, do you think they're training together and kind of sharing what they're doing? And
I hope so. I mean, because their training's going to look similar. It's just kind of a matter of work schedules and what they like to do for their training. And I think the hard part is if you have a coach and they have specific runs for you or workouts, it's hard. Like, what are the odds that another runner or your friend is going to have that exact same workout? So
Right.
one of you has to be a lot more flexible than the other in
Mm-hmm.
cases.
Would you be that flexible person?
I'm trying to be. I told my coach recently, I'm like, I just need some time to just go run and play in the mountains and kind of ignore what Training Peaks has to say. And it's been wonderful.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just kind of, I know I started trail running just because I liked being outside and liked being in the mountains.
Right?
I
It's
didn't have
so
like a
great.
running background or anything. So yeah, I totally feel that, just wanting to like get out there and kind of be free to explore.
Kind of ignore the watch and just appreciate
Mm-hmm.
the forest around you. I get it. Get back to the roots. I
We
don't see
have
a bib on him.
okay,
And she's out.
Ali Tange out.
We're going to take a quick break for you. Check out our sponsors.
Ultra running shoes help you stay comfortable and stay out there. With room for your toes, you can run the way you were designed to. Because you get better inside by getting outside. So get out and stay out. Run wild. Run free. With shoes made to actually fit feet, you'll get comfort and performance you have to feel to believe. Stay out there with Ultra.
Every day, I open 7,000 feet for Salida, Colorado. Here, we are about community. Running here is more than putting one foot in front of the other. You run in the footsteps of those before you, next to you, and after you. Running in this small mountain town means being part of something greater than yourself. It isn't just the shoes, it's where the shoes will take you.
Runner coming in.
128.
128.
You got this one.
Okay, just give me like 10 minutes here and I'll figure out who
Look
it
at
is.
that smile.
Gustavo Pena.
Gustavo is happy. Getting his finish line photo. Look at that smile. Oh,
Wait, that's not Caleb.
That's not Caleb.
It's got to be his mom.
This is the best part. You just get all the hugs, all the love.
Oh, Paul.
Paul.
Excuse me.
I let
Well,
you
I
do
found it. I
it.
found it really
That's
fast.
what
It just happened to be the wrong runner.
It's okay. The people in the chat know the truth.
Thank you, people in the chat. Inglewood, kind of just like south of Denver.
Front Range. I feel like living in the Front Range, it's hard to train for these because there are so many people on the trails and you got to travel to get some solid vert.
For sure. And yeah, the elevation, I mean, it's 5,000 or so feet, but this is double that. So
Yeah, the average elevation of this race is 10.6.
Anthony Lee sighting. Maybe he paced Paul.
Probably did a little crewing. He looks a little sore.
I know he paced it at Hard Rock.
That'll do it.
Yeah. I love these group photos. And that sign is permanent now. Permanent sign. It just got cemented in last year or earlier this year. It used to kind of be put up every time the race was happening, but it's there permanent now.
That's pretty cool.
Which is cool, yeah.
It's now a fixture in our community. People can travel to come train here and get a shot with it. And then on the screen, we have the top female finishers. Just kidding. That was a glitch. I didn't see anything.
Mom and dad pick there. A little extra cowbell. Nice. Maybe another runner coming in here.
Nice. He's got a bit of a lean, but he's crushing it, coming in hot. Oh no. Blue shirt guy.
It's probably family. We'll give him a
finish.
pass.
He got the shot though.
Yeah. Oh, chair time for sure.
Oof. Job well done. 101 miles. Check.
So it's 101. Yeah, it's never exactly
an extra fun mile in there.
Yeah.
It's like a victory lap.
There you go.
At least it's not around a track.
Right. Yeah.
You get a solid view of these mountains. Zooming into another finisher. Then we'll give you a recap of our top finishers after we bring in the speedy lady in pink. 135. I'm nearsighted. Let's go with that. What you got?
I think it's
Oh, no. Go to that's her position, the person. Next, Control F. I got you. Dawn Glover from Jasper, Alberta. I love that. International race for her, coming out from Canada to do this. Good job, Dawn. 51 years young. Getting the Caleb hug. So let's see. Let's do a little recap of our top finishers for the High Lonesome race. In first place, we had a breakout performance from McKendry Hickory with the ladies field, followed closely by Laura Hansen and Sarah Ostowski. Her sister was Ostaszewski. There we go. I've struggled with that for a bit. Casey Lichtig right behind her, and Melissa Ostaszewski. Zuski? Anyways, all right, we got sixth place, Amy Hume, Silky Coaster in 7. We got that one. Liz Canty in 8th, Lindsay Wagner in 9th, Michelle Kent in 10th. So you get the top 10 women. A lot of those women breaking the top 20 overall, which is impressive.
Very cool to see.
And then our male winner, Christopher Hams of Durango, Colorado, followed closely by Alex Nichols, who had a solid lead up until mile 80 or so. Third place was Elin Lieber, and then Jeff Browning in 4th place, followed by Kevin Stewart in 5th. And McKendry Hickory was actually 6th overall, with 7th overall being Laura Hansen. Super impressive. 6th male is Nico DeVries with Mango Mike from Durango in 7th male, Mike Cassidy in 8th, Mark Hammond in 9th, and Scott Hollister in 10th.
Congratulations to those top finishers. And McKendry with the course record by, how much did she get that course record by. I think it was pretty significant. By over an hour, if I'm not mistaken. 22 hours and 19 minutes, and the previous course record by the great local and just great runner Annie Hughes. Her previous course record was 23 hours and 40 minutes, so pretty incredible. Seems like the runners are just getting faster and faster every year in all the races in ultra running. It's pretty incredible.
That's something that I was saying recently is I thought I was getting faster, but everyone else seems to be getting faster. It's amazing what these athletes are capable of these days. Some good shots of those ponderosa out there that they get to run through. They probably smell pretty good right now. Have you smelled the ponderosa tree before?
I have. Probably didn't know it was a ponderosa tree, but pretty good piney smells out there on the trail, definitely.
And they actually smell like butterscotch.
They smell like butterscotch, okay.
But,
Thought somebody just had a bunch of Werthers in their pockets somewhere.
This runner's making good time. Pretty cool drone shot. Shout out to the drone flyers.
Yeah,
Out
pilots.
there working relentlessly.
There's a lot that goes into the drone piloting, like all the permitting. It's FAA regulated. So I'm saying that right? Like,
Yeah.
FAA regulated. So there's all these permits
And on federal property, you have to be a little careful too where you can fly your drones.
Sure.
So thanks for that Morton cam shot. It's pretty solid, and I'm thankful we have good weather so that our drones can be out flying, capturing these racers.
Yep, great point. If the weather's bad, the drones are down, and the weather is hanging on for us here. And what a cool course. This kind of shows how like the course can get a little almost like high mountain deserty a little bit at times.
You want to talk about ecosystems?
Do you want to talk about ecosystem?
Oh no.
I won't have much to offer.
Oh, let's move the drone shot. I think we gotta pee.
Oh,
this is
drone operator.
so
private time.
ecosystems. Yeah, we have some sagebrush habitat, which sage is super slow growing. It smells great, but it's kind of actually a fragile ecosystem.
There's a bunch of it in my yard.
Yeah, it smells nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So don't kill the sage.
No, it's very important habitat for that sage grouse.
Okay.
Yeah, slow growing.
All right.
Got a beautiful view of that finish line. When does registration open? Can people sign up for this right now? Probably not yet.
I don't think so.
Not yet. Put that on your calendars. You could be crossing this finish line in a year from now. Back at Raspberry Gulch.
Yeah, highlonesome100.com has all the info about this race. Entry policies, qualifying information, crewing information, volunteer information. If you want to do that, it's a great way to kind of get your feet wet in the ultra community is volunteering. And the volunteers, like they're doing a lot of work, but it's fun to volunteer for sure. Like you get to go out and camp somewhere really cool in nature and see all the runners' experiences and everything. So yeah, highlonesome100.com.
Right now on the screen we got a shot of Yadika Fields. I know he's a fan favorite. I think he runs for GOO. He's got a pretty cool story. Check him out on Instagram. I know he did the painting. I think he's an artist for Western States.
Oh,
A year
okay.
ago
I
or
heard
so?
about this. Somebody, I think it was Luke, was talking about Luke at Lost Wonder Hub was talking about his artwork.
Yeah, Yadika Starfields. He does some good work. Let's see, number 98, we have a quick shot of Tucker Say from BV, another local.
Awesome.
Rocking the cowboy hat. You don't see a lot of those out there during ultras. Probably
Yeah.
good shade.
It looks pretty fresh. Really doesn't look like it's been through an ultra. I wonder if he just threw that on or or he's
I
just great
saw
at keeping it
him.
clean.
I saw him running yesterday with it still.
Oh, really?
Maybe he's got a couple he swaps out.
Yeah,
Gotta
maybe it's
keep
had
it
a few
fresh.
creek dips or something. And
So I wonder if he's originally from BV. Got a few ranchers out here, some cowboys.
oh yeah, big ranching community.
Oh, that concrete's gotta be feeling a little painful right now after, what, 90 some miles on your legs?
Yeah, and it is definitely uphill. And I don't know, I think you're almost like too tired to move for the cars. So
Right, just hoping that they're
yeah, just say,
paying
please
attention.
get out of my way.
But they're making their way to the finish on this shot.
Yeah, they're really close right now. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's the last road turn before you turn into the finish area. So this person will see on the bottom right here fairly shortly, I believe. Looks like the pacer is in the back, maybe with some personal video equipment there. I don't know, or is that poles maybe?
GoPro?
Poles, GoPro.
Poles. Same thing.
GoPro on a pole.
Can you use a selfie stick as a pole?
I think you might have had $1 million idea there.
Just make them a little
Go-
heavier
yeah,
duty.
integrated, like how they integrate a backcountry axe on the top of the pole. How about a GoPro?
I think there's an idea there. I'll get behind it.
Nobody take that idea. Here we go. So inspiring to see people running into this finish line. Well, look at that.
Pretty sweet drone shot. Look
Yeah,
at all those cars at the finish. That could be you. If you're listening in the chat and you're in the BV area, you can go cheer these runners on in person, help them cross that finish line. But if you can't make it out there, toss in the chat what runners you're watching and you're looking for and you're rooting for. We're happy to give them a shout out and see where they're at.
And there is food and whiskey there as well.
I haven't seen any whiskey yet.
No?
Mm-mm. Except this bottle in front of us.
Yep,
Shout out to Law's Whiskey.
Yep, Law's Whiskey. Good stuff.
Solid sponsor of the race with our other sponsors. Ultra, we got 7,000 feet, local running company out of Salida. If you need some shoes or you need a good fit, they are amazing. They will fit your shoe. They'll spend 2 hours with you trying to figure out what you need. If you're a runner, hiker, you just need a comfortable shoe to work with. Another sponsor, we got Morton and Osprey. So many amazing sponsors that keep us online and able to give you this awesome finish footage.
And Mountain Outpost bringing this live and just really changing the game.
This runner is too fast.
For ultra fans.
I can't see
Yeah,
his
wow.
bib. Good job.
Way to go.
What number are you?
Still running.
Still running. He wants more.
Somebody stop that guy.
102 miles.
Was that might have been like a little bit of a race there at the end. I don't know.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, some camaraderie there. A lot of that in the sport.
Let's see. Was there a 35? Was it a Phillip? It looked like a 2-digit number. $133. 123. Jesse Lauder from Lakewood, Colorado. Oh, give us a little turn. Oh, wrong way.
Any help from the chat? I'm sure they'll tell us soon. Brian Williams out of Broomfield. Broomfield, just east of Boulder. It's almost in Boulder. It's a different county, but it's like they're right there next to each other. Probably trains in Boulder quite a bit.
Phil, it was Phil they're saying.
Oh, Phil. Okay.
Because I saw a 2-digit number. So that was Phil Keffer out of Woodstock, Vermont. Good job, Philip. Thanks to the chat, keeping it lively, keeping us in check. That's some crystal clear footage. It's amazing. They're out in the middle of nowhere, and we can get this footage streamed to all of you on the live stream. See what's going on. Keep an eye on all of our runners and crew.
Yeah, there is no service almost anywhere
No.
on the course.
Thank goodness for Starlink.
Yeah.
Keeping us up and running.
Great, great jump photo for the finish there. Okay, that's Raspberry.
Patiently awaiting some more runners. I see a pacer leaving. We're going through aid. For those of you listening, feel free to hit that like button, give us some love, subscribe to Mountain Outpost. There's a ton on the future that is going to be live streamed to you. I think Y East is also being live streamed right now, along with High Lonesome, and a lot of exciting things soon to come in the future.
Somebody coming into the finish here.
Nice. Getting a little jog going, getting some momentum. Anyone in the chat recognize this guy? Orange shirt, blue pack. Orange shirt guy. Anyone streaming to Cocodona a couple, months ago? We had a guy who was wearing orange shorts, and he became known as Orange Shorts Guy. He even had his own acronym, and he was such a fan favorite that we brought him into the studio for an interview.
Amazing.
Do you think Caleb made that finish line post?
He is a very handy person. I'm not sure he made that though. It's possible. That's a great question. He's a really handy person.
We have another local runner, Cody Lewis, who makes a lot of awards for local races. She actually I think it's some sort of engraving into wood that she does. So it's kind of cool. You can keep it all in the community, things like that.
Yeah, very cool.
And here he comes.
Orange shirt guy.
Orange shirt guy running in that finish. Is this Brian?
David Peterman, maybe?
25125.
David Peterman.
Nice.
61
David.
years young.
From Ohio.
That's pretty legendary.
Give me that buckle. Nice. David Peterman. That's quite the shot before running that he's got. He looks ready, prepared. He means business.
It makes me wonder, like, if you're living in a place. I mean, Ohio. I grew up in Indiana, and Ohio is right next to it, and there are no mountains. I think I mean, there just aren't. Really flat. Like, what do you do for training? I mean, you're obviously, getting fit in a lot of different ways, but you have to have some sort of mountain exposure, I think. And
I went to southwestern Ohio last year, and I was amazed at how hilly it was.
Oh, really?
So depending
Okay.
on where you're at,
Yeah, I guess down south, like, yeah, towards like Kentucky and Tennessee. Who's this dog?
oblivious dog shot. I have no idea he's on camera. Him and that baby are tag teaming this hole. They're look at them go. Well, that's teamwork.
Yeah, we promised Don and Anime we wouldn't fully abandon the dog content, so here we go.
Bringing it back. Oh,
So,
someone in the chat said Caleb 100% built that arch. Not super surprised. He
Yeah,
probably cut down his trees in his backyard and milled them himself.
yeah, he is a handy guy.
Oh, another runner coming into the finish.
Wait, that's not. Is that? Yeah.
Making his own way.
Hopefully that's not a runner.
Oh, just gonna run to his car quick. Take a pee? No, just take a break. Oh, this is my finish line.
That was somebody running, but I don't think that was a racer.
Non-runner. He's got his parking permit though. That's
Beautiful.
a great shot of those chalk cliffs. Not actually chalk. Fun fact.
What are they? Oh,
I don't
sorry.
know that though. I just know they're not actually chalk.
Yeah. All I know is the water runs off of those incredibly fast, and it if you've been over in that area, it washes out like the road CR 162 over there, and it can be kind of scary.
Yeah,
Like
there was a lot of residue on our way up here.
Yeah. I think yesterday I saw a picture of a Honda Element, and it looked like it had been cemented into the road there.
Was it green?
It was silver, I think. But it looked like some people helped them get out, so, and the road cleared, so all good. But yeah, very cool area.
Great shot of Mount. Is that Antero on the left?
It's got to
and
be
then
in
Princeton
Antero
on the
over there to
right?
the left. Yep. And then Tigger Peak is actually the 13er with that little kind of squiggly avalanche path going down it. And then it almost looks shorter right now, but Princeton is that one on the right in the
Nice.
background.
Have you been up Princeton?
Yeah, I've skied it and hiked it. Really cool local mountain. The trail is really nice up there, actually. And like Anime said, you can drive up pretty high. So if you're looking for a tough hike when the weather's nice, head up Princeton.
Nicholas
Limestone.
Miller. I know that's a common name. Is that the Nicholas Miller that I went to college with? I don't know if I trust his answer. I don't think he went
Limestone.
to school for geology.
We have Google here in the studio. We can figure it out.
You know,
Maybe he did go to school for geology because it's limestone composed of the mineral calcite. Okay.
I think we had biology together. I
Yeah.
think he's a nurse.
Okay.
But-
Great. Thanks, Nicholas.
Oh, another runner coming in. That road's getting busier. You know, these runners are like, what, a mile or two away from the hot springs? You
Yeah.
think that's on their mind? They have to run past the hot springs and just keep going?
Right. You can always go there after, though.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, it's a nice. There are a lot of hot springs in the area. I think there's a new one, right?
Yeah.
Three hot springs in the area. It's another good thing to do if you're here for the race.
The one thing the San Juans has on us, though, is that they have backcountry hot springs.
Oh, right.
All these
yes.
Durango runners are going to go back and go for a run to their hot springs.
Yeah, they're like, we don't want this established hot spring pool. We want to. Although you got to hike to a lot of those, and I don't know if
Yeah. Some solid hikes.
solid pace going up the hill here.
So is this 2 runners and a pacer, or I see 1 blue bib, 1 yellow bib.
Right.
I don't know if orange looks a little tired, like they could be a runner.
Maybe we will get a start or a finish line kind of race here. That would be pretty exciting.
I love sprint finishes,
Yeah,
especially when they're unnecessary.
Yeah.
It's my favorite thing.
Seen people like wait before and like you do a little sprint at the end just to make it interesting.
Just gotta use up whatever energy you have left, if there's any.
Right.
I think we got him.
Crossing the road here, being smart about the traffic.
Yellow Hat is dropping their pacer. Maybe not, but a little bit.
Yeah. No, Yellow Hat is really pushing it here. And again, that road is uphill. And it's and on most of that road, it's not just slightly uphill, like it is significantly uphill. Probably, I don't know, like 10% grade or
It's a
something like
solid
that.
climb for sure.
Yeah. And here we go. Off the road into the start finish area. Still holding a really solid pace. Maybe there's some chatter going. Do you want to race? Do you want to race?
Is that a fist bump?
What if this is just 3 runners?
No, I saw some
No.
yellow. I think one's
Okay.
yellow bib. I don't know about this group of 3 though. No bib to be seen.
Way
Good
to
job,
go,
runner.
Female finisher here.
Good work. Look at that smile. She is happy. $56
Yeah,
maybe?
56, I think.
Marie Legrand from North Vancouver, BC.
Yeah, another BC runner.
Bringing out the Canadians.
Hmm.
Their Rockies are pretty sweet. I got to go check them out, and they look similar to ours, but they're half the height and elevation. You hit 6,000 in some areas, and you're above tree line.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And their snow, I think it melts a little earlier too, so they get. That's the one thing about these mountains is sometimes you got to be really patient to get up in the high country.
Patience is a virtue. I'm learning that with many things. And her pacer, do you think that is her son? He looks pretty young.
Yeah.
Little ultra runner in the making.
Gotta be. So cool to experience this with your fam.
Shout out to our local photographer who lives in Salida too. I don't know how to say his name out loud. Mating Pulis.
No clue. There's a couple out there, photographers. I think there's like two main photographers.
Oh, sweet. I
Yeah.
don't know who the other one is.
Oh, I forget.
Is that Corinne Shelboy with the feed on the left of our screen right now?
Does have a feed hat on.
She's pretty tall. Solomon, I think that's her. Shout out to Corinne. She's been at all the races lately. Just saw her out at Western. I'm sure, was she at Hard Rock? Probably.
Probably.
She's a fellow commentator at Cocodona.
It's a good time of the year for ultras. Like you can just one after the other.
Yeah, just quit your job and
Yeah, right. That sounds awesome.
go camping, hit all the races.
Here comes that group we had the drone footage of earlier. And it's grown by 2 people.
Oh, it looks like the Pacers are getting out of the way.
Okay, it was
We got
it
one
was the
runner.
yellow hat runner that was pushing everyone the whole time.
Running strong. Is it John?
I think
Oh, we got a little blur. He can't see you.
yeah, everyone's really excited at the finish line for every runner. Lots
that
of
look
cheering, clapping.
Does that look like a number 8?
I think it is.
Is that John Davis?
Is it or is it Luke?
It might be Luke. I see a beard.
Yellow hat was Luke, right?
Yeah, he had a green shirt on. I think that's Luke Nelson from Pocatello, Idaho.
Yeah, we'll lock it in as Luke. And he came through in Terro Aid like mile 17, and he was having a tough day. But when I talked to him, he said, "Yeah, I've been here before, and I know how to turn this around." And he for sure turned it around, and here he is finishing.
Great work. When I saw him out at Tin Cup, he had a smile on his face. He was thanking all the volunteers. He
Great
knew what he was
guy.
doing. He is a professional endurance athlete from Idaho, partnered with Patagonia Goo and Zeal Optics, and he owns a wilderness medicine education business called Alpine Endurance Medicine, but is also a physician assistant, ski patroller, team lead for the county backcountry search and rescue team, and race director of Scout Mountain Ultras. Proud dad of 3 kids, maybe some of his pacers just now. Bimley, Chloe, and Anders, married to partner of Tane for 21 years.
Wow, Luke is a busy person.
Yeah, I feel like I need to go do more things.
Yeah, how inspiring. And he's training too, right? Like on top of all that stuff you mentioned, he's training for these races too. Someone tell him there's only 24 hours in a day. Getting a lot of congratulations. Another runner coming in. Red shirt here. Nice close up. Are those wildflowers? Those pink ones?
Flags.
Those are flags, yeah.
There's some pink flowers.
That's a new
out
wildflower.
there
I've
too.
never seen that out here.
Woo! Bring it in 132. Look
132.
at that smile. You got this one.
Jonathan. Yeah, Jonathan Eisen, another Boulder runner. Great job, Jonathan. Collecting some high fives. Running a few extra feet here from side to side for the high fives and the fist bumps.
Oh, fun. He's actually the communications director for High Lonesome and the co-host of the Running with Problems podcast.
Amazing. Big hug.
Glad he got to get out and run the course.
I know that Caleb and Kelsey there's Kelsey right there giving him a hug also. And I know that when their volunteers run, they really get, stoked about that. And that means a lot to them. So
Hilo was actually his first 100-miler back in 2018, so he wanted to come back and run it again after being a part of the race.
good for Jonathan. So his second, did he finish in 2018?
That is not
Second
in my
buckle?
notes. Let's see.
Group hug.
Let's see, back in 2018, he did finish. He was 49th overall.
Awesome. So
Finished in
his
that top 50.
second buckle.
I think he's got a few buckles though in his closet.
His ultra sign up.
Oh yeah, he's done the
Looking
San
pretty
Diego
stacked.
100-miler June 7th. A little over a month ago, he did 100 in San Diego.
Oh wow.
He did Ring the Springs 100-miler last year in June. Oh, he's done a few. He's no stranger to the 100-mile distance.
That's incredible.
I have a little bit of FOMO that I'm not at the finish line right now.
I think after we're finished here in the studio, I'm headed straight there.
Go get some snacks and
Mhm.
bring in your runner.
Yep, exactly.
So they have until 7 p.m. to finish tonight. So they got some time.
Yep.
We-
37 hours.
37 hours. That's a long time to be running at high altitude.
Mm-hmm.
So we are nearing our next cutoff, which is at 2 p.m. at Blank's Cabin, mile 83.1.
The course record setters and the top 10 runners, male and female. It's incredibly impressive, but to be out there for 37 hours is like extremely impressive as well. I think whether you're at the front of the pack or back of the pack, you're going through it no matter what. Like,
Right, and things don't always go as planned. You know, you might have your nutrition and hydration lined out, and then you decide you don't want to eat another gel. There's so many things that can go right, can go wrong.
yep. It's funny actually. It reminds me of a Leadville last year when you were running. Somebody had laid out all this somebody had laid out all of this electrolyte drink for you, and I went up and I was like, hey, looks like you got everything prepped, and they were like, yeah, she doesn't want any of this. Had to like dump all of it out and refill with something else. So yeah, that
My
was a funny
bad.
story. Yeah.
I feel like usually I'm not very picky, but I just wanted to go to sleep.
Yeah.
I was bargaining with my pacer to not eat. She's like, every 15 minutes. I'm like, how about every 30? I'll take one bite. Yeah, you never
That's-
know what's going to happen. You can plan, and 10 minutes in, it might go out the window. You never know.
A lot of problem solving. That's definitely part of it.
Lauren threw in the chat all the directors of Hilo getting a pic together.
Looks like maybe there is some rain developing now. I can't really tell, but it looks a little bit misty up towards Tigger and Princeton.
A little hazy, yeah.
Yeah.
Not surprising. It's 2 p.m.
Yeah, I think it's gonna happen today at some point. Osprey finish cam, catching it all. We've got some beetle conversation going on in the chat here, and I feel like people are asking you questions, Mercedes.
Oh, you're in yesterday's chat.
Oh, I'm in yesterday's chat. Okay.
We can talk about bugs again.
Well,
But before that, I just did some fun little Googling to see. I know they were talking earlier about if we had more local runners racing or more Durango runners. And it looks like we have 8 runners from Durango and only 5 between Salida and BV. So
wow.
we'll have to get some more representation. Maybe you'll have to sign up next year.
Yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors. Who has to put in for it?
I'm going to sign up.
Oh, all right.
I'm going to sign
She's
up.
all
No
yours.
rock, paper, scissors
I'm going to
needed.
think about it for a little bit.
Yeah.
Another runner coming in.
I think you should.
Look at that bucket hat. You know, I realized I could just go run a lot of the course for fun and then think about it. So I think I'm going to do that.
Okay. That's fair. I think that's Audrey
Look at that bucket hat. I'm
and
jealous.
and Jeff right there. They've got a great YouTube channel.
Nice. What do they YouTube?
They do trail running documentaries.
That makes sense.
Yeah, Jeff Pelletier and Audrey Laferniere, I think is how you say that.
Nailed it. Wait a minute. She didn't cross the finish line. So we have 2 people from North Vancouver then. Yeah, that's impressive. That's how many runners we have from Salida.
North Vancouver came to
3?
play.
We have 3 people from North Vancouver, BC. Impressive.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Canada representing.
No strangers to the rain.
Bring back the beetle talk. Don's in the chat. What do you want to talk about, Don? Beetles and dogs. What else? What else would people talk about in running? Oh, and I did fact check myself. I said that there were spruce beetles yesterday, and they are. They are spruce beetles. There's this fun little website with the Colorado State Forest Service about insects, and it's like a GIS map, and you can look up any area in the state and see which bugs or insects are affecting your forest.
So you were right. You were right.
It's nice when that happens. It doesn't always
Yeah.
happen. Oh, and there's a little bit of western balsam bark beetle as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the beetles can really wreak havoc.
We did see one dog and a small baby digging a hole together, Don. You missed it. We didn't get a name, but let's see. 188 coming into Raspberry with her pacer. Lynn Freutcher from Crested Butte, Colorado. It's kind of local.
Yeah, that's not too far away. That's like 2 hours over Highway 50 through Gunnison north, and you're there. Pretty local. Or I guess in the summer you can just go right
Yeah.
over.
Cottonwood. She could just run
Cottonwood.
home.
Yeah. Yeah, just run home, no problem. Don's asking about dogs again.
Just that one fluffy husky. Looking determined to dig a hole.
Is this Audrey still? This is Audrey, I think. Or no? Yeah.
Yellow bucket hat girl.
I think I need. Do you have a bucket hat?
I do. I love it. Precision gave me a hat. I'm like, well, I've never tried your gels, so they gave me some gels.
Just put those right underneath the bucket hat.
I love bucket hats. Gives you shade. Don't have to put sunscreen on my forehead. It's the little things.
Yeah, they look pretty chill too. It just gives like a chill vibe, I think.
The ones that tighten are the ones you need for real trail running.
Okay, yeah, somebody's hat flew off at the beginning of the race, I think.
Oh, was that Mark Hammond? I
Yeah,
remember
yeah,
hearing about it.
yeah, Mark's hat flew off, and
Shout out to 7,000 feet. If you have a hat that flew away and you're in need of a new hat,
Yeah.
you can go to 7,000 feet in Salida and find many hat options.
Yeah.
If you don't want a hat, we also have Gooders and other sunglasses you can choose from.
everything you need at 7K. Is that a runner coming in here?
No, is this
No.
a runner? You look so
He doesn't have-
fresh.
does he have a
Just
pack?
hanging out. Yeah, it's camo
Definitely a
down.
runner.
Good job, runner. 46, 146.
Looks elated to be done.
I would be elated too. 46.
Is that bib 156? Is that Christopher Miller?
I think that was Brian Williams, 146 that just came in.
146, Brian.
And then
Greenfield.
number, is that a 5?
I think-
8?
I think,
9?
I think that was an 8, maybe.
An 8? John Davis?
Yeah, that would be John.
Oh, yep,
Yeah,
I
John.
recognize him. He's a fan favorite.
Way to go, John. There's the buckle handoff.
Always a happy moment.
What did you do with your Leadville buckle?
It's in a storage unit at the
Okay.
moment. But most of my belongings are currently in a storage unit.
Gotcha.
I also got a buckle for the Merrill Get FKT challenge. So I have a buckle that says Get FKT.
Very cool.
Yeah, for 3 miles. Got a buckle for 3 miles.
Is that hanging out with the Leadville buckle?
Sure is. Somewhere safe. Oh, we got a
Juno.
name.
Leadville, we know where Juno lives too. Wow.
Juno, the Leadville husky that likes to dig holes, Don. If you're at the finish line, you could go find him for yourself.
I love that name for a husky too.
Juno,
Juno reminds me of like Juneau, Alaska,
but from Leadville.
but from Leadville. Yeah, also very cold there.
The mystery. Did John Davis just run Hard Rock? I feel like I heard that recently.
He
That
did.
sounds like something. Doing a little fact check.
How many did we have? We have a couple of runners
Wow.
that ran Hard Rock and then turned around and ran this.
Yep, John Davis ran Hard Rock in 41 hours and then a week later decided to do High Lonesome.
That is incredible. That is a lot of vert. What
That's
does that
goals.
stack up to be? Like 57,000 feet of vert or something like that?
My legs hurt just thinking about it.
Yeah.
Good job, John.
Whatever the runners that are doing Hard Rock and this race are doing in between, I need to know. Somebody let me know.
I hope just eating and sleeping.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, it's just hard to believe. Eating and sleeping, yeah.
Probably working 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
I hope they took some time off.
Incredible. There we go. This is Raspberry again. I think the yellow bucket hat in the background is what the camera is trying to show us. Audrey maybe leaving the aid station. Back to the finish. Runner coming in. See if we can get a bib here. bib 9, Helen Kospelich, maybe, out of Breckenridge. 47 years old. Helen, great work. Breckenridge is up there in altitude.
That's almost local. What, like an hour
Yeah.
45? Hour something? 15?
Something like that, depending on how fast of a driver you are.
And the weather.
Yeah, and the weather, yeah. And that is Marissa right there, right? In the yellow
Marissa
hat?
Watson, second place female finisher from last year. She led the race for what, 80 miles? No big deal.
Yep,
She
she's a
is
crusher.
on the US skyrunning team. She's going to compete in the 70K this September in Spain.
Wow, very cool. And someone in the chat says John is also running Never Summer 100K. I will
John.
see you there, John, and I will ask you how you're doing this.
Oh my goodness, John.
Helen getting a family photo here. Pacer there.
Let's see if we can bring in a couple more runners before that 32-hour mark. Sounds like this is John's second Hard Lonesome.
Awesome. Somebody tell me he's not running the double, though, because you can do the double now for Never Summer.
Never
Somebody please
Summer.
tell me he's not running the 60K Friday and then the 100K Saturday, because that would basically just be like 300 milers.
Oof.
Well, yeah, that would be 300 milers. Never Summer also a pretty unforgiving, like technical high vert course for both the 60 and 100K.
I mean, I've heard the 100K runs like a 100-miler, just round up a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit, just an extra 36 miles. I've heard that too, but yeah, this High Lonesome here has an extra 36 miles and an extra like 10,000 feet of vert. So good place to start, though, I think. Never Summer 100K if you want to get into the 100-mile distance.
Oh, definitely. Getting some foot care here. Those feet pics everyone was asking for yesterday. So important to have good foot care, though. Leukotape, KT tape, taking care of those blisters. They can easily end a race if you don't take care of those, even with 8 miles left.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, 8 miles, it doesn't seem like a lot. Like you've done, I don't know, a bunch of those to get ready for this. A bunch of 8-mile runs, much longer runs. But at mile 90, like 8 miles could mean like 2 hours more on the course.
Yeah.
Which is like, you need to take care of yourself and still eat like this runner's doing. And
my final marathon at Leadville was 9 hours, I think.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Woof. Someone in the chat threw for John Davis's efforts, the Hard Lone Summer.
That
sounds
that's a
perfect.
good one. That's a good one.
Hard Rock, High Lonesome, Never Summer.
Hard Lone Summer.
Don't know that I'm gonna sign up for that anytime soon, but I'm proud of him.
No, that's a
He's doing
scary
great.
schedule. He went golfing a couple times.
Yeah, so right now on your screen, this is Raspberry Aid Station 2. So they're about 8 miles out from the finish.
Another runner coming in here. with maybe another right behind, a couple, like 3 in a row here.
Nice little train working together. 179. $128. Wow. I'm nearsighted. Gustavo. This is Gustavo.
Oh, this
Pena.
is Gustavo. I don't know who we had earlier.
Good
Somebody
job,
else.
Gustavo. Looking focused and strong.
California runner. Simi Valley. I think that's like NorCal. Maybe.
Oh, we missed one. Oh. 100. Solid number. Avery McKenzie from Ridgeway, Colorado. And one more. Oh, it's tough. That 183 maybe? Faye? Anyone in the chat recognize her? Apparently Simi Valley is just north of LA.
North of LA. Okay.
Get
Not
some smart
NorCal.
folks in the chat. And we also got 121 coming in. Stephen Hinkle from Lakewood, Colorado. Look at that smile. He's happy to be here.
Yeah, Steven is having a great time. What's he saying to the camera?
One more stop.
One more stop.
You got this. Best smile I've seen in a hot minute.
It's got to feel so good when you know you've put in so much effort and you're so close. Getting some audio. I think somebody said hi mom to the camera.
Let's see, I do think that's Faye. I got her picture pre-race that looks just like her. So we got the camera on Faye Bloomberg. Also from Denver.
Sunscreen, very smart.
I got a little too much sun yesterday.
It's
Just
easy
hanging
to
out
do.
so high,
Yeah,
especially if you're sweating it off.
right.
Bucket hats, they come in clutch.
Oh, they had you working yesterday, sweating off the sunscreen. They really had you.
I didn't put any sunscreen
Oh,
on. I put a hat on. It's pretty cloudy, but you still get pretty burnt.
back
He's
to
not
Steven
even taking
here.
a sit. He's ready. Just chatting away.
Maybe getting a couple flask refills here.
Fun fact about this guy, Stephen Hinkle, he's lived in every time zone in the lower 48 states / Pennsylvania, Indiana, California, Colorado. He moved here in the Front Range in August 2018.
Awesome.
I feel like once you move to Colorado, it's hard to leave.
Yeah, very true. Way to go, runner. Coming in. Maybe that's James, if that's bib 114.
Oh, show us your bib. That doesn't look like a 4.
Doesn't look like a 114. Another happy runner, though.
Is it an 86? No. 50. 157.
Scott Rubenstein. Rubenstein.
Good job,
Scott out of Littleton, just south of Denver.
Looking ready to go almost.
Yeah, his side pockets look pretty full.
Oh, nice. He's making fast work of this aid station.
A lot of these runners look pretty alert.
I wonder if they got a nap in recently. Oh, we missed a finisher, 156.
156.
Giving Caleb a big embrace.
Christopher Miller. Virginia runner.
I don't know how I feel about running with poles like that. Have you tried it?
No, I've actually never seen that in the front.
I feel like it
At least
makes
you know
it
where they
easier
are.
to
You know
stow.
yeah.
Oh, you know where they are.
I'd give it a shot. I can never find the right spot for poles.
I'll usually put them on my naked belt, which isn't the easiest thing to do.
The belt, like at the back of the hip or something.
Yeah, I need some shorts with some straps on them.
Yep. They've got like Virginia has some like hard mountain trails, don't they?
I don't think I've ever been.
Yeah, I think like they definitely got mountains.
Yeah, and the AT goes through there, so they probably have some pretty solid spots
Yeah.
to train.
Definitely. Okay, heading out.
He didn't stay long, maybe a couple of minutes, and he's out. He's ready to get to that finish line.
Yep. Scott is out of Raspberry there. What do we have here?
Oh, one of our locals, Josh Holler, is actually pacing Scott.
Oh, cool.
He was second on the wait list last week for Hard Rock.
Yes.
That's
Yes,
always
that's a
tough.
tough waiting game. Steven headed out here.
Go get that buckle. Josh Holler, the pacer for Scott, is also a local employee for 7,000 Foot Running Co. He works every other Saturday and has a full-time job with the U.S. Forest Service. Pretty cool to see how involved people are in the community in so many different ways.
Yeah, and 7,000 feet is sort of like just like High Low is sort of like a pillar of that community, the running community here.
It really is. That and one of my favorite races that the running store puts on is the downward spiral. I haven't ran it, but I love the idea of it.
Is that at the S Hill?
Yeah, you just run down as fast as you can down the spiral, or during Fib Arc, the uphill race up the
Oh yeah,
S.
just straight up. It's like kind of like a scree, sort of like a scree.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, I did that a couple years ago, and Luke Jay's wife, Becca, I was the first to the top and she was second, and then she came barreling down. Like, her downhill skills are amazing. Her husband was in front of me, her oldest son was in front of me, and her youngest son was behind me, and I'm like, this family is amazing.
wow,
It's a bunch of mountain runners.
that's really impressive. The record for that up and down is like crazy too.
Oh gosh.
How much vert is that?
It's like 500 feet, I think, in what, like a quarter mile?
Yeah,
Maybe
but I
half a
think the
mile?
record is like 9 minutes or something, like up and
Ugh,
down. Like just
ouch. Fun stuff. Good community.
some of these runners at Raspberry seem very like mile 92, I think, and they seem very alert and some quick turnarounds out of the aid station too.
Yeah, it's a good spot with that downhill ahead of you to be alert. You don't want to be not cognizant for that. It's
Oh,
easy to
right, that
slip and
technical
slide.
downhill that
Yeah,
we were talking about earlier. Yeah,
that granite will slip right out from under you.
I remember crewing someone at Leadville, and at mile 80 something, I was like, "What do you need?" And they were like, "More tailwind." And I'm looking at their pack, and they have like 10 packets of tailwind in their vest, and I'm like, "Sure, yeah, you're getting more tailwind." And I'm pulling tailwind packets out of their pack.
They're just stocking up
Yes,
from
you
the
can.
aid stations for their training after.
Yeah, sure. Okay, looks like we're remounting here. Shout out to all the videographers out there. It takes like a pretty unique set of skills. I rode up to Antero in an amazingly an amazing not forerunner, but Toyota Tacoma that had like this incredible it's a really rough road, had an incredible suspension, and you know, just to have somebody that like has the truck, has like all the batteries in their truck, and is also a videographer. I think it's a pretty unique
Wait,
set of skills.
so you're saying you didn't just run up there?
No,
All right,
no,
all
yeah,
right.
just hiked up the 100 pounds of camera equipment.
The dream setup, the taco.
Yeah.
Is that it right there? I just saw a Toyota on the left.
I don't know. Oh yeah,
Is
look
that
at
it?
these vehicles that these
Sweet.
videographers have. It's incredible.
Goals. Margin in to Raspberry Gulch. Who do we have here?
Our production crew is really good at figuring out who these people are.
Oh yeah, shout out to the production crew, not on camera, but we get to look at them. They're doing great work, keeping us updated, giving us the streams to watch. Great work.
E4. Ben Beasley out of another Boulder, Colorado runner.
Oh, our aid station volunteer put down the guitar, the air guitar.
Yeah, put down the air guitar, working the flask now, trying not to get any of that hair mixed up in those flasks, I'm sure.
Is it still an air guitar if it actually exists but is made of air?
Yeah. I mean, it's filled with air, right? It's like a blow up guitar, so I guess that could be an air guitar. Yeah. Let's go, Kevin.
42?
42.
Oh, there's a lot of 42s.
Thomas Bowl, Fraser, Colorado. That's just north of Winter Park Ski Resort. Somewhere over there. Pretty sure I'm right. Yeah, solid mountain terrain up there in Fraser. And Thomas has had a lot of it today and yesterday. Making our way over to see some of the help that these volunteers give these runners, and how their crew is integral in the success of the runners making it through this course. And watermelon, very important part of ultra running.
Did you know it has electrolytes? It's the best.
I did not know that, actually. I just thought it was tasty, but I think I'll eat more now.
My favorite is watermelon juice.
Oh,
So
that
good.
is good. Yeah.
I splurge every once in a while.
Yeah, I've got a juicer at home, and Chrissy requests watermelon juice quite often.
Nice. Let me know when she's requesting it.
Oh, yeah,
I'll come
sure,
over
sure.
and make it a double. Getting some foot love. Blisters can be so bad.
Yeah, and it's one of those things. I mean, I feel like I'm lucky I don't get them that bad, but I know it's like one of those things where if you start to feel it,
Mhm.
take care of it before it
I'm one of
blows
the
up.
lucky ones too. I rarely get blisters.
Yeah,
don't think
knock on the wood table.
Yeah.
Friction. Yeah. Well, they'll get him taken care of and back out there for sure.
Look at that shot. Our 7,000 feet cam.
It's
No
green
filter.
right now.
No filter.
No filter.
It's just beautiful here.
Really green in the Sawatch right now.
We got 3 folks running out there. Some nice gravel road kind of gives your brain a break. You don't have to focus on running technical trail or tripping. You can kind of just take care of everything. Number 19 coming into the finish
Finisher.
line. That's Brianna Pagan from Topanga, California. Good job, Bree. Look at that smile. So happy to be finishing. You just did the High Lonesome 100.
Big smile.
Oh, that's actually Dr. Brianna Rita Pagan.
Oh.
She is the engineering manager at NASA's Goddard Earth Sciences Center, now Data and Information Services Center, an adjunct professor at Loyola Marymount University, board member of Footprints, a nonprofit incubator for climate action with the outdoor industry, I think more popularly known because of Dakota Jones, a runner for Normal. And she studied satellite remote sensing for environmental applications, completing her doctorate in Belgium, where she worked for a startup in Paris before moving back to the US at NASA in 2022. She signed up for her first ultra that same year, and she lives along the Backbone Trail in Santa Monica. That's pretty cool. She's kind of a big deal.
Yeah. That is really impressive.
Oh, and for those dog lovers out there, she has 2 of them, Luna and Roca, also ultra runners, and have joined her for runs for up to 30 miles.
Wow. So those dogs have trained for high-low as well. Good vibes coming out of Raspberry here. I think that's Raspberry. Or yeah.
Let's see. It's 2:20 p.m. So we have hit the cutoff 20 minutes ago at Blank's cabin.
And it looks like on open split time, everybody that went in to blanks made it out of blanks. So no drops at blanks. Nobody missed the cutoff, from what I could see.
So it looks like the amount of runners who have DNF'd or been held back is up to 54 runners. So
54.
about a quarter of those who've started. We'll have to sign up for next year.
Finisher coming in.
She is coming. She looks like she's hurting. I know that feeling. But she's finishing strong
And smiling.
and
smiling.
smiling. Is that bib number?
What an effort.
Good job. Is that Sarah? 110. Oh, Jordan Armstrong.
Great work, Jordan. Buckle in hand.
So Jordan is our 58th finisher. And we've been going for almost 32 and a half hours. And that is our 20th female finisher.
Amazing. I really like the 50-50 split between male and female runners, I think.
I do too. It's pretty solid. I mean, out of the top 58, 20 of them have been women. That's 34%. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, that's great to see.
Another lady finisher coming in is this Cade Anderson. Nice. From North Logan, Utah. Oh, just kidding. That was Jordan. This is Cade from Thornton, Colorado.
Ridgeway. Probably Thornton. Let's go with Thornton.
Someone in the chat knows. She grew up in North Dakota on a farm and ranch. And her high school sport was rodeo. She was a barrel racer.
Wow, that's cool.
She never ran a mile in her life until she moved to Colorado 10 years ago. And she's done Lead Woman. No big deal. Back in 2022. And then this September, she's competing at Ironman World Championships in France.
Okay. Moved to Colorado and things really took off.
I get that.
Yeah. It's just being outdoors. Like it just kind of, the question becomes, what can I do? I love the outdoors. What can I do
What can I do
outdoors?
first?
Yeah. Lead Woman, that's like the mountain bike race, the run,
Two
couple of the
runs,
runs,
50
runs,
mile and
yeah.
100, I think.
Yeah.
I think you have some options. But there's only 6 weeks between the 50 miler and the 100 miler. That's not a big turnaround for
No.
those size ultras. Good job, Cade. Woo.
It's a nice backdrop for a 100-mile finish picture.
Right? What more could you ask for? 14ers in the background, a nice healthy forest. Maybe a little more blue sky.
Sure. All right, here we
110.
go.
That's Dan Regelson from Longmont, Colorado. 38 years young.
He's ran 110 miles before, and his inspiration. Oh,
He's a bean aficionado. That's what he chose to put as his bio.
oh yeah, bean aficionado.
Do you think that's like coffee beans or more legumes?
I don't know.
Kidney beans, black beans.
I don't know. Says his reason for running this race is pure pressure.
I mean, whatever it
happens.
takes to get you from point A to point B.
Yeah, that happens. He was really looking forward to, I think, being in the alpine when the sunrise came. So hopefully he got to experience that.
Oh, you guys see that? 2 dogs at once. They are happy dogs too. Look at them wagging their little tail. Is that the German short hair? And the Bernedoodle, Bernie.
Oh no, that's. I don't think that's them.
What? That definitely is, right?
That's not Joey. I know Joey. He's like dark. But that is a Bernedoodle.
It could be a Bernedoodle named Bernie too. There
Yeah.
could be multiple.
Happy dogs.
Oh, I'm checking on my runner with the inReach, and it looks like he's about to hit those switchbacks right before County Road 290.
Is this Aaron?
Aaron, yep,
Aaron.
making his way. Good job.
Maybe we can keep the dog identification train rolling with these two right here. Two very happy dogs.
Oh, someone in the chat said that Dan likes legumes and coffee beans.
All beans.
Thank
basically.
you, JR.
We were
He probably knew that when he put it in there.
Yeah.
He didn't specify for a reason.
what kind of beans? All
Noted.
beans.
What would you put in your bio?
For tell us about yourself.
Mm-hmm.
This is a hard question for me. I'm not good at these questions, but
You can think about it for a little bit if you need to.
get back to you on that.
Hi, Dora. I remember you from Cocodona. Making funnies in the chat.
That's funny.
What a good dog shot. Oh, I am not live. It's not on the dogs anymore. Just a reminder for the live stream, you can go back and watch the other streams. They're all recorded. You can still like them. You can subscribe to Mountain Outposts. Maybe help us get to 24,000 subscribers. We're at 23.9. Numbers are hard. Give it that little subscribe button. Help us hit that number. Yeah, shout out to David Peterman, 61 years young, who finished about an hour ago.
Yeah, we remember David coming through.
He looked pretty good too. I don't even think he ran to a chair. I think he was just happy.
Yeah.
Solid finish.
Grab the buckle and
In the top quarter of starters, almost. Oh yeah, he was 49th overall.
super impressive.
49 out of 199. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
I hope when I'm 61 I can get, somewhere even close to that.
Still get to gallivant around the mountains.
Yeah, for sure.
From Blanks to Raspberry 2, someone's wondering what the section's like. You're pretty much on the Colorado Trail that whole time.
Yeah, and you go through some ups and downs, but there's no like extremely steep climbs that I can think of. And you go through a really nice, that Aspen Grove, and then LARP, is it LARP Meadow?
I don't
There's
know
like
the
a
meadow
meadow. I
name.
think there's a nice meadow in there.
It's 9.6 miles from one aid to the other, and you're going from 9,800 feet in elevation to 8,900. But it is pretty runnable. There are some good rollers still.
Yeah,
But-
net down with some rollers.
Not too technical.
Shady in there.
Shade is much appreciated at 2:30 p.m. mid-July in Colorado.
I think I know what I'd put in my my bio now. Just
Yeah.
dream to run high-low next year.
But what if your bio's for high-low?
Dream came true.
Dreaming of this moment.
Yeah.
So this course is only 4% of paved roads. That's impressive. I think that 4% is what, crossing 50 and then that little stretch before the finish?
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's hard to do.
Yeah, for sure. 'Cause, yeah, it's the beginning and the end. What else are you seeing there in terms of like the course type description?
3% gravel roads,
Okay.
66% single track, and 27% mining roads, which I'm curious between the difference of gravel and mining roads. I feel like they're kind of similar, but mining roads are probably a lot less developed.
Yeah, would mining road be like the Antero road?
It might be.
And gravel road would, maybe be like kind of like the road we're looking at right there, where it's just like crushed
Yeah.
stone or something.
Still maintained.
Right.
I feel like mining roads aren't maintained. Someone in the chat know the answer to that? Do we have a miner who's listening in? Let us know.
Colleen Mintz, we just saw in the aid station a little bit ago.
So thanks for all of you listening to us for a while. We're going to switch out commentators.
Yep, it's been a pleasure.
So signing off, we got some interviews coming to you shortly, new commentators. Again, my name's Mercedes Siegelgaither.
And I'm Nick Horn, and yeah, it's been great to experience the race from the studio, and yeah, great time.
Thanks for listening.
Ultra running shoes help you stay comfortable and stay out there. With room for your toes, you can run the way you were designed to. Because you get better inside by getting outside. So get out and stay out. Run wild. Run free. With shoes made to actually fit feet, you'll get comfort and performance you have to feel to believe. Stay out there with Ultra.
Every day, I open 7,000 feet for Salida, Colorado. Here, we are about community. Running here is more than putting one foot in front of the other. You run in the footsteps of those before you, next to you, and after you. Running in this small mountain town means being part of something greater than yourself. It isn't just the shoes, it's where the shoes will take you.
Ultra running shoes help you stay comfortable and stay out there. With room for your toes, you can run the way you were designed to. Because you get better inside by getting outside. So get out and stay out. Run wild. Run free. With shoes made to actually fit feet, you'll get comfort and performance you have to feel to believe. Stay out there with Ultra.
Welcome back, everybody. My name's Ryan Smith, co-host here,
And I'm Rachel Meyer.
and we have Chris Hammers here, who had a fantastic race this morning, looking a little reddish in the face, like he was out there giving it his all. So well done, first of all. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Chris, maybe just to give everyone out there a bit of an intro to your background. Seems like you've been running trail races for 10 plus years or something at this point.
Yeah, I guess the first one, I mean, thanks for having me on, guys. The first one would have been back in, I think, 2013. I was doing road marathons, and I had a friend who mentioned a 50-mile race. I was in Illinois, and friend mentioned a 50-mile race in Wisconsin, so I decided to give that a try, and it was, I mean, just the worst thing. It was incredibly hard.
That was how you really felt.
But
Hey, the sport's great.
yeah, and I mean, it turned out that once I moved out to Colorado in 2014, to Fort Collins. I was there for 5 years and just happened to find trails, and went and did Telluride Mountain Run.
Okay.
And San Juan Mountains kind of just
Sucked
stole
you
my
in.
heart. Yeah,
Yeah, but it has that draw, right?
it's easy to do.
And
Yeah.
the Durango base now, right?
Yeah, now I'm Durango. Last 5 years,
Okay.
I convinced my partner that that was a good move for us. So yeah, San Juans are the training grounds, which is hard to beat. I don't really need to race too much to get that fix.
Okay, so
Yeah.
tell us a little bit about why you chose High Lonesome. Like, what pulled you? What kind of drew you to this particular race?
Yeah, so Hard Rock's been the goal for
Yeah,
years.
sure.
I've put in, this will be my 8th year applying. So every year you need a qualifier, and this I typically end up at Run Rabbit Run. Some
Yeah.
years I forget, and then Run Rabbit Run is right there. So, which I love that race.
Yeah.
It's a great community. It's a beautiful course.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty runnable. But High Lonesome, I think I applied 3 years, but my partner and I, we used to, when we were in Fort Collins, we would drive the few hours to Buena Vista almost every weekend for camping, and then
Yeah.
just play around in the range. And so when this race had popped up, what, 6 years ago?
This was the
7
seventh
years
running,
ago.
yeah.
Yeah, I was pretty intrigued right away.
Sure.
The qualifier aspect, and then also just any excuse to come back up here is
Yeah.
always welcome.
Yeah,
Yeah. So, and it's a tough profile. I mean, high
Yeah.
altitude, and just I am shocked at how absolutely stunning the course in its entirety is. It's
And you're one of the we were talking earlier, one of the select few that gets to see the bulk of that in the
Yeah.
daylight.
Yeah.
The perks of being fast, I guess.
for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think it's not a wise tactic, but if you just want to go out and burn yourself up for the first 75 miles to catch as much of it in the daylight as possible, go for it. It's worthwhile.
Sure.
So you waited quite some time, obviously, to get into this race. You've been trying for a little while. Tell us a little bit about your day and your impressions of the race.
Yeah. I just wanted to keep it based on the profile. I knew first 65 is going to be you're going to do your climbing, you're going to do your descending, you're going to be up at altitude. So just manage myself and make sure I'm fueling well, not pushing any climbs too much, not hammering any descents, and have the legs to run the last 35. And we were also graced with perfect weather. I mean, the storms that were supposed to come when we were up on the divide didn't. We got some hail, but I just I kept everything reeled in. We were heading up towards Laws early in the race, and watching the leaders climb in front of us. I was running with Alex at that time.
Okay, sure.
And Mark was 15 seconds in front of us, and I just didn't want to take the lead, so I just started walking a little bit. Like, there's a certain level of pressure that goes into having everybody behind you the whole day. You can start to focus on other things rather than what you need to be doing for yourself. So the plan worked really well. I had a low patch from Tin Cup to Hancock. I think my salt was just off, so corrected that. Got a nice hailstorm up there, and it was kind of a really nice time to get some weather because it just reminded me it was a beautiful section. I was going through a low patch, then started hailing. Just kind of reminds you, like, what are we out here for? You don't want everything to be easy, and you want to experience these mountains in the way that you should. So was that a kind of a tactic of yours before the race to kind of just sit back a little bit and hang in there? Is that a lesson you've learned in other races to kind of not front run it a little bit? Yeah, I think I just find much more enjoyment from that. And if I don't get, obviously we're going to have a certain level of suffering per se when you're out there for 100, but I think it's a much more enjoyable experience to sit back, and if I can't get that type of enjoyment out of the race, then for me personally, I shouldn't be doing it. I want to run well and potentially compete, but at the end of the day, it's about maximizing enjoyment on the day. And to me, like, putting the pressure on myself early just doesn't, I don't enjoy that. Gotcha. So.
And any surprises that came about for you during the day? Any things that were sort of unexpected about your day? Things that undercut your expectations?
Honestly, the most shocking thing is just I look at section by section, and I'm recapping it with my partner and friends and family, and I keep saying, "Oh, and this section was just so beautiful," and like I guess I knew it was going to be, but like the most shocking thing is I didn't think it would be that significant from every section. I guess living in the San Juans, you're kind of familiar with staggering, beautiful landscapes. It's nice to hear you can still kind of be pleasantly surprised. And, I love enamored by new spots. So, but everything, I would say everything that I wanted to happen kind of went to plan. And it was really fun to share some miles with Alex early on, and because it was a tight bunch for a long time in the men's lead pack, right? I'm stoked to see him back out, and he ran an amazing race he had surgery in December, and was still so competitive and ran a really solid time,
Mm-hmm.
and only on like 2 months of running. So
Wow.
Not bad.
really, really big things
impressive.
and cool things to come from him again.
And it
So
was kind of late in the race that you kind of got close to him and then passed him. I
Mhm.
think it was around the Blanks Cabin area, which is mile 85-ish, I believe.
yeah,
Did you exchange some words then? Like, how did that go down when you went past him?
yeah. So he was, him and his pacer were heading up from Charbonneau,
From Charbonneau?
and I came up behind him, and they just topped off, and he said, I think he just said like, go get him,
Yeah.
see you at the finish, and I was like, well, let's see what happens. I
Yeah.
mean, there's still a lot of
Yep.
time left.
Yeah.
Um,
Were you running scared then a little bit because by the end of that, when you crossed the line, there was you put a pretty big gap ahead of him. Was that just fear, or was it just your desire to finish?
it was the desire to finish.
Okay.
I felt pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
I was running pretty strong. My legs just felt really good. I was running almost all the climbs at the end, and I just knew I couldn't. There was no fear, because if he was going to run faster than me on those sections, then
Yep. So be it.
hell yeah,
Yep.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were on the
like,
gas.
yeah, then
Yeah.
we can go toe to toe to the line. Then that would be really cool too.
Yeah. Gets as a double-edged sword, simultaneously what you need and what you don't want.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody wins in the end.
Yeah.
You both have a good kind of strong finish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no, I mean, there wasn't. Yeah, because I've definitely ran scared in races before, and
Yeah.
but no, this wasn't one. I felt really confident with where I was at. I knew I was either significantly overtrained
Yeah.
for the race, or maybe just right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I just, as long as I'm staying healthy, I have no issue with overtraining
Okay.
for myself, because
Wow.
I don't know. The training's my favorite part. So
Yeah.
if I can have the most fun day to day, then if I'm burnt out a bit for the race, then it's okay.
You had a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still like most of your time is spent doing the training. So the race is just an extra perk to go see maybe a new place, or see an old place in a different way, and push yourself in one single day. So
Okay.
Any particularly memorable moments that you think will stay with you, 2, 3, 4 months down the line?
Well, there was the divide section. So like the Tin Cup to Hancock section was amazing. The head wall climb was awesome. And then when you get off the head wall climb, there's like, you run this like kind of like grassy ridge, and there's 3 alpine lakes just like placed right below it. And I just remember like it was getting close to sunset and looking down, and I'm like, this is what it's all
This is
about.
why I'm here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
You can just stay right here.
Yeah. Yep.
So yeah, I mean, memorable sections. There was I feel like I need to address this, because there was a funny exchange that on the live stream at Monarch. I heard that people thought that I was really mad leaving the aid station, and so the aid station captain at Monarch is our friend Bartos. So I was talking to him, and he had the live stream, the phone, but no audio.
Okay.
So we're just chatting, and then when I'm going to leave, I yelled back something like "beers at the finish line," and like made like the drinking motion, and from the phone, everybody thought like he looks really angry, and he's like yelling.
He's riled.
Yelling at Bartos, and like what happened. And so I feel like I need to clear that up. It was just about beer.
Joke.
You're like, all I wanted was a beer.
Okay, good.
So yeah,
Good to know.
all good memories from the day overall, though.
I mean, the primary question is, did you get the beer?
Oh, I got to be right at the
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
heck
Good. Good.
Hey,
Yeah.
what-
So that worked out
I
for
had
you.
it on my mind for
was that 2 a.m. or something? That was
2:16.
Okay.
So
never too late for a beverage.
Yeah.
hands were absolutely.
Pretty cold day, yeah.
But we had a nice little fire.
Yeah.
Caleb set me up with the
The peacock chair.
peacock.
Oh
chair.
yes.
What a treat.
What? Yeah, it's the
What a
best
treat.
chair in
Yeah.
ultra running.
Yes.
Yeah.
Either that or
I
it's
mean,
giving
that's
everyone
good.
bed bugs, one or the other.
Yeah, hey, that's worth it.
Yeah, totally. 100%.
He had mentioned Courtney sat
Yeah.
in it,
Yep.
so obviously.
You were rubbing around there a little bit. Yeah,
everybody needs to
totally.
check-
It's seen some
Yep.
things. It's good luck. Yeah.
Exactly.
So you seem to be, Chris, pretty flexible and varied runner. You mentioned kind of road running background. Seems like you've gravitated to the mountainous kind of stuff. And clearly your finish, you've still got some pretty fast legs on you. What are you looking for in the future? What kind of races, excite you, and might we see you at again?
Yes. So the road running, that I'm happy for that background and like the
Paid off.
I was never like a fast
Yeah.
like 10K or anything. I was never even that quick in the marathon. So
Sure.
I thought that was my outlet for running in Illinois.
Yeah.
And so I thought that I would train for road marathons when I got to Fort Collins, but honestly, I like to spend as little time as possible on the road.
Gotcha.
I don't do speed work really.
Oh, you've heard it here first, kids.
I,
Speed work doesn't pay.
yeah, that's exactly.
Be like
Don't
this.
worry about it. No, I mean, gosh, there would be so many benefits to doing it. When I was weighing my option, I was like, I can either stick with the high volume
Mm-hmm.
and sacrifice the speed work.
Yeah.
Because I was feeling that I could not do both.
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to sacrifice the high volume. I like that
Yeah.
training style.
Yeah.
So
what you like and makes you happy.
Yeah.
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 Obviously, I want to get hard rock.
Hard rock,
That's
yeah.
that's
And
gonna
Western you mentioned as well as on your
I've been
radar.
putting in for
Yeah.
Western.
And you've done UTMB, right? You did a
I
really
have
good race
done
there, 12th, I
UTMB.
think, right?
Yeah. In 2018, which
Okay.
is a beautiful loop.
Yeah. Okay.
But for a handful of years, I've been intrigued by the 200-mile distance. But a lot of them I can't like. We would like to buy a house in Durango at some point. Like the entry fees are they're
Is your down
expensive.
payment.
And then and then you got to get lodging and everything.
Yeah.
But I did have a friend just mention that Tour de France is not as expensive. So
It is true. Some of the European races are a
Yeah.
little cheaper to get in. That is true. Yeah.
So that would
But
be
you still got to fly there and lodging,
Right.
and it's not the cheapest of sports. They
Right.
really like to pretend it is sometimes.
but it's an
yeah.
excuse to go over to Europe. Too.
Yes.
So I that's a race that I've looked at for quite a few
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
But hard rock's still the ultimate like goal. And
Okay. So 100 miles is your distance. You think?
Yeah.
That's your preferred choice.
yeah, you get to run slower.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't 50Ks and 50 milers. There's not as much room for error. Whereas 100
Might have to do
miles-
speed work.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
forget it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think
So-
I saw results going back to 2014. Is that?
Yeah,
Is that
20
kind of when you got into ultra
13
running?
or 14.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. So,
yeah. Barely into it. I think 17 was the
okay.
first year. Signed up for, I believe, Bryce Canyon. That was my first 100.
Mm-hmm.
And then before I even ran that, I signed up for Run Rabbit Run.
Yeah.
So not really sure how that thought worked.
Yeah.
But yeah, High Lonesome actually ended up being my 10th 100 finish.
Oh wow.
Oh, nice.
Congratulations.
I thought it was a really good one to have
Yeah.
as a 10th.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So-
And a good look forward to hard rock.
Yeah.
When,
Yeah,
if
when
you
it
get
comes.
in, or Western, good luck in the
Yeah.
lotteries, I suppose. But otherwise, plenty of good races in Colorado for sure, and it'll be good to see you out in Europe as well if you get
Yeah.
out there.
Someday.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Well, that was men's champion Chris Hammers. What a fantastic race he had on the day.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
No worries. Okay, back to the finishing area. 2:55 p.m. Lapse time 32 hours 56 minutes.
Getting a little quiet out there right now.
A little thin. I can't really take a look at the weather there, but maybe we're in for a little storm or two later on.
It's got to
has
be
been
coming.
It is coming.
Yeah.
For sure. So yeah, I guess let me just introduce myself a bit more. Now we're in a little bit of a break period. Yeah, we'll go from there, I guess. Like I said earlier, my name's Ryan Smith.
I'm Rachel Meyer.
Rachel Meyer here as well. I live in Boulder, Colorado. Been around here, these parts for around 13 years or so. How about yourself?
And I am in back and forth between Salida and Denver.
Oh wow,
Yes.
okay, yeah. The
Yeah.
glorious parts of the state.
They are.
We can't complain.
No, we cannot.
So yeah, we've both, I think, been around the race a little bit of time.
Yes.
I'm a two-time finisher. My wife this morning finished for a 5th time, so we're getting greedy at High Lonesome finishes.
Amazing.
Yeah, we've been involved in the race quite a bit over the years.
Yeah, and very different experience, but I think similar love for the race. I am a 2-time starter, 1-time finisher.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent.
Though we finish in very different times.
Well, as I say, a finish is a finish, and I always think when races obviously are very challenging, they go different directions. The thing you always have to hold on to is really just that finish. Never in my life have I crossed the finishing line in a bad mood or dejected. I'm always ecstatic. It's always a win for me. Cool. High Lonesome's definitely, for me at least, one of the favorite ones.
And Ryan, how did you find the race originally? What sort of brought you to this community?
I got wind of it actually before it kicked off. Someone I think just sent me Caleb's website that he had, and I was like, oh, this looks pretty interesting. I know those areas. Like, who's putting on a race out here? So I kind of got wind of that, and then my friend John Davis, who is a legacy runner now, finishing today for his 7th time.
Amazing.
I paced him that year for a good chunk of the race.
Okay.
And that's kind of how I got sucked in, I guess.
Amazing.
Yeah. And it kind of just drew me in. I love this area. I love the mountains, and I think what the High Lonesome team are putting on here is just really grabbing the great parts of our sport and just embracing it. Community, kind of low key, celebrating everybody, just really focusing on the details, all aspects of how to put on and just a fantastic experience for everyone involved. And that's what I think draws it to me. Sorry, we're getting commands here about our inability to operate a microphone.
We're
Apologies.
trying extremely hard. They're friendly but bossy.
So yeah, I think that's kind of what sucked me. And how about you? How did you get onto this?
I think sort of similar. I was looking for a race in Colorado. I loved the area. And similarly, somebody sent me the website and I thought, wow, a website about a race that is grammatically correct with enough information. And of course, the pictures and the scenery were beautiful. And then one thing led to the other.
Yeah. So what's your running background then, Rachel? Tell us a little bit about that.
My running background is, I would say in some ways, non-traditional. I always say I'm the least likely person to be running 100-milers and to be running ultra marathons. I am a New York City kid by, sort of historically. Well,
Excellent.
There goes the earpiece. With very small ears. And my partner calls me an incrementalist. I just began sort of looking for races that were a little bit longer and a little bit longer.
That's how it gets you.
Yeah, that's how it gets me.
Yep.
And just kept inching my way into the sport.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to ask you, your partner is, obviously you just mentioned her
Yep,
5th time
her
finish
5th time.
today.
Yeah, she's a legacy runner as well
Yes.
in this. So yeah, 5 consecutive finishes for her.
Amazing.
We met through running New York actually as well. So we have a shared
have
connection
that in
to New
common.
York. Shout out to New York runners out there.
Yes.
It's a great running city.
It's
People
a
always
great
are
running
surprised
city.
by that,
Yes.
but it's truly one of the great running cities in the world. So that, I've ran my whole life, 35 years racing, cross country.
Amazing.
And it led to this. So incremental, that's
Yes.
how it gets you.
Yeah, that's how
Sucks
it
you
gets
in
you.
and it won't let you go.
And were you your partner's primary crew person today?
I
How
was,
did you-
yeah.
okay.
So not I wouldn't say primary. We're pretty self-sufficient now. So I was in charge of our daughter, so mostly in charge of feeding and entertaining. As Silke kind of ran through, but so we were following a few people in our running club here, Rocky Mountain Runners. Shout out! We have quite a few people in the race.
Nice.
So we were kind of jumping around, following along as you do. As you. In this race, you kind of it sucks you in. It's a very tight community.
Yes.
You get to know a lot of people. So yeah, just a lot of names and faces are pretty familiar over the years here, which is kind of a great thing about this race. I think. How's that feel?
So if you had to choose between crewing and pacing and running,
Oh,
what are you taking?
Crewing and pacing.
Great. That's how I feel too. Yeah.
Yeah, running's really hard.
Yeah, really hard. That was my one takeaway.
Virgin on
Very
impossible.
difficult, this
Yeah,
sport.
yeah. Kudos to everyone out there finishing, and certainly everyone who's still out there. I'm generally towards the front, I think, sometimes, and I think it's
you are.
I'm lucky because I get to be done earlier, and I think especially in this race when you're out for that second day, one of the challenges of the race here is just the heat.
Yes.
And that second day it comes, and it's a really
It
hard
grinds on
ask
you.
to kind of keep
Yes.
going on that second kind of morning into the evening.
Yes, it is. And it looked like our runners today were having, they had pretty good weather yesterday in a lot of instances, but as the day built up today,
Yeah.
the heat, I think, began to really grind on people.
Yeah, I don't know how it panned out for everybody, but I think the bulk got pretty lucky. We as crew and driving around, we definitely got a sprinkle and some
Yes,
hail
same.
and some bad weather. But I think all in all, it's been pretty good kind of weather this year
Yeah.
for everybody. So
what
I
do we
think
look
this
at?
looks raspberry too. I think.
too.
Yep, we've got the
So-
drone up there.
Looks like we've got
A little
a
hustle and bustle.
runner coming. Oh, no, that's
Maybe a
pacer.
couple I saw there just leading up.
There we go.
Yep.
So this is mile 93-ish.
93. It's about seven
for
and a
the
half, I
race.
think, at the
Yeah,
end.
I think
Yeah.
that's right. So this is really kind of the last push for runners. Once they make it through this aid station, it is just kind of straight on to the finish. They have one more minor climb and one more last.
One more Herculean
Ditch.
effort.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
anyone's familiar with the course, it's a wonderful start and a cruel finish.
Yeah. It's a nice
I don't know how long that road is. I think it's like 100 miles in itself. But
It's disguised as 1 mile, but in fact, it's much longer.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely a tough one here. But I think, this is a pretty pivotal moment, I think, for anyone rolling into Raspberry 2. I think you get, it's the last aid station. They're going to feel relieved at
Yep.
this point for
Yes.
sure. So here we go.
And we've got someone who's actually running. At
Yeah,
this
my
point,
eyesight's not
pretty
good enough to
strong.
see any numbers on the back there.
Yeah.
So we'll wait to see if we get
We've just passed the 33-hour mark.
time is ticking, but they got plenty of time. No stress is here. Hopefully they can kind of just enjoy this last, as
Push
much
to
as
the
you can enjoy
finish.
7.5 miles
Yep.
at the end of 100, I suppose. But
Just a few more gels.
yeah, I know I haven't enjoyed the last 7.5 miles in either of my finishes.
Yes.
So,
Thank you, Caleb and crew, for this course.
yeah. And it's a little sandy and dusty up at the top there on this. So you get a little bit of the Colorado Trail. I think it's about 4 miles, isn't
Yeah, I
it? Before
think
you
that's
drop
right.
down on the road.
Yep.
And then you keep telling yourself it's only a 5K, so it's not too bad. But, the 5K, it does
Drags
kinda
out a little
drags
bit.
out a little bit. doesn't
Meanwhile,
it?
that last ditch of the 5K, you're watching all of the
Yeah.
people at the hot springs enjoy their hot tubs
Yeah,
and relaxation, and you're
absolutely.
grinding out that last mile of the
There we
race.
go. Someone else coming in here now. And you can see the kind of nice trail of the Colorado Trail provides on this end bit. It does seem lovely, when you see it and you run on it for little pieces. But I will say when I've run 20 miles of it,
Yep.
you do get a little tired of the beauty.
Yeah, well, and also even from the drone, it looks almost buffed out and very
Yeah.
smooth, but in a lot of instances, that's just that's sort of inaccurate. It's much rockier, it's much sandier, it's much dustier. You are.
It's a little punchy as
It
well
is
with
a
the
little
climbs,
punchy,
right?
yes. It's the rolling, the infinite rolling of the Colorado
Yeah.
Trail.
And although there's definitely kind of you're in the trees here, but I will say it's a very sunny kind of
Yes.
aspect that
Yep.
you're
Yeah, really
getting
once you
kind
come off of
So who's this? 54 or is that?
54 is looking good, happy.
Wow, you always know you're doing a good job when you're running at the end here,
Yeah.
coming into the
Oh,
chute.
there she goes.
Fantastic!
Amazing.
Congratulations. There definitely looks like some elation there for sure.
Yes.
Fist pump in the air. Good
It
job.
is. This woman deserves a chair and
Get her in
and
that.
a hug.
Get her in that peacock
Yeah,
chair.
Kelly Young. It looks
Young,
like from
good job.
Squamish, British Columbia.
Oh, we got some Canadians in the house.
She
Okay.
looks like the 15th female finisher.
Oh, excellent.
And
Yeah. Great
hugs all
job.
around.
And it looked like I don't know if she had a. Oh,
There's
she
your
did have a
pacer.
pacer.
Yeah, I was having
Okay.
the same question.
She had the glory of running down the chute by herself, I
Yeah.
suppose. But
We've seen actually a number of runners this year, as I'm sure we see most years, who have chosen to go without pacers, which
yeah,
seems like an exciting but also challenging endeavor.
yeah, probably a tricky prospect for most, I would
Yeah.
think. I mean, a big part of I think the American ultra running scene that makes it kind of special in my
Yes.
in my kind of heart is that it's that kind of team effort. Everybody's involved, and I learned by pacing other people in 100 milers, and
Right.
I think it's the best way to kind of get a sense of like what you might be signing up for.
Yep. It's how you
so
sort
you're
of
not getting in
pass
blind.
down your knowledge, your love
Exactly.
of the sport to,
Yeah,
to
yeah.
the people in your community.
Yeah, and you said earlier, like, what do I like, pacing or running? And I think, or crewing and pacing or running these things, and I think you get a lot of it. You get like 80, 90% of the enjoyment out of it by just helping someone else be successful.
Yes.
And I think that's what you're seeing at the finishing line with these hugs. People are really, really stoked to see their friends
Yeah.
and family kind of
Oh,
do these things.
here we
Here we go.
go.
Oh, this is a lively crowd
Hauling
coming
it.
in. Look at this. Wow, what a
Yes.
team. A lot of shouting here.
Perfect exemplification of
Oh, that's a
trail
big
running
smile.
as a team sport.
Okay. And here we come down the chute. Congratulations.
All right.
Woof! Exciting. 33 hours and 6 minutes. I'd say long day and a half out there. Big crowd
That is
as
one
well.
happy group. We've got the glitter cheeks
Wow, yeah.
being hauled off.
They're going to throw her on the shoulders, I think, at some point, carry her off, it seems. Oh, and flowers. Okay, take note, everybody. That's how you greet your runner at the end, I
Yeah.
guess.
Flowers and a scoop up.
Sorry to my wife for not having flowers at the end of the race this morning. So we'll probably start to see people trickle in a little more, I would guess. We're probably starting to get to the meat of where most people are finishing, I would
Yeah,
think,
this feels
around.
like kind of the bulk of finishers coming in the next handful, a couple of
I
hours.
don't know how many we've had total now, but typically the bulk is kind of from here on, kind of back to the final hour or so. We're going to start to see more and more. Certainly when I was there earlier this morning, there was some pretty big gaps between people, and a few folks I talked to mentioned, although there's 200 runners this year, it kind of upticked from
Yes.
historically. I think they started at 75 the first year back.
Yeah.
But even though, big mountain vistas, you're kind of by yourself quite often
Yeah,
in
you
this,
are.
right? So I think it's quite a bit of a challenge in that sense.
And here we go, another runner coming in. Finishing up, we saw her at Foose's this morning.
Oh, nice. 189 or 199? I think that.
Phoebe Erdman from Park City, Utah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Getting a
A
hug
lot of-
and a high five
A
from
lot of
Caleb,
folks
the
from the
race
mountains,
director.
but plenty flatlanders, low elevation
Yep.
livers. There's it kind of brings in everybody. I'm always
Yes,
impressed.
it does.
You really can't underestimate people's ability to kind of tackle something
Yep.
large and challenging like this from
If
all
you
over
want
the
it,
place.
you will get after it.
Yep.
Altitude be
Wow, here we
damned.
go. We're really getting a flood of finishers now.
Finishers.
Okay, she threw her paces off to the side. She wants all the glory in that final shoot, I
She's
guess.
getting it.
Yeah, looks happy to be done, no doubt.
She's headed for that peacock chair.
It's going to be busy. They're going to be
Yeah,
sitting on
it's
top
gonna
of
be
each
very
other in the
busy. You're gonna
peacock
have
chair.
a quick 2 minutes in and out.
Okay, Caleb, we might need 3 or 4 peacock chairs for next year.
Oh,
Great job.
amazing. Those are some happy finishers right there.
And there's the RD, Caleb. There to greet everybody at the end. I've had given him a couple of sweaty hugs over the years. so
Yes. Yeah. I bet he's giving you
Sorry
a
about
couple of
that.
sweaty hugs.
He
Goes
has,
both
yeah,
ways.
he does, yes. He's yet to run it, I believe, though.
That is correct.
think-
His wife, partner, Kelsey,
Mhm.
the operations director, ran it last year for the first time.
She did,
It was
yeah.
also her first 100-miler, if I am remembering correctly.
I think you're right, yeah, absolutely.
But Caleb
So
has
over to
not
you,
run it
Caleb.
himself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll see him
We're
hopefully
waiting for
on the
you
start
here.
line. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's, still in the throng of operations
Yes.
and logistics and, caressing his beloved race as he
Exactly.
should. But it would be nice to see Caleb out there
And we
one
did
of these years.
We did see another High Lonesome family member, I'll say, John Eisen,
Oh,
who
yeah.
is the
Yep. I
comms
drove past him on the
director.
way here, in fact.
Yes,
Yep.
who ran today, had a successful race.
Yep.
Seemed like he was having a great time out there, enjoying
Yeah,
being
this-
on the other side
I
of
think this
the
was, he
counter.
ran San Diego 100, I think,
Yes.
just not too long
Yeah,
ago.
that's right.
So kudos to him for 2 big, tough hundreds
Yeah,
in quick
absolutely.
succession. Yeah.
And this is his second go at High Lonesome.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, and we're going to start to get volunteers, crew, pacers amassing at the start-finish area. I think one of the other things I love about this race is just the after party.
Oh, yeah.
Always a good time. Law's Whiskey usually does cocktails. I may or may not recommend that after running the 100 miles, but
But especially if you haven't run the 100 miles, get down
Get
to the
that-
start-finish area,
get yourself
get
a
that
cocktail.
Lost Whiskey cocktail
absolutely.
while you're waiting for your runner.
Yeah, it's a good place to hang out and see people come in. And I think it's just always great to see the kind of elation on everybody's faces. I love watching finishing lines.
Yeah, it's the best.
Yeah.
fact, as I was driving up here to get to this cabin here, you drive through the hot springs area. So I was watching people in their last mile of the race just sort of dragging themselves, pulling themselves towards the finish line and looking worked but ecstatic.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure to see people succeed.
It is indeed, yeah. I think that's the thing that I get a lot out, why I keep coming back, helping other people pacing is just, like I said earlier, you really get something from it. You just kind of, enriches you. You kind of really benefit from just being part of someone else's experience.
Exactly.
Especially if it's the first time, I think,
It's amazing.
I love seeing that.
Yes.
Love seeing people succeed doing really difficult things like this.
Yes, and this is a tough race no matter who you are, but this is a tough first 100-miler for sure.
Very.
And there are a number of first-time 100-milers who are participating in this event. I saw a number of them today, all of whom said, it's hard. I can't believe I picked this one, but it's so beautiful. I can't get enough. So
Yeah, I think going back to what Chris was saying earlier, you got to find races and things like that that really excite you, because a big part of it's that psychology and that kind of drive and
absolutely.
will. You got to be happy and positive.
Yes, and you have to want it.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. So I get asked that a lot actually, like, oh, what's a good first 100? And it's like, I don't think that really exists.
The one you love.
The one you
The one that
love.
keeps you up at
Exactly.
night.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
what I would say.
Yep.
Just find something that you're really passionate, excited about.
Yep.
And I think that's like 90% of the path to success.
Yes.
And then maybe run a little bit, do a bit of training.
Yeah, it's secondary, but yes.
That might help.
No
Yeah.
speed work though, according to our...
No speed work. You heard
Yes,
it here. Chris
you heard it here
Evans.
first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We will. We can't condone any advice we issue here.
I
but,
know, that's
you
true.
know,
Accurate, except for the whiskey.
except for the whiskey.
We're pro.
Yeah. Drink Law's whiskey. It's fantastic.
Yes, exactly.
So it looks like we got a bit of a quiet spot here. Once we get the nod, we're gonna be doing an interview with the women's champion.
Who's looking very fresh here at the studio.
Waiting to cut over.
Relaxed,
There we
chill,
go.
happy to be on the
Just
couch.
hanging out.
Yeah. How are you feeling, McHenry?
Whew, I'm feeling great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
You look
okay,
awesome.
You do look
Thank you.
fantastic.
I know.
Yeah, I have to say.
I need
I'm
a
going to
nap.
say
Fresh.
she looks a little better than the men's champ. I'm just going to come out
Sorry,
and say
Chris.
it. Yes, totally. So tell us about your day. Tell us how you're feeling, how things went for you.
Yeah. I'm feeling great. This was like a phenomenal day, like
Yeah.
just a miraculous one. It seems like in a lot of ways, just from the beginning, I feel like everything agreed. Like body felt good,
Wow.
GI stuff felt good. Like like one little blister, and that's about it. So
Nice
it just
work.
was like really like steady day all day.
Amazing.
Yeah, I think I
Yeah.
saw you a couple of times, certainly at Cottonwood, maybe at Hancock, and
Yep.
yeah, you looked very positive and happy the whole time.
You know,
Is that a good kind of like representation of the whole time? Were you that happy the whole way through?
You know, no.
Not always.
But for the most part, I had a race a couple of years ago where I had like a major pity party for myself. and
We've
it
all
was
been
such
there.
A valuable lesson
Yeah.
of like how not
Not to
useful
do it.
It
Yeah.
is. So yeah, I
Totally.
just like tried to stay in it, stay
Yeah.
present, and had great crew and pacers that were super helpful in that regard. So
So it seems I was ultra sign up stalking you. Looks like you've got some results going back to 2013. So you've been kind of doing trail running, long distance stuff for quite a while.
yeah.
Tell us a little bit about the background. How did you get into it? What's your kind of current view of it? What excites you about kind of trail running?
Totally. So got into it via like road running, and then
Okay.
we lived in Seattle and did
Okay.
like one trail race, and after that I was like, bye.
Peace out, running,
Done with
road
the
running.
roads. And then
Okay.
I feel like it was this natural progression of like, well, you do a 50K. I'm like, well, you've done a 50K
Yeah,
now. Do the 50 miler.
Yeah.
And then when
You
we
can
moved-
go backwards in distance. It is
Yes.
possible. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
So they tell
You know
me.
this.
So they
Yeah.
tell me.
Yeah.
And then just really got into it, especially in the last like 5 years. Decided to try
Okay.
to take it much more competitively and kind of
Yeah.
see what I could do if I really like put the energy and effort into it. And it's
So
been,
this
like, a
your second 100?
second 100.
Looks
yeah.
like you did Javelin 100.
Yes,
Was
last
it this last
October.
October?
Okay,
Okay,
yep.
you did pretty well at that one.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
I tore my calf at like mile 65, so it was
Ooh.
a pretty painful finish. But
Okay.
it was such a cool race too. And I
Yeah.
mean, these couldn't be any different. But
Totally.
it's still such a good time.
Well,
Okay.
and what drew you from that race to this race? I mean, you just said these races are so different.
Yeah. I have always loved the mountains. I used to be a backpacking guide like way back
Okay.
in the day in
Yep.
Steamboat, and have just loved the mountains in the high alpine. And Javelina, I was just curious, like what I could do from a like racing perspective. Just flat almost feels more like that road vibe in some ways.
Yeah.
And then after that, really liked the 100-mile distance, which I was kind of hoping I like wouldn't, because like, oh, I can check it off and then be done. But I'm like, shoot,
Dang it, I'm good at this.
I'm gonna have to grind this out.
Totally.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Totally. So yeah, and then got into the lottery this year and knew I had to.
You
had
got to
take
you got to
it.
take it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I heard
absolutely.
amazing things
Yes.
about it, and it did not. I mean, that this course is phenomenal. Just the views alone, I was like, oh my gosh, I could just like sit here and DNF and just like look at the mountains, like so pretty.
But instead, you took a very large bite out of the women's course record.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of people wondering sort of what that felt like for you,
Yeah.
how you put your attention towards that, if you knew it was happening, at what point you knew it was happening, and how you kind of, kept your focus on it.
Yeah, it was not on my. I really like a
Wow.
great day was going to be 25 hours.
Oh my
for
goodness.
Me. Like I had
Wow,
no
okay.
idea that I was
Yeah.
capable of that.
Okay.
And then when I got into Cottonwood,
Yeah.
my crew was like, "You have 8 minutes on the course record." And I'm like,
Wow.
Annie Hughes, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's no
You're
way.
like, which course record?
And
Yeah.
she had a good day that day. I was
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
and she ran an
did.
excellent race to
Yeah.
finish there. Yeah.
And then at a Monarch, my pacer said we were like 40 minutes up on it, and I just still kept like, that just can't be possible.
Yeah.
And then in the last couple of miles looked, I was like, I was like, maybe I'll dip under 23. I was like, oh my gosh, we're like
Significantly.
closer to 22. Like,
So was that on your
yes.
mind throughout, or did you kind of tune out and just focus on getting the job
Yeah.
done, and not making any mistakes?
I would say I try to be a super smart racer, like just like eat every 30 minutes, like
Okay.
just stay present, run
Yep.
my own race. And
Yeah.
Laura was just charging
Yeah.
the whole time. And I was
Yes.
like, don't run scared, just stay running smart.
How did you manage that fear though? Because you were really tight for
Yeah.
most of the race.
Yeah.
Were
I
you
didn't
were you
like it.
aware of that? Did you know what the gap was? I presume you did.
I did at Cottonwood because
Okay.
I saw her and
Yeah.
I looked
Of
when I
course.
left
Yeah, I'm back.
Cottonwood.
Yep.
I was like, okay, she's got like 6-7 minutes.
Yeah.
And then she kept gaining and gaining. And when we left Blanks, we heard her come in. And then once we kind of got out of the climb out of there, my pacer was like, I'm going to need you to run as much as you possibly can. And I was like, okay, I know the
Not what you want to hear.
yeah. So just kind of like heads down and
Yeah.
cranked it out. And it's like, if I can get to Raspberry and hold her off till there,
Yeah.
like I knew that I could, once we got on the roads, would have like hopefully the speed to hang on until the end. So just same thing, like kind of drop the
And it
head.
was
Yeah.
I wrote this down, but you were I think within 4 minutes of each other at
At
blank.
Blanks.
Yes, you were
Yeah.
close.
Yeah, I
He
mean,
was there.
Yeah.
very tense.
Yes,
Yes.
totally.
And were
that's
you
when
aware of that then? You knew it was still close at that point?
I could hear her.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
we heard
Wow.
the cheer basically.
Yes.
And we were like, she's got to be right
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
But I know I don't do well running scared. So
Yeah.
I was like, just stay
Just-
present,
okay.
run your
Yep.
race.
Yeah.
Like if she passes you, then you get a chase,
Yeah.
and or like maybe she just
Yeah.
has more in the tank, and we'll see.
I mean,
what
it seems
happens.
like you must have closed really hard in that last section. I mean,
Yeah.
just based on the differential at the end, I presume she probably had a strong finish too. But to run the time you did, that must have been a fantastic kind of full on running for the
Yes, yeah.
majority.
The last like 3 miles down to Raspberry, I
Yeah.
just kind of, it was pretty smooth.
Yeah,
Like, no,
cruisy.
not too many
Yep.
rocks again.
Yeah.
So just kind of tried to open up there. And then same thing, once we got to the top of the climb out of Raspberry, was just like, okay, let's go time and hit the road. And
Yeah.
was like, all right, let's just see.
You did not get that relaxing, take it all in.
No,
finish.
there was
you
not.
didn't.
I was
No,
like,
yeah.
we're going to cross the finish line and then we'll take it in.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
amazing. And what is that, when you're sort of trying to sort of stay on the gas, grind it out, what is that mental narrative like for you? What is the sort of, what are you saying to yourself? How do you keep yourself focused and on your game?
Yeah. I really try just to like be present. I was saying to like my crew, like there's sometimes like I can't wait to like go to bed, or like I'm really tired. And I'm like, no, just stay present. Like
Yeah.
just this is the task at hand. And
Yeah.
so I feel like just trying to focus on that, focus on my breathing a lot. I feel like I have like a handful of like little mantras like I use like
Okay.
throughout the day. And but yeah, I think that might be one of the things I've like cultivated over time, is just that ability to like stay in
Yep.
it. I do a lot of like winter treadmill running, so I feel like that like gives you the
Similar
ability to,
kind of,
like,
yeah.
be
Is
in
that out of
grind
necessity?
mode.
You live near Steamboat, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So it's, unless you want to run on ice, which I don't at
Yeah.
5 a.m. So
Yeah.
So a lot of treadmill miles.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And a little bit of mental exercise on the cost of how to do it. Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. And you mentioned your crew. Who's out here with you today? How was that support system? How are your pacers?
Yeah.
What's your network like?
Yeah, great community of folks. So my husband's crew chief. shout out to him. He's fabulous. Coordinating everything. My
Yeah.
dad, like 2 days ago, texted me. He was like, "I'm coming." I was like, "Great." So he was here.
Awesome.
And then had my in-laws were here, and then 3 pacers. One
Amazing.
friend that lives locally, and then a couple other folks from Steamboat.
Nice.
And so most of them are folks that I've like run with before, have like lots of relationships with, and yeah, they were all phenomenal. Everyone like played a different part, from just like either being really chatty, or my second pacer was like, "You're just not letting off the gas," and it was a lot of like quiet and just like
Yeah.
every
Yep.
couple minutes, like, "You look good, keep going,
Do more.
Yep, yeah,
Yeah.
do more of that.
Yeah, it's
So-
always tough to figure out
Yeah.
when with a pacer and a runner. Like, is it talking you're looking for? Or is it quiet? Did you kind of oscillate
Totally.
between those two? Or what do you typically prefer?
I did. My first pacer is like super chatty, and so we had like lots of conversation. And then like when I started getting kind of later on, I was like, "There's not much talking that's going to be happening."
Yeah.
And so we kind of went into more just like, we're here together
Yep.
and silent mode. And
Nice.
then my friend who paced me the last like 7.5, we haven't seen each other in a while, so she was chatty at first. Then I was like, we're gonna have to catch up later, because like, I got
You can talk at
I
got a
me
race to
about it.
win.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
exactly. And yeah, so it was a good dynamic all around. I feel like pacers, to me, it's just a matter of like having people that you trust, they're gonna push you,
Yep.
that like you can forgive them later for like telling you to do stuff you don't want to do.
Yep.
and-
Yeah, exactly. You
Yeah.
can say the things that you might not say in other circumstances.
Totally,
Yeah.
totally. And they
Amazing.
can see you at your worst, and that they're like in your corner and
Yeah.
supporting you in that way.
Totally.
And are you familiar with this area? Were these trails kind of things you run on before? Or was this all new? Were you seeing it for the
All
first time?
new.
Wow.
I've done
okay.
a lot of
Wow.
boating down here, but
Okay,
never like
running.
I've never done any of the, I think I've done like Elbert and Massive. That's
Okay.
pretty much it. And
Yeah.
years ago. So all of
Yeah.
it was new. I mean, we got up to the top today, that first climb, and I was like, "Oh my, like, how have I not been
Yeah,
up
it's
here?"
beautiful.
Awesome
Yeah, it's
here.
incredible.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
So
amazing.
yeah, it was, everything was new and just like, so, which I think is really fun. I know a lot of people like to like run courses
Yeah,
before,
sure.
but my preference is typically not to.
To
I
be
like
surprised.
when the novelty's there.
Totally.
and-
So
yeah,
what
you-
surprised you most about the course? Like, was there anything that would surprise you that it was more like harder than you thought, like the Colorado Trail at the end or the mountain stuff at the
Yeah.
beginning?
The whole like runnable at the end is like
Runnable.
debatable. Part
Yeah,
of it felt really
yeah.
runnable. Nothing felt. I do think some of the downhills were steeper than I thought they were, and I
Yeah.
like
That
just those
Antero descent,
downhill-
eh?
Yes, on
It's
those
Yeah.
roads.
so
with those,
rocky,
like,
so talcy.
and I
Yeah.
was like, just take it easy, like
Yeah.
just take it easy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the run down Purgatory was like a delight, because it's like they've smoothed that road
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
nice. So that was actually really good. Both me and my pacer were like, "Oh, this is incredible. It's
Yeah.
so smooth."
Yeah.
So,
Totally.
yeah.
Nice.
And thinking ahead to 2025, if you were going to give advice to somebody who was, you in contention for a podium spot,
Yeah.
thinking about this particular race, what would you say to them, either about the race itself, about training? How would you kind of advise and encourage them?
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that my training held up. I did quad rock in May,
Yeah.
and I think that was like such
Yeah.
a good training stimulus.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yep.
It wrecked me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that like
It's a
really,
surprise one, isn't
It
it?
is
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah.
I couldn't. I think I was more sore after that than I feel
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
Like, so
I think it's used a lot by a lot of Colorado folks as a
Yep.
kind of season opener.
Totally.
Test the
Yeah.
metal, see where you stand.
Totally.
You know, how good your training been.
for sure.
And how was it?
My training was kind of not. I didn't do a lot of vert in the winter.
Okay.
It's just so hard.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
I was severely under vert
Yeah.
trained. I was going a lot slower on the downhill than the
Gotcha.
uphill towards
Yep.
the end.
Yeah.
But I think it was great. So definitely I would say do like a big quad something, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
early in May.
Yeah. And you've done Never Summer a couple of times as well in the NAR series,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
And that is a phenomenal race.
Yeah.
I mean, I love them, and such
Yeah.
a good
Yeah. It's a
organization too.
Great
and-
team.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think that, and then really, I didn't hear what you all were saying, no speed work. I disagree
guessed.
wholeheartedly.
So do I, by the way.
But I think just being able to like turn it on at the end,
Yeah.
which was really
Yeah.
my goal,
Yeah.
was like, if I can have some speed at the end,
Yeah.
then I like have the ability to like do
Yeah.
well. And I
Yep.
think this is a unique race in that way, that like
Mhm.
if you can run, you actually can like
There's
make up a
terrain
lot
to
of
run.
distance at
Yeah.
the end.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Things
I mean-
changed radically right at the end,
Yeah.
as they did in both the men's and women's this year, right? I think we saw a flip at mile 85 in both the men's and women's race.
Yeah, dang.
So
dang.
it was pretty close. So it got close. I think it didn't flip, but it got within 4 minutes.
Yeah,
You know,
totally.
mile 85. And we're seeing this in, Western just a few weeks ago.
sure.
Things are getting pretty tight and
Yep.
you know, spicy at the end of these races now.
My pacer at the end, she was like, "Did you watch the end of States?" And I was like, "Yeah, with Hayden Hawks." I was like, "That's not happening. Like that's not. We are going. We are not doing a sprint finish."
Yeah. So you got to keep moving if you
Yes,
don't want that sprint
totally.
finish. Yes.
And then the sprint finish here is up a giant hill,
right,
which would be
exactly.
very
Yeah, she was like, "Do
suboptimal,
you
yeah.
think you can run this?" And I was like, "No, I'm
No.
good."
Yeah. You're like, I'll take what I get. Yeah,
Totally.
totally. Amazing.
Yeah.
Awesome. And what are your plans for the next couple of days? How are you looking ahead to recovery?
Yeah, lots of just sitting and resting. So I'll
Yes.
take at least like a full week of just hanging out
Yeah.
and relaxing, and then kind of see how the body's feeling. But I'm really already pretty pleased at like not
Yeah.
feeling
Amazing.
awful, which
Yeah.
is amazing.
Yes, and I will say you do not look like you feel awful, which is wonderful.
You know that you gotta
Yeah.
make it if nothing.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
fake it
the
till you make
station,
it,
like,
totally.
you
That
so you
is-
come in looking
it
great.
is a
You're
strategy.
not.
Exactly.
So you seem to be very good at running 100 miles. What's the next kind of year or two look like? Have you got anything else like
Yeah.
on the radar?
I'm not signed up for anything yet, so we'll see. I wanted to get through after Javelina and like got hurt on that. I was like, I'll just like sign up for this, get through it, and kind of
Yeah.
see. But I like was pretty impressed with what I did, so now I'm like, okay, let's
Looking around.
see what's
Let's see what else
possible.
is out
So
there. Yeah.
yeah, we'll see.
Absolutely. Well, we're excited to see what you choose and where you
Thank
head
you.
next. 'Cause clearly, there are big things in store
Yeah.
for you.
Oh, thank
Yeah, it was
you.
a pleasure watching you out there. What an amazingly well executed race,
Yes.
I will say. Yeah,
Thank
truly
you.
a pleasure.
It was a great one.
Absolutely.
Great.
Anything else that you want to add about your day, about your experience, anything that we didn't ask you?
Just a shout out. I mean, we were saying on the drive over, this is one of the best organized races I've ever been a part of. And like just the small details and every volunteer and every aid station was just incredible. So just a genuine shout out to everyone who put it on, because it's like phenomenal from start to finish. And you can feel it when you're out there. So
Amazing.
That was awesome.
Yeah. No, it's a great
Excellent.
crew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Nice.
thanks for joining us in the
Yes, thanks for
studio.
having me.
This was your women's champion, McKendry Hickory,
Awesome.
who had a stellar day out there, it seems.
We did.
Yeah.
Looking remarkably fresh. So,
Yes.
Cool. Well, thanks
Okay.
for having me.
Congrats, McKendry.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot.
absolutely.
okay, back over to the finishing line here. Hopefully, we missed a few folks rolling in there, so apologies to anyone as we're doing these finishing line interviews, but we've still got a good chunk of change out there in terms of race time, so we're rolling on.
Looks
Weather's
pretty
cooperating, I
I was
think.
thinking the same thing. It looks pretty sunny, although you can sort of see some clouds building over those peaks. So
Yep. Well,
let's
if I was a
assume-
betting man, I would say right around the
4
award
p.m.
ceremony,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
4 p.m. sometimes, that's true, and the award ceremony.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. We usually get some kind of tornado rolling through.
That's right.
I've tried to hold down one of those canopies one or 2 years. It's
I
quite
think we
challenging.
actually had it. There was a legitimate tornado in 2021,
think
wasn't there?
so,
There was
yeah.
some
It felt like it.
completely insane.
It felt like
Yeah.
it. Here we are, Raspberry 2 again. Look at the stunning kind of drone footage.
Don't see any runners, but we see a lot of trees.
Yep, a beautiful single track cruiser trail. But as McKendry was saying, seems like it should be nice and fast and cruisy, and it probably is if it were you out for a 7-mile run.
Right, but it turns out at mile 93, a little more of a grind. Looks like there's
Yes.
a lot of cars still parked at Raspberry, people out there supporting their runners. Looks like the medical director hat.
And we're probably about to get pretty busy at Raspberry 2, I
Yeah,
think,
they
now.
are.
Starting to be in the thick of it. A lot of people will be rolling in maybe in the next hour or two. They're going to have their work cut out for them.
33 and 29 minutes, so we're about halfway through that 33-hour mark.
Are we good to go?
Good to go.
Okay. Okay, we're going to jump to back into the studio here. We have our M3 men's finisher here. I'm going to get the name right. Elon Lieber.
You got it.
Perfect. Okay. Well, Elon, I don't think we've met before. Let's maybe just kick off. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Looking at Ultra Sign Up as I like to stalk people, your results go back a long way. 2011, I want to say, something like that.
Yeah, I've been running ultras for at least a decade now, it feels
Wow.
like. And
Amazing.
I'm originally from the Midwest.
Okay.
And so grew up playing ball sports, and running was training. Never really thought of it as
Ah,
a
the
sport.
punishment.
Yes. And I moved out to Los Angeles for graduate school
Excellent.
Nice.
and met a great group of people that kind of just started taking me out in the mountains. And one thing led to another, and I ran Angeles Crest in 2013, I think. now.
Wow.
I
Okay.
know.
And this is your 13th 100.
And this
is
is
that
my
right?
13th.
Wowzers.
Yeah.
Nice.
So been doing
Okay.
about one a year, and
You're an addict at this point.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I'm an addict to one a year. How about that?
That seems
Committed
healthy.
to the cause in a very
Yes.
specific way. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did get into it at the time where I feel like hundreds were the only real ultra distance.
Okay.
I've evolved since then and
Yes.
come in and joined other distances, but yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I still really love the 100.
Amazing.
And look-
And
Sorry,
go ahead.
I was going to say, looks like you had a great result at Cascade Crest. Was it a year or two ago? 3rd place.
Yeah.
So that seems like maybe one of your better performances in the last kind of decade. Is that right? What else have I
Yeah.
overlooked there?
Yeah.
I was just focusing on the hundreds, obviously.
Yeah, I've definitely had some fun hundreds. I ran Oregon Cascades a couple years ago, and
Okay.
I think second under 20 hours
Excellent.
there,
Wow.
which was
Nice.
pretty fun. And yeah, hundreds has definitely been my favorite distance. I would say my maybe best 100K was Miwok. I'm a local
Okay.
to the Bay Area.
Oh, excellent.
Ran
Okay.
about 9
a
hours there.
classic.
And yeah, chased Debo for a while.
Oh,
which was
I've been in
fun.
that boat. Yeah, it's a painful experience.
Yeah. But yeah, some great ones the last couple of years for sure. I think I was within 15 seconds of my Cascade Crest time for this race.
No way.
Which was pretty
Amazing.
funny. I was
So
looking at
close.
that
Okay, I'm
this
going to come
morning.
back to
Yeah.
that to get your
Yes.
thoughts on that. But I heard that you had spent a bit of time out here training on this course, right?
Yeah,
Leading up to
yeah.
this. Do you think that was that helped a lot in
Definitely.
your day?
Yeah, I mean, living in San Francisco, we're at sea level, and
Yep.
Yeah.
we have great trail running,
Yeah.
not quite great mountain running.
Yep.
Sure.
And so when I did get in, I work for a company that has like awesome work-life balance, and we are in office, but we also do like a summer work remote program.
Oh, wow.
Oh, great.
So I got the blessing to come out here for 6 weeks. My wife is actually in Europe for 3 months,
Oh, wow.
celebrating like a post-grad school
Nice.
finish.
Wow.
And so I,
Both having big
Heavenly
summers.
summer.
yeah,
Yeah.
Wow.
so our first kind of independent
Okay.
adventures, and brought both my dogs, and
Yeah.
mentioned to a couple friends that I was coming out, and
So where
really
are you
worked
staying?
out.
Just locally here?
Yeah, we had a Airbnb like 10 minutes outside of BV.
Oh,
and
wow.
Nice.
Tagged a bunch of 14ers.
Mhm.
I ran pretty much every step of the course, which was really
Wow.
awesome.
Okay.
So I
Love
really
do
got to
that.
see like
Yeah.
the whole thing, and
Yeah.
I think contrary to the woman that just spoke, I love being able to see the course
Yeah.
in training,
Yeah, for
because
sure.
both from the benefit of knowing it, but also like when you're racing, you're in such a mode
Yep.
Mhm.
versus just
Yeah, you don't
appreciating
see it
it. And
sometimes.
it just got me so stoked to do the race
Yeah.
because it's an
Nice.
incredible loop or incredible lollipop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is that typical for you? Are you often able to sort of, cover the bulk of a distance on runs that you just later race or courses that you later race?
Yeah, I'd say for the most part, if I can. Like
Yeah.
Cascade Crest last year, I wasn't able to,
Mhm.
but more often than not, if I can, I'll go and check it out and explore. And I think it also makes you a little more connected to the area.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And have you gotten a chance to kind of explore other parts of this area beyond just the course? You mentioned a couple 14ers.
Yeah, we
Nice.
did Antero, Albert,
Nice.
Yale.
wow.
Amazing.
Yeah, so a lot
Nolan's
of fun
14
ones.
might be in your
Yeah,
future.
really.
Take it
I don't
easy.
know. I don't know.
No pressure.
Uh,
So what drew you to this race, to this course in particular? What
yeah,
caused you to put your name into the lottery?
my crew chief Tony.
Shout out
out
Tony.
Tony, yeah.
He was out here last year, and I'd heard about High Lonesome, and
Yeah.
I think the gender equity of it was
Yep.
kind of the first thing that I was like, wow, that's a really cool race.
Yep.
Yep.
And then I looked at the race and I saw videos about it. I was like, that's an amazing
Yeah.
loop.
Yes.
Yeah.
That just one thing after another, I was like, why I
Ticks all
should
the boxes.
absolutely do that. Yeah.
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 And
Yeah.
So this is your first time applying and you got in?
second,
Second time. Okay,
yeah. So I'd heard about it, but then he got me really stoked, and maybe that got me in. Although it was the one lottery that I did not track if I got in.
Oh,
Funny.
And
there
I
you
got
go. Don't watch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got a fun text the night of from a local here that lives
Yeah.
here, David, who also did the race and finished and had a great day. And he's like, "Congrats!" And I was like, "I don't even know what for, but thank you."
I accept your congratulations. Yeah.
And then I found out, I was like, "Oh wow, this is gonna be a great summer."
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice. And how did the race and the course sort of live up to, exceed, just differentiate from your expectations?
It definitely lived up and more.
Nice.
I mean, I think for me, I had broken out the race into kind of three. Like that first 37 is so much vert.
Yes.
You know, up and down,
Yeah.
nonstop, hit
Yeah.
tagging and tarot, back and
Yeah.
forth.
So that's
on
the San
cottonwood.
Elmo 2,
Yeah.
right?
Yep,
The first
correct,
37.
yeah.
Yep.
And after kind of doing it in training, I was like, you could really blow up here pretty
Yeah.
intensely.
Yeah.
And so really tried to run that under control. And then I don't know how else to describe that middle 40 from like Elmo 2 to Monarch as anything but epic.
Yep.
It's just so out there and
Yeah.
beautiful,
Yes.
and those
Yeah.
ridge
Remote.
lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels so remote.
Yeah. And so I kind of took it in like those thirds, and like from Monarch, if you have legs from Monarch to the finish,
Yeah.
you can really move. And
Yep.
I had legs for some of it, and had
Not some.
did
So
not have
mixed
legs
bag.
for some,
You
but
used up those legs for some of
yes,
it.
I
Yep.
definitely finished with nothing in the tank, which is
Good.
always a
Yeah.
good feeling.
Yeah.
So I think I saw you earlier at Cottonwood. There was obviously a pretty good chunk of, in the men's field
Yeah.
there. It was kind of a little fluid. The
Yeah.
gaps were tight. I think I want to say you were kind of fourth,
Yeah.
fifth-ish for a lot of the earlier part of the race.
Yeah, yeah,
So, yeah. How did that kind of evolve? When did you jump into that third place? It was late in the race, right?
yeah. We basically were all kind of together roughly up
Yeah.
in Taro, and I think feeling pretty like within range of one another.
Yeah.
And then again, I kind of felt like that first 37, like I didn't want to push too much on the downs, and I prefer to chase than be chased.
Yeah.
And so, I wouldn't say I let them go, but I just was like, I was comfortable sitting back. And when I saw, I think the first three gentlemen leaving Cottonwood, it was only like 5 minutes from me. I felt like that was right where I want to be. It was
Yeah.
on my splits. And then Mark, who was, I think, who I caught to
Yeah.
move into third, he was 10 minutes in front of me for like 40 plus miles.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah.
Wow.
peak, I would
Yep.
see him up there and I'd be happy. I'm like, okay, I gotta be
Just
gaining.
not making
Yeah.
anything.
And I was not. And so
How did you
it-
stay positive in that? That's a really tough thing when
Yeah.
you feel like you're doing you're pushing, you're
Yeah.
performing well, and
Yeah.
you're just not making a dent on that.
it was tough. I think, especially going down Monarch,
Mm-hmm.
I was starting to push there, and I was like, I got to catch him here because
Yeah.
I have
Yep.
legs, and like if I don't catch him here, the CT section is so rolling
Yeah.
that I didn't catch him. They told me he was still 8 minutes up,
Yeah.
and then I just kind of lit the fire, and I reeled him
Just
back by 80, and so
So
But-
again, it was around blanks. There
Yep.
was
Yes,
a flip.
a little
right?
bit-
I think
a
there's
little
the
bit
theme
before
of the
blanks.
race
Yes,
in the
it
men's and women's
Yeah.
blanks.
And we're really seeing it sort of across races.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could
Yeah.
have thought it would be such a pivotal moment in the
Yeah.
race in
Yep.
Mile 85.
yeah, it definitely felt like. And then from 85 in, I was like, ooh, my legs are feeling what this push I just did.
Yeah.
So
I used some of my capital.
yes, I had to hold on and not get caught by Jeff because I
Yeah.
'cause
He
everybody
had a
knows
charge,
Jeff.
it looks
Yeah.
like, right? I think he made maybe
Apparently, he
30
made
minutes or
up.
something.
Yeah,
yeah.
I was 20 minutes ahead of him at the last aid station. He
Yep.
finished within like 3 or 4 minutes
Yeah.
of me.
So he was
So
closing.
He
So you
was
had no
closing
idea?
Hard. I never saw the light.
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yep.
happy I didn't. I
Yeah.
enjoyed it a little
That
bit
might
more
have
than
been
I probably
stressful.
should have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. So, so 13 100s down. Are you going to stop anytime soon, or are you just going to ride
Ooh.
this out forever?
Maybe not forever. I would love to keep doing it. I mean, I
Yeah.
think my wife and I do want to start a family, and I think there may be more time away. But I mean, I think the coolest part of hundreds is you can have crew, you can pace. There's so
Yeah,
many other
You
ways
can
to be
participate.
involved
Yeah.
that even if I take a break for a few years or move into a different phase of it,
hmm
I'm still going to be around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you mentioned you're kind of looking back at some kind of shorter stuff now. You're
Yeah.
not so snobby about that 100-mile distance,
Yeah,
right?
I still think it's the best. Although all my
Okay.
fast friends are like, you don't have to run 100 miles. There are other distances, but I'm
Yeah.
trying to at least get them to do it because I will say there's nothing like that
Yeah.
feeling
Yes.
of
Yeah.
finishing 100.
Everyone remembers that first
Yeah.
time, and
Oh, yeah.
everyone after that's
Yeah.
still so special,
Yeah.
right?
And no matter how fit you
Yeah.
are or anything that goes into it, there's a level of uncertainty that
Yes.
you
Yeah.
experience in it.
A lot
that
of variables.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that I really recommend to like a lot of runners. We love control.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so if I train exactly like this and I
Yeah.
eat exactly like that, and I
It's
think
just not how it works.
yeah,
Nope.
I've learned a lot from hundreds of like it's not given,
What do you think your biggest kind of lessons learned over these 1300s are? Like, is it nutrition? Is it race tactics?
Ooh.
Is it mental attitude? Like, what is it? Why are you
And
so
how does it trickle
successful?
into the rest of your life?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I would say on the other side of trickling, it definitely keeps me humble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the fact that you can. I've done 13. I've finished 9,
Okay.
and
Yep.
so I
Pretty good
very
odds,
much
yeah.
feel like there's something about like we don't get many chances to fail,
Yes.
Yeah.
and that's a humbling experience. And
Mhm.
like I started 1 for 3, and I just was like, I can't believe I can't do this. Like
Yeah.
I'm 24, I'm invincible.
Yeah.
I can do
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I wasn't, and
Yeah.
I'm still not. But I mean, I think from the racing itself, the other side of it, I would definitely say having great people around you
Yeah.
Mhm.
makes a big difference.
Yeah.
I've recently been a big Ted Lasso fan, and like
Oh.
all my messages to my crew and pacers was like, I believe I can do this. It might be a bit outside of like I wanted to run 20 hours,
Yeah.
Yep.
which is a huge goal, and,
It's
and
a
maybe
lofty goal. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
outside of like what I've done in the
I mean,
past.
very
but-
few people get under 24
Yeah,
in this race.
totally,
So 20 is
totally.
extremely
Yeah.
impressive. Yeah.
and I just kept telling them like, I believe in it. I want you to believe
Yep.
in it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
they totally did. They were
Yeah.
all in for me. And
Yeah.
it's such an awesome feeling to have
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
That's an incredible experience to have. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And other races, 100 milers or not, that are currently in your sights?
I'm signed up for Run Rabbit.
Okay.
I am traveling a bit between now and then, and I've never been able to do 200s in one summer. So
So a new experience.
yeah, we'll see
Yeah.
if I can make it there. I might not do it, but I am doing canyons, 100K next year.
Nice.
Okay.
So
Wow,
yeah,
okay.
I want to try to continue to just improve the speed. I've done it the last 2 years and had a DNF and then a slower time this year.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yep.
third time's a charm maybe.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I race like 3 or 4 times a year. I
Okay.
feel like for me, like a summer season is
Yeah.
enough of
Busy
balance
enough.
of like
Yep.
I like to have at least a fourth of the year or a third of the year that like I don't only think about running because
Yeah.
it can be all consuming and
Yes.
really
Yeah.
like this 6 weeks was great. I'm unbalanced right now.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
love running, but I'm
It's
ready
a lot
for
of
a break.
mental energy to
Yeah.
put
Yeah.
into a goal,
Yeah.
right? Especially
Yep.
with a big lofty goal that's
Yeah.
scary and
Yeah.
unknown,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Which is great to do, but I think that
Yeah.
you do need that balance.
Yeah.
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 Excellent.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, that was men's M3, Elon Lieber, 21:45. What an impressive time.
Thank
Like
you.
I said, getting under 24 here on the men's side is pretty rare. Not a huge
Not
amount of
many
people
people
hit that,
Can
right?
say they've done it.
No,
Yeah.
so
I appreciate
well
it.
done.
Yeah,
I think that
absolutely.
you had a great race out there, good attitude, and it paid off. So
Thank you both.
Yeah,
Thanks
well
for
done. Thanks for
everything
coming
you
out
guys do.
today.
Congratulations. Thanks for coming up.
Awesome.
Yeah.
cool. Ah, back to a beautiful
Speaking of those
vista. Here we
views,
go.
Looks like we're looking
Chalk cliffs of Mount
north at the
Princeton there.
chalk-
Yeah.
That's right. Looking north, I think.
So this is probably the drone from Raspberry 2, I would guess. Is
It's
it?
gotta
That's the
be.
kind of view you're seeing. You don't
Yeah.
really see that as you're running along so much. Just as you get kind of close to the end of the Colorado Trail,
Oh.
dropping down, you'll see that.
There we go.
So here we
There's
are.
Raspberry 2.
Look at that beautiful piece of trail. Great area to come camping as well. I like to kind of come up here in the summers. We do a lot of running on the Colorado Trail here. Mostly through this race, actually. That's how we came
Yeah.
across this spot.
Yeah. No, it's great.
And you see a lot of people. We were out here July 4th, and I definitely passed a bunch of people. And you just, oh, you're training for High Lonesome.
Yes,
It's
and
kind of amazing the
half
number of
time they
people.
are.
They
Yeah.
are, right?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can't tell if anyone's in the aid
It's a
there.
little hard to see from the drone right
Yeah.
now.
It is hard. Maybe
we're
that's
getting-
somebody coming in there now.
Oh, yeah, there. Sure is. Someone tiny but moving well.
93 miles on the legs. I can smell the bomb.
Or the watermelon.
Or the watermelon, yeah. I think that's been quite popular, judging by the camera from earlier.
It looks quite sunny, quite exposed.
Still
This
hot.
is not going to be a cool finish for these
No.
guys.
Yep. I think Elon mentioned as well earlier, a big attractive quality of this race is just the kind of gender equity. It's a fixed size field for both the men's and the women's, so separate lotteries. You really see that when you're out racing. One of the nice things on the
Yes,
out
you
and
do.
back, any out and back in a race, you get a kind of a sense of it as a racer,
Who's in
and
the field.
it's very apparent from my perspective. On that out and back, whenever I've run it, you really notice just the number of women participants out
Yep.
there, and it's just such a great environment.
Yes.
I would love to see more and more races do this. In my personal opinion, it's obvious all races should do this. It's a
Yep.
no-brainer. The two races happening at the same time, and we really need to be kind of fixing those fields and
To enable
and
the
allocating
competitive.
the same
Yep.
number of spots.
Absolutely.
It's great to see. I want to see good, quality races and give everyone an opportunity to kind of participate. And
Absolutely.
I think that's what you're going to hear in a lot of these interviews. People are drawn to this race through a multitude of factors, that being one of them, but just again the attention to detail in this race. It's a
Yep.
race for runners. Look at the size of the bibs that they've got on, right?
Yep.
Tiny little
Tiny
bibs
little
that don't
bibs,
annoy you.
yep. That's right.
How many times have you put one of those on and it's just, I got this giant paper thing dangling around. So they really focus on everything from just the
Yes,
little
they do.
logistics like that to just how do we want this race to kind of feel to people.
Right.
It's very family friendly.
Yes.
People come back time and time again to this race.
Yeah, High Lonesome has been, and freestone endurance in general has really been at the
Yeah.
forefront, I would say, in terms of establishing policies that reflect their values and
Yeah.
what they hope for the future of the sport.
Yeah, absolutely, and it pays off. This
Yep.
race is very hard to get into.
Yes, it
You
is.
know, as people allude to, it's minimum 2 or 3 times applying. Some people are longer.
Yep.
You know, it's one of those races that the people are looking at far and wide and trying to come in and do.
Absolutely.
And it's growing every year. So okay, so without much ado, we're going to come back to our M2 men's M2 finisher, Alex Nichols. Welcome into the studio, Alex. I'm going to look up your time here because I can't remember it off the top of my head, but very impressive. Wow, 21:06. Stellar performance. And I heard you had surgery in December. Is that true?
Yeah, this is kind of the first race back.
Wow. Very impressive.
Yeah, I had an Achilles thing that was bothering me for a number of years, really.
Yeah.
And felt like something I just really needed to get taken care of finally. And then this was a race that was kind of always on my radar.
Yeah.
And then it all just kind of happened.
So
and
you think you were able to kind of get back to where you wanted to be, or was it a bit of a rush in that time period? Because it sounds quite tight. with the
yeah,
Achilles
yeah, it was
surgery.
definitely
Yeah.
a little bit of a rush.
Yeah.
I wasn't really training
Yeah.
until probably early May. So I basically just had 12 weeks of like really dedicated training
Yeah.
for this race.
So did this injury break your Pikes Peak monthly streak?
No, it did not.
Wow.
Actually.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Amazing.
He's hobbling up there with an Achilles injury.
Yeah,
Don't
it
do this at
wasn't-
home, kids.
Maybe not the most advised thing to do, but I had surgery early December. Was
Okay.
able to do Pikes Peak just before that.
Okay.
And then late January, it was about a 9-week turnaround.
So for those that don't know,
Committed to the cause.
Alex has been running up Pikes Peak every month for how long now?
I think it's about 6.5 years.
6.5 years.
Yeah.
Every month up Pikes Peak,
And before
no
we
matter the
really-
weather.
Before we turn away
Yeah.
from Pikes Peak and back
Wow.
to High Lonesome, tell us just a little bit about sort of what drew you to do that, what keeps you on that streak, and why do you find value in it?
Yeah, I mean, the first time I kind of thought about it was a year when it was November and I realized I had not gone up Pikes Peak once that year. And I was like,
Wow.
this is kind of weird. I live right at the base of Pikes Peak. I should be going up there. This is so unique that we have a giant mountain in our backyard.
Yep.
And just living where we are. And so then me and a friend, Brandon Stepanovich, decided we'd try to go for a year, try to make it up every month. Did that. That turned into 2 years and then just kind of spiraled from there. But it's really just about, taking advantage of where I live. And I don't have to go halfway around the world to have like a huge adventure.
Yeah. And you have a long history in this sport, Alex. I think going back to 2009 or something. Did you not pace Tony at Leadville or something one
Yeah,
year
yeah.
back then, right?
Yeah, I think that was
A long time ago.
2007 was like,
Okay,
the
wow.
first year he won Leadville.
Wow,
Yeah,
okay.
we were
And
out
you've
there.
since done, you've run Western States 4 times, has it? You've
Yep.
been second, I think, and podiumed,
Yeah.
top 10 at least 2 other times. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
Yeah,
really
4
im-
times.
Really impressive resume. But would you consider this one of the main, the bigger mountain races that you've done, or what else is up there with your?
Yeah, I mean, I
resume?
was thinking about that. I've never really done a true mountain 100, and it really, running this in comparison to Western States, it's a very, very different
very
race.
different race, yeah.
Yes.
I've done shorter mountain races, like
Yeah.
50-mile, things like that, with
Yeah.
really significant elevation change.
Yep.
Yeah.
And those have always gone really well for me, and so this seemed like a really good race.
Yeah.
What made you want to do it in the first place?
It's also that sort of sense of, here's this race, it's only 2 hours from my house.
Yeah.
I'd like to go do something like that, especially with the race organization being as great
Yeah.
as it is and
Yeah.
everything.
It looks like you've done most of the classics around Colorado. I was looking through your results. It's like every kind of tick list of an event you might want to do in Colorado, you seem to have done.
Right, yeah, and there aren't too many races at this point that I
Yeah.
feel like I really need to do, and
Yep.
so having a race nearby that was so amazing, it's
Yeah.
just like I needed to go do it.
And you did it with aplomb.
Yeah, it looks like
So
you kind of started out pretty kind of reserved almost. I was kind of, you looked very cool, calm, and collected coming into Cottonwood at least.
Yeah.
It's an easy place to get flustered. It's hot. You've just done a big downhill.
Yeah.
Like, how did you approach that kind of early part of the race?
Yeah, I was really just having a lot of fun. Kind of connected with Chris at St. Elmo #1,
Yeah.
and we were just sort of catching up, or I had never actually met him before,
Yeah.
so kind of
Chit-chatting
meeting each
as you
other.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting to know one another.
yeah, and just really enjoying that section. The trail there,
Yeah.
up and over
Beautiful,
Laws
hey?
Pass was really
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
And yeah, just kind of doing my thing, trying to consider the fact that this is a 21-hour race. Like
Yeah.
fingers crossed, and
Yep.
I'm only 3 or 4 hours into it, so
Yeah.
just trying to relax and
Yeah.
look around, enjoy the scenery.
Yeah.
And talk us about sort of that next portion once you come back over Laws Pass for that second time and head up to Chincup to that divide section. How was that feeling for you?
Yeah, it was really good. I kind of separated from Chris
Yep.
just in the aid station.
Mm-hmm.
Considered waiting for him because I honestly didn't want to be running by myself for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then I just thought, oh, he'd catch up to me on the climb because he was
Yeah.
hiking really fast.
Yep.
Yeah.
That didn't really end up happening, so found myself alone going
Yeah.
into Tin
Yeah.
Cup.
And you're in the lead at that point.
Yeah, in
Yeah,
the lead.
yeah.
Unfortunately, at that point, stomach went south. Had a
Oh.
little bit of a puking break for a bit.
Oh,
Mhm.
puke
Um,
and rally.
Place to be, but
Yeah. Which then was a little concerning because that's
Yeah.
only mile
It's
40.
pretty
yeah,
early,
you got
right?
a ways
Yeah.
to go and you're gonna be
Yeah.
high for a while still.
Right.
Yep.
So just tried to kind of figure out what I could
Stay
eat,
cool.
Yep.
what I could do.
Yeah.
But
Problem
that
solved.
section from 40 to 50, that high alpine area was
Yeah.
very, very difficult just
Yep.
being low on calories and
Yeah.
being high altitude, even though it was so beautiful. Like
Yeah.
that's one of the best
Yeah.
parts of the
The
course.
second
But
part of the course.
But it's a hard part.
yeah, very
Yeah,
difficult
sure.
part.
Deceptively difficult.
Mhm.
And then you came into Hancock, obviously, which is sort of a bit, a magical circus, but a circus, a lot going on there. How are you feeling once you got into Hancock? Still rough?
Yeah, still
Okay.
pretty rough, but at that point was able to kind of connect with the crew,
Yep.
figure out what I could take with me.
Mm-hmm.
Did a little bit more walking out of that aid station than
Did
I
you
would have
take a
done.
pacer
Yep.
there?
I did, yep,
Okay.
yeah. So that was helpful too, just like the mental boost of having
Yeah.
someone
Sure.
with you.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I kept thinking that Chris was gonna come flying by me, but
No.
we just sort of kept the same gap
About
for a
little-
while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fixed period for a long time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that, like, kudos to him. I think he was just being really smart and
Yeah.
Yeah.
knowing that he could do a lot of damage in the last part of the race and just waiting for that to happen. Whereas
Yeah.
I was kind of getting excited. Like, I like the steeper stuff.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was still feeling really good at that point. So I probably pushed a little too hard through there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people, I think, the descent off of Monarch can do a little bit of damage there. That 7 miles, you
Yeah.
kind of feel like you're flying,
Yeah.
loving life, and you get to Fooses and your whole world
Reality
changes.
sets in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's a tough point. Was that a particularly tough moment then, leaving Fooses? Were you kind of struggling a little bit, or was
Yeah.
things still looking up?
So at that point, I was feeling really good.
Okay.
And
Nice.
I said to my pacer, like, okay, we're going to push this section because
Yeah.
Chris was 10 minutes back at
Yeah.
Monarch. And I
Okay.
was like, all right, if we push this section, I gain 5 minutes on him, then I think I can win because, like, that's showing that maybe he's not feeling great.
Yep.
So I pushed pretty hard,
Yeah.
and then he brought back 5 minutes on me.
Wow.
So it's like,
Wow. Okay. The
Pretty-
game's on.
Yes,
yeah. So at
totally.
that point, I kind of had a feeling of what was coming for me.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then the lead changed around 85 again, like Blank's cabin area. Was that right?
Yeah.
that
Yep.
right? Yeah.
He
Okay.
basically caught me at Monarch, but
Okay.
then, yeah, once we went through Blanks, I kind of took a wrong turn, and then he
Ah.
was out of the aid station.
And then
but-
the elastic snapped and
Yeah.
you're on your
Yeah,
own
and-
again.
Yeah.
And
did
honest-
you have an exchange with him?
Oh
or
yeah,
did-
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I was happy for him. Like
Yeah.
again, I kind of knew what was gonna happen
Yes.
there.
Yeah, you
Saw
had
the
a sense
writing
of
on
it.
the wall.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna try to fight back for 25 more miles.
Yeah. Yes.
How did that end bit go then when once you kind of knew you maybe couldn't catch back up? Is it tough to kind of stay positive and motivated, or are you just doing your thing?
No, I mean, for me, the motivation of this race was less about the results and
Yeah.
more of just getting back out there.
Yeah. Just
and so-
finishing something with a good kind of
Yeah.
attitude and
Yep.
well executed.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
and just having fun with it and
Yeah.
feeling like
Yeah.
that was the best race I could have run. So
Yeah.
Absolutely.
yeah, stayed motivated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've been in the sport obviously for a long time. You've been at the sort of sharp end of a sport for a long time. I'm just curious what you think differentiates you as a runner, as a competitor, kind of who are you as a runner and a competitor?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've kind of gone through different phases where I got into the sport as a short distance uphill mountain runner, like
Yeah.
trying to
Yeah.
Yep.
make the world championships in the 12K and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Look at you now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I
Threw
back,
that out quite a ways.
back
Yeah.
then, yeah, I told people all the time I would never run 100 miles because
Yeah.
I wanted
Yep.
to be racing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then that sort of transitioned into sky running, and I did that for a number of years, and then ultimately realized that you could be racing for 100 miles. and-
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and
Um,
it's certainly evolved, and we're seeing it more and more every year that goes by. You know, the gaps are getting tighter, the depth is getting bigger.
Yeah.
You know, it's harder to kind of execute, even if you're having a good day, and finish in that kind of top end of the field.
Yeah, and I think that's just the change in the sport, and it's
Yeah.
exciting that it's getting
Absolutely.
more competitive, deeper.
Yeah.
It just makes everyone push harder.
And will you still consider yourself a kind of a runner's runner? Are you doing kind of shorter stuff still, up to 100 miles? Like, what excites you? What are you going to be doing in the future?
Yeah, I think really just trying new things, different
Mhm.
races that I haven't done before. I
Yep.
mean, the departure in 2018, I did Nolan's 14.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
right. Yeah,
That's something I never had considered until that point.
Yep.
And that's like steep hiking
that's
and
way out there.
overnight.
Hey?
And
Yep.
yeah, so things like that, just
Things that are
Mix it
difficult to
up.
do. Yeah,
Yeah.
that scare
Yeah.
you sometimes,
Yeah.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
why
Like,
not?
common denominator hard.
Okay, well,
just challenging yourself and
Yeah.
getting the most out of it.
yeah. And you,
Anything in particular in your sights right now that you're focused on, interested in, kind of looking forward?
Honestly, no.
You're like, I'm dead.
Wrestling.
Yeah.
No, I really
Yeah.
had this on the schedule.
yeah,
Yeah.
I wanted to see how it would go, and
Yeah.
then I have not signed up for anything, but
mhm.
now, it kind of gets me more excited about the future.
Yeah.
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 Awesome.
You've raced a bunch internationally as well, Alex, right? So,
Mhm.
like, how does like a race like High Lonesome here? It kind of has that kind of homely feel to some extent. Like, how does it differ? What's your kind of preference? Do you like the big kind of, you know, lights and kind of camera action of the kind of Euro races, or where's your kind of
Yeah,
where do you see yourself?
I mean, even within the races I've done in Europe, there is kind of a wide range.
Yeah.
This actually reminds me a lot of this race called Le Templier in France.
Templier, yeah,
That's
classic.
a really
Yeah.
historic race.
Yeah.
Just really good race organization. It feels like a big family.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
that's a good
that's
analogy. Yeah,
Yeah.
I hadn't
yeah,
thought of
it's
that.
not exactly like the UTMB thing,
No,
but
no. Yeah,
yeah, I think that's a really good comparison.
yeah. It seems
Yeah.
to be where the kind of races you sign up, it seems to tick those kind of boxes. Yeah,
Yeah, for
good
sure.
kind of good routes to the race and good vibe. Yeah,
Yeah, and I've been so impressed by everything here. Just
yeah.
Caleb, from the detail of race manuals,
Yup.
race videos, all of that stuff.
Yes,
It's like
it's amazing.
it's super top notch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and of course, shout out to the volunteers again. I think
Yeah.
this is one of those races that has a particularly, you know, animated set of aid stations,
Yeah.
right?
And
With-
committed
kind of fun.
volunteer base.
Yeah, what was your favorite aid station out there? And it
Oh,
might
man.
depend how you felt
No,
at
no.
the time.
No, actually, yeah. So Hancock was pretty funny coming in with like the alien
Oh,
blow up
yes.
Oh,
costume.
the alien
Yes.
theme,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was feeling really bad, and I was just like, "What is happening right now?" But yeah, all the volunteers, even just how efficient people were.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was like probably the fastest I've been able to get bottles filled, and
Yes.
they would
Yeah.
do it
They're
all
dialed.
for me, and it just felt like I was being waited on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a very experienced volunteer base, both in terms of
Yeah.
people who are repeatedly volunteering, but also people who are used to running
Yeah.
their own 100-miler, so they know
Yeah.
what you need.
I think it's a
Yeah.
reflection on the kind of the scene in Colorado
For
and,
sure.
you know, the health of the kind of the racing and just running scene here. Like, you know, like Rachel was saying, everyone here has kind of participated, run, crewed, or so, and you really see that, you know, and I
Yeah.
think it makes a big difference.
Yeah, and I bumped into multiple people I've raced against
Yeah.
or know
Yep.
just through running
Sure.
circles
Totally.
and
Yeah.
just seeing them randomly in the dark at an aid station.
Yep.
Like, oh, hey, it's Noah. Oh, hey, we raced a 50K like 3 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, great, fill my bottle.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Any particularly memorable moments, the good, the bad, the ugly, from the day that you think will stay with you?
Yeah, I mean, having the crew that I did was really special. A couple of the student athletes that just graduated from Colorado College where I work.
Yes.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
They paced me, so that was really fun, and just like coming in as a team together.
amazing.
Now,
That
any of
was
them
really
interested in this kind of particular trajectory? Is
Maybe,
it rubbing off
yeah.
a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I'm giving them the exposure, and then
Yeah,
it's up
sure.
to them to decide what they want to
Absolutely.
do.
Alex raising up the next
Yeah.
generation
Yep.
of 100-milers. Yep.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I think, like I said before, that section between mile 40 and 50, that's going to be super memorable, even though it's difficult just
Yeah.
being out
And-
there. And
yeah.
that's something I would love to go back and just run as a training run or backpack.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful segment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, Alex, thank you for coming into the studio. Congratulations again. And I think really a really well executed race. Fantastic time. And seems like you had a good day out there.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Cheers. Alrighty. Just rolling up in the 34-hour mark.
Looks quiet at the finish line,
Quiet.
but not
All is
for
quiet.
long.
Is that a... Hopefully we'll start to see a few folks trickle in here.
I imagine people are ready to...
Be done.
Yeah, exactly. I thought, is there a
Although-
graceful way to say that? No.
No.
Yeah.
I think, and what are we, is it it's a 37-hour cutoff
It's a
right now. It used to
37-hour
be
cutoff.
36
Yep,
and
this
they
is the
added an
second
hour.
year.
Second year.
Yes, and I think they sort
Yes.
of realized that last cutoff or the last segment between Raspberry
Yeah.
2 and the finish was untenable.
It was very challenging, right? I think the way Caleb designed the cutoffs was kind of staggered.
Yes.
You got a little bit of kind of leeway early on in the race for those big high mountain passes.
Exactly.
But at the end, oh my goodness, you have to move.
Yeah,
and
sure.
that was definitely starting to get challenging, I
Yeah.
think. So
And I
that
think-
extra hour.
And this may be, don't quote me on this, but my impression is that I think they also realized, you know what, actually, if those cutoffs towards the end were a little bit less staggered, there actually are people who still have legs who can
Yeah,
still run,
who could still finish.
move. Yeah,
exactly, absolutely. And I think we want to give people a fair shot to achieve that,
Yeah,
right?
for
Especially if
sure.
they've gone all the way around
Yes.
back to that Colorado trail, right? You want to give them a fair shake.
Bring them home.
Bring 'em
Yeah,
home,
And
exactly.
it looks like we've got a couple of.
Is
like
this
a
in the
runner and a
finishing?
couple
This is the
paces.
finishing line
think
area, I
this is the
presume.
finishing field.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, glory,
I
glory.
remember those potholes
Yep.
well.
Yes,
Somebody-
there are some hidden potholes
Yes,
in
there
there, although
are.
I want to say that like someone mows it now. It definitely feels a little shorter than it did in the first year.
Amazing. Look
Yeah.
at that.
But you were definitely
I talk about attention to detail. We are
yes,
mowing
mowing the
potholes, ladies
finisher
and
chute. Or
gentlemen.
maybe it's just the
Yes.
amount of traffic. I
Yeah,
don't know, but it's definitely
that's a good point.
significantly improved from year
Yes.
one, I want to say, where they would jump out and get you, those little potholes.
Looks like oh, there she
here we
goes.
go.
I think that
High
might
vis
be
hat.
Katie. If I
Oh,
hello, a little hard to tell.
got the
under
poles out. I
hat.
think most
Yep.
people are choosing to use the poles in this race as well. No surprise. It's these big mountain races.
coming
Definitely
through.
a key. Smiles all round, as you'd
Happy
expect.
runner, happy crew.
So far, I've seen mostly smiles. Not too
Yes.
many tears
Yeah.
yet. We'll probably see some of those, though.
Yes, hopefully the happy kind.
Yeah, happy tears, emotional tears. It kind of drains out, right?
Yes.
Once you kind of cross that line at the end.
Kissing
yeah,
cameras.
no, she looks
Seems
fantastic.
pretty- Oh no, totally
Audrey
wrong. Audrey.
Lafreniere from North Vancouver. Wow,
Right,
more
nice.
Canadians in here. Okay.
Canada representing.
52nd female. Okay. There we go. And the start finishing area is starting to kick off a little bit. Getting a
Some
throng of
Activity
people.
in the background. Photographers out.
Can
Laws
sh-
whiskey out, as we were
Yep.
talking about before. Oh,
Mm.
pacer hugs. Nope.
Back for the photo. That's it. That's what it's all about. Get your pacers in, your crew in, your friends, your family. It took a
village.
didn't
Yep.
it? That's the cliche, but it's very true,
Yes,
isn't it?
it
I
is.
think, right?
Enjoy the success of the day.
And quite often there's people on here as well that you're kind of relying on, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's training partners, families, spouses that are looking after kids, whatever it is, right?
Absolutely. And
It's,
as you mentioned earlier, today,
tough.
this year's pacer is next year's runner.
Exactly. Yep. That's what you do. It's a bit of to and fro, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yes.
You know, sometimes you take, but more often than not you give. Whether it's volunteering or helping runners out,
Absolutely.
it's all fun.
And this
see-
seems like a good moment to make a plug for volunteering. I think both
Yes.
Ryan and I would
Yes.
say that
Highly
we've gotten
recommend
as
it.
much value out of volunteering as we have out of running. It's an incredible day. It's an incredible way.
a lot of fun actually. You
Yeah,
meet great friends.
Yes.
It's a blast.
It's incredible.
It really
Yes.
is. Lots of good opportunities, or that'll work with your schedule.
Yep.
Whether it's just I've got like a few hours between something, you can do it. Like,
Absolutely.
we can make use of you. So whether it's this race or other races, it's a great entryway as well in, isn't it? And
It
I
is
think
a community sport, and
Yep.
this is how we keep that community
yeah,
going.
I heard a stat. I don't know how true it is, but there's 400 volunteers, I think, for 200 runners. So two to one ratio.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Which is kind of staggering, right?
Yes,
And
it
I think
really
it's
is.
similar to these big races like Western Hard Rock.
Absolutely.
It's just the volume of volunteers.
Yep.
It's kind of staggering, but
Yep.
it's essential.
It takes a lot to run this.
Yeah, when you're
Yep.
putting on a mountain race, the logistics are challenging. If you've just helped a runner out, you know how difficult it is to drive into these spots
Absolutely.
and, you know, just get yourself in there, let
Right, so
alone aid
imagine a
stations.
U-Haul truck filled with aid
Yeah.
station material.
Yeah.
Yes, and shout out to Kelsey, the operations
Yeah.
director, who I think manages almost all of the logistics
Yikes.
of the moving pieces of what it takes
Phenomenal
to run the
effort.
show.
Here we go. Big team coming in here now, soaking it in that last little bit
Oh yeah,
through the
there
field.
You can see the finish line right there, kind of around those cars.
Yep. It's a great
Coming
location,
in.
really,
Yeah.
for a finishing line. I really do love this kind of area.
Yeah.
A
No,
lot
it's
of people
great.
camp out here as well,
Yep.
which I think is really fun. It's
Are
a
you
great
guys camp
spot to
this year?
be. This year we have an Airbnb,
Okay,
actually,
nice.
yeah. But we're always kind of somewhat local here. There's
Yes.
a lot of good choices.
It's a great place to be.
But we're always hanging out here for hours and hours, you know. But you kind of roll out of here at the end of the day and you're kind of, damn it, I forgot to put sunscreen on.
Uh-huh.
Totally frazzled.
Yep. Yes, you look a little crispy.
Yep.
Everyone looks
Maybe
a
had
little
one too
crispy
many
by the end of
cocktails.
this
Yep.
race. Yeah, exactly.
Either way, it's always a good time,
Yeah,
though, at
for
the High
sure.
Lonesome start finishing area.
It's obviously fun to be up here with you all in the studio, and it's super exciting about this first live stream. But I have to say, it tugs on my heart a little bit to not be
That we're
at
not hanging
the
out.
finish line
Yeah.
for the last couple of hours. It's really a special
Yeah.
time. So if you are watching this and nearby, get
Yeah.
in your car,
Yeah,
go
go
to
over
the
there.
finish,
Yep.
enjoy it.
Just hang out, get to see some people finishing. Those kind of smiley faces. It's kind of infectious, isn't it?
Yeah.
It
No,
really
it's
is.
a magical moment.
Yeah, it looks pretty good weather-wise from
Yeah,
the
it
drone
does.
shot up here as well. So fingers
We might
crossed
get
it
shut
kind
down
of.
about the rains at 4.
Yeah,
and rains
maybe we're
during
wrong,
the-
hey?
In fact, it is 4:06.
Okay, there we
Yeah.
go. We're wrong. So
Let's
maybe
assume
the
it's raining somewhere.
award ceremony will get the
Yeah.
blast, but maybe it was earlier today. Who
Yeah.
knows? We don't know. It's the mountains.
Yeah, we
Anything
know
can happen.
nothing about weather.
We're not meteorologists.
No.
We're just winging it.
Yeah.
But yeah, as I think most of the runners said, it was a pretty good weather window this year. I
Yeah.
think, right? They kind of thread the needle a little bit
Yes.
there.
Yeah, and we were really in a storm cycle in the valley for
Yeah.
the last handful of days, so it
Yeah.
seemed to really kind of
Yeah, we were.
clear at the last second.
Yeah, because it wasn't in all areas. We were
No.
driving to Hancock for our runners, and the washout from Princeton on the road had recently run, flash flood, and there was I think it was a Honda Element that had decided to run the gambit and failed miserably.
Excellent.
So sorry if that was anybody's crew out there. That must have been a spicy moment, but that thing was buried.
I saw the exact same Honda.
Ouch. So
Yeah, it's this tiny little, for people who are familiar with the area, it's a tiny little,
yeah.
almost divot dip in the road, and
Yeah,
there's
but
a sign
it's-
that just says "Caution when
Don't
dip
do
is
it.
flowing, do not drive," and you think this is
You
not
know,
going to be a big deal, but it is a.
I was
flash
sad for them, but I was glad that I got to see them
Me
in it
too.
because I was next in line,
Uh-huh.
and maybe I would have been,
The next,
because you panic,
yes.
right? You're like, I got to get to my
I
runner.
know,
We've got to
yeah.
get pacers out there to
Yes,
them.
yeah,
So like, I might
exactly.
have been tempted.
Yes.
Ouchie. Okay, what number was that? I don't get a
think we
good.
both missed
Oh,
it.
number 98 with a
98.
fantastic cowboy hat, the kids in
Whole
tow.
family.
Here comes the Caleb hug. Tucker Say. Oh, local.
Oh,
Fantastic.
nice. Buena
Excellent.
Vista
We love to
runner.
see that. Get them sucked in. Yeah. Excellent. Looks happy as well. Looks in great shape, I have
Sure
to
does.
say.
Kids are running around. Everybody looks like
Yeah.
they're having a
Bring
good
the whole
time.
family out here. Why
Yeah.
not? But yeah, no, he looks fantastic.
Yeah, and very
He's
local
and he's running over in style as well. A
Yeah.
cowboy hat.
in his hometown.
Indeed.
Yeah, pretty
Indeed.
special.
And this High Lonesome is one of 3 races, I think, that are put on by Freestone.
Yes.
So
All in this
um,
valley.
Exactly. So if you're interested in the fall, there is a 50-50 double
Yep.
that you can participate in. You can do one or you can do both if you're particularly psycho, for
Or
lack of a
looking
better
for
word.
a qualifier for High Lonesome.
Yes,
if
that's
you do
true.
the 50-50 double, that
You do.
acts as a
Yeah.
qualifier.
I will
for
say
High
I did the
Lonesome.
50-50 one year and it was really fun, actually. I
Yeah.
have to say. There was something just fun about the recklessness of doing 250Ks back to back.
Absolutely,
You know, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, and
phenomenally.
they couldn't be more different as races
Yeah.
in terms of the course because
Absolutely.
the
Yeah.
first race, Westline Winder, which is on Saturday every year.
Yeah, it's part
is-
of the 14er Fest,
That's
right?
right. It's part of the 14er Fest. It starts in downtown Buena Vista
Yep.
and it runs the Midland Trails on what we would sort of
Yeah,
consider the
east side.
foothills of the area.
Yeah. Cruisy, mountain biker.
Exactly.
Really fun, fast,
Yeah.
challenging.
Yeah. Hot,
Yeah.
exposed,
Yeah.
dry, kind of
Yeah.
almost feels like a desert race.
Yeah. And then you finish right downtown.
Yeah,
What's
which
better
is-
than that?
Which is super fun in the midst of the 14er Fest.
Yep.
And then the next day, a totally different kind of race.
Yeah,
where
the
you-
Sawatch Range. Oof.
Yeah, and actually it
Little-
covers a lot of the course.
Yep.
A good part of the sort of beginning of the course for High Lonesome. So if you're looking for a sort
Little
of
taste.
test piece for
Yep.
High Lonesome, yeah,
Yep,
exactly.
absolutely.
So you
Browns
head-
to Little Browns,
That's
right?
Yes,
Yep.
you do a Browns to Little Browns loop heading
Lollipop.
up to the Saddle of Antero.
Yep. start finish the same area here.
Yep.
Actually.
Oh,
So
that's
it's
right.
great. Yeah, here we come.
That's
Two,
right.
I guess one and a pacer coming
That's
in. I
what
would
it's
think.
looking like.
Got
More
the
poles.
got the sun shirt on. Highly recommend. It's been a
Yes.
game changer for me actually.
too.
Getting cooked in the Colorado heat for a decade. Coming around to the full cover. I have to
Yes.
say.
I couldn't agree more, and it seems like the race is promoting that a bit as well,
Yeah.
because for the last handful of
they
years,
have-
they have
They
also
have the apparel.
had High Lonesome
There we
sun
go.
shirt swag.
Yeah. Here we go.
Here we go.
Two
Pacer
more
and
smiley
runner
faces
looking
coming in,
happy.
exchanging some jokes. Oh,
Yep.
it's all good. Always good in the world when you've
Knows it's
finished a
about
100-mile
to-
race
yeah.
and you've seen some things. Oh my
Yes,
goodness, you've seen some
lived a
things.
lifetime. Yes.
Right?
Yep.
34:10. What a great time. Excellent effort.
Amazing.
Just-
Now a number of
Ah,
hours, almost
no,
3
no big
hours.
deal. No problem.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, the
Formal
handshake.
Oh, the handshake and hug. Maybe
Yeah.
they don't know each other. Who
Love
knows?
that handshake.
That could have
There's
been-
a Caleb hug. Caleb does
You know, I will
not
say
take
that's a fun
handshakes.
part of this. Sometimes, you know,
Yes.
people are hanging out looking for a pacer.
That's right.
You see that quite often. Hard Rock's a good race for
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
It's kind of special.
Yeah, and if you're somebody who wants to be involved, wants to pace, doesn't have a runner to pace, turn up at Monarch. You will find
You'll
a
find
runner
someone.
to bring
Yeah.
home.
Yeah,
Yes.
you really can.
Yep. Yep, more hugs, looks like.
Oh, great job. Yeah, you look
Happy
in great
people.
shape, hey?
I think we've got a 7,000 feet running shirt in the
Oh,
background
yeah,
there.
shout out our local running
Salida's
store.
local running store. Yep, great store.
Support your local running store, Scott Rubenstein
From Littleton,
local-ish as well,
Colorado, yeah.
Littleton. So yeah, I mean, no surprise, a lot of Colorado folks out here running this race. It's definitely you know, high on the list, I think, for locals out
It's a
here.
local favorite.
We're spoiled for choice. We do have a lot of races out
Yes.
there locally. Like we mentioned, these ones, NAR runners up in northern part of Colorado,
Yep.
out of
they
Fort
do.
Collins, bunch of fantastic races. A few
Never
of our
summer.
podium runners here have done them. Never Summer, Quad Rock, we
Yep.
talked about, right? These are
Yeah,
great
both
races to kind of start out the season with
Yeah,
a little
tune
bit,
up
right?
and test your mettle.
Yep. And they run some shorter ones too. Blue Sky is a
that's
good one,
right.
right?
Yeah.
Marathon, Black Squirrel Half Marathon, I
Yep,
want to say.
That's right.
So if you're looking, you know, for some great Colorado races, maybe you're from further afield, that's a great race series. Not
Yeah,
runners.
and also beautiful.
Yeah. Well, we are spoiled for
Yes.
topography here.
Yes, it is a yeah. It's a happy problem.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is to have, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I'd be curious to know what percentage of people's income in Colorado goes to race sign up in one form
Yeah.
or another.
Yeah, I think when you live around
Yeah,
the front
it's the
range here,
outdoor
it's it is, yeah.
Sure.
Garage full of outdoor gear.
Yes.
You know, a budget for the race sign-ups.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
travel, absolutely.
Exactly. So Colorado companies, if you're thinking about those sort of additional lifestyle perks, maybe free race entry
Yeah.
for.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a
Yeah,
great one,
yeah.
wouldn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Forget about the dentistry thing. Give
Yeah,
me some
no.
free race entries.
Yeah, we nobody needs
The free dental.
the subway, tax free,
Right.
public transit. Yeah.
Yeah.
We just want free race entries in gear, please. And what is on your race calendar for the rest of the summer, for the fall? Anything coming up for you?
I'm a little light, really. Mostly, I'm going to go back to a few of the classics. Imogene Pass, that's another great
Nice.
Colorado
Yeah.
classic. 17
Long-standing
miler.
race, yeah.
Yeah, and then Pikes Peak Marathon. I'm going to do that. So those are a good couple of classics too.
Amazing. Good for you. Oh,
Oh,
somebody
here we
coming
come.
in. Wearing a hat.
Sans
That's all
Pacer,
we know
maybe?
So
I don't
far.
know. Yeah.
Looks like
Getting
a,
it- oh, no, there we go.
Pacer.
He's getting the
Pacer on
camera
the outside.
footage,
Yeah.
the evidence. Yeah, got to get those
Yes.
finishing line photos, don't you?
Yeah. Look at that.
There you go. That's how you
Coming
get
in
it done.
another sun shirt,
162.
hood up, at least on the Pacer.
Yep, looks like he's had a good day out there in the mountains. Good day and a half out there.
Hard. I mean, you can have a rough day, but it's hard to have a bad day.
There's never a bad day when you're crossing that finishing
Yeah,
line.
it's pretty special.
Let's face it. Hey, every finish, I think you have to really treasure because it's never a given
No.
at the start line
There's-
here. Guillermo Canedo, New Mexico. Okay, great. Another kind of local mountain state.
Yeah. Here he's coming in.
43rd male. I'm not sure in the stats. I want to say there's more women finishes than male so far.
I was actually
didn't we
just
say
thinking the
about
same
50
thing.
something?
Yes. Yeah.
50 something
We'll
female.
look at the next.
43rd male.
Oh,
Oh, there we go.
the Caleb hug.
It's official now.
It's classic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, there's the smile. And the buckle.
And the belt buckle.
I will say these are very attractive belt
Yes.
buckles.
Speaking of attention to detail,
Yes.
they mean business with
Attention
the
to
belt buckle.
detail. That
Yes.
belt buckle is a beautiful specimen
Yes.
to behold. It definitely is mostly in my rotation of belts for occasions when I need a belt buckle for some razzmatazz.
Yeah. Well, though I will say, I continue to think it is a very strange detail that the sort of the thing that you take home at the end of a 100-mile race is an accessory for your accessory.
Yes. Yes, it is an odd thing,
Yes.
but that's part of the sport
That is-
here in the US, and I
Yep.
think makes it kind of fun and special. So I'm amassing a small collection myself.
Yes, I believe that. Has that tradition carried over to Europe in any way?
It has a little bit actually.
Okay.
I did a classic British race last year, the Lakeland 100.
Okay.
It's quite a famous one of the bigger UK ones, and I want to say maybe it was because they had a kind of a a Western theme to it. They had a belt buckle as the finish, but
Nice.
typically no.
Yes. It-
It's a very understated European kind of vibe. You know, they're not into the kind of medals and things. I want to
showy
say
kind
maybe
of
I'm wrong there,
flashiness
but
stuff.
that's my sense of it. Yeah. But yeah, personally, I love the kind of belt buckles. I think it's never would I have worn a belt buckle in my life, but now I find
now you
myself
do.
wearing it quite often.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
absolutely.
And a
Here we
great,
go.
a great accessory for your crewing.
Yes.
Maybe not so much your pacing, but volunteering. Put that belt
Exactly.
buckle on.
Put it to use. Wear
Yes.
it, people. Yeah.
And we know you'll put the whiskey to use, or if not you, then a friend.
Yeah, there's a surprising number of outfits and attires where a belt buckle just kind of finishes
Just
it off,
makes
right?
it.
Makes it, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Here we go. There we go. Get that run in right at the end. What a trooper.
Coming around that
Yeah, it
last
looks
corner.
I don't see much crew hanging around there. Maybe they're
No,
all
and
waiting
maybe
for
not
the
even a
photo op at the
pacer.
end.
Yeah.
Yep.
We have seen quite a number of solo runners throughout the day. People
Yeah.
have elected to go without pacers, which
Yeah.
is
I
just an
mean,
additional level of kind
kudos
of
to them.
challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done it a few times. That's mostly how I do it these days, only because I'm too lazy to ask people, I guess. But I also kind of do like that extra bit of
Yeah,
the challenge. Once you've done a
absolutely.
lot of them, I suppose
Yeah.
you're looking for how else can I change it up, make
Yeah.
it different, and
Absolutely.
I find it kind of rewarding to know that you can kind of get through it by yourself.
Yeah.
Also, there's no one to complain to and just moan to.
Right,
So,
exactly. You have to
there's
kind of
that.
keep it together.
Yeah.
Well, and there's a lot of, as you've mentioned, there's a lot of ways to share in the experience beyond just having a pacer
Mhm.
on your team.
Mhm.
So, the volunteers,
Mhm.
the crew, the family
Yeah.
who are there supporting
Exactly.
in other ways. Yes.
So the final turn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be a great sit down in that peacock chair for this
Yes.
fella.
Whoever's in there now is going to have to
Going to get
make
kicked out.
way.
I know.
Yeah,
that's the sad
exactly.
thing. This is
That's the advantage.
you
to
don't
moving
get
quickly.
yeah,
Is
I
you get a
guess,
longer
yeah.
stint in the peacock chair.
You do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a nice sit down in that the twice I've done it. But yeah, I guess depending on where you finish, you don't get to really enjoy
Stay
it,
too
do
long.
you? Yeah.
No.
Well, you can
Still
shut
probably worth it.
you can shuffle over to the cocktail tent,
Yeah,
I suppose,
exactly.
so there's worse things. Yeah.
Exactly.
Here we go. Great shot here.
Coming into the finishing shoot.
Coming into that shoot with the handmade sign by Caleb's hands, I think.
Yeah, I think that's
He's
right.
pretty good at the old construction, I want
He
to say.
is.
So very nice finishing shoot and arch to finish. A little blurry here, can't quite make out a number.
Last few steps.
Charging
running
down
it
there.
in.
All right, can't quite see the face. Is there a smile on there? I hope so. Come on, buddy, you've earned it.
I'm gonna assume
100 miles
a
around the
smile.
Sawatch. Yeah. Okay,
There
now
we
you can
go.
smile. You did it.
Through it. Made it in.
There we go. Maybe he's saying
Oh, we got the
there we go.
got
Now
the
he's all
smile.
smiles, all done.
belt
He's
buckle.
already thinking about what shall I sign up for next? 100 yards ago,
Yeah,
never again.
Exactly.
Never again. This is
Exactly.
ridiculous.
Now he seems ready to rumble.
Okay, I think are we ready to cut over? We're going to come back into the studio and we're going to talk to the women's F2, Laura Hansen, who finished in an astounding 23 hours and 6 minutes. Wowzers.
Nice
Now that
work.
is an
Thanks.
impressive,
Thank you.
impressive time. I mean, great results all around this weekend.
Yeah.
Laura, in my ultra sign up stalking, I want to say your results go back to 2017, which is maybe the shortest of everyone we're going to talk to today. But I guess that's still a pretty good stint. Talk to us a little bit about your history, like what got you into the sport, and what made you sign up for High Lonesome 100.
Yeah, well, the 2017 one's a bit ironic. I was living in New York City at the time, had a
Oh.
bunch
Yes.
of
Shout
out
girlfriends,
to New
not a
York crowd.
mecca of
We love New York running.
Oh, we're New
Yes.
Yorkers here a little bit,
Yeah.
so yes.
Yep.
and had a couple girlfriends who all lived in Mill Valley, California.
Oh, okay.
And said, come on out, run this Mount Tam 50K.
Oh, classic,
Nice.
yeah.
And I said, great, why not? I like to hike. I'll come
Sure.
on out
Yeah.
for the weekend. And so that was my first indoctrination.
Wow.
And then in 2020, I moved to Steamboat Springs.
Okay, and that's where things
Okay,
got
yes.
serious.
I
Okay.
went on a little 4-mile run on a run course and said,
Yeah.
I'm in, let's do
Okay.
it. So
Amazing.
that was the start.
And are you still in Steamboat Springs? That's where you
No,
live?
I'm in Mill Valley now.
Oh, Mill Valley,
Okay.
back in Mill Valley. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. You've been all over the place. Lots of running meccas, but different kinds of running.
Yeah, a lot of mountain towns. We've just
Yeah,
found.
Mill Valley is really quite
Yes.
renowned, right? Especially in North America here. It's a real hotspot for kind of running. Do you kind of run from the San Francisco Running Company there? Do you get involved in
Yep.
those kind of runs?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. It's kind of a funny story. We had these 3 girlfriends again who I'd signed up to run the race with. And when I'd come visit, they said, hey, clear your calendar Saturday mornings, 8 a.m. We
Yep.
go to this running group. And so I now live 2 miles up the road from
Nice.
there. And
Perfect.
that's
Yes.
the core of our friend group.
That is
yeah.
what you do on Saturday
And what
mornings.
sucked you
Yes.
into the 100-mile distance? Is it, and which this is your you've run 100 before,
Fourth.
right? Fourth.
Yeah.
Fourth. Okay, so you've done a few of these. so
Yeah,
well done.
as a kid growing up, we lived in upstate New York, and my parents would take us to the Adirondack
Okay.
Mountains,
Okay.
which you don't have that California carpet. You've got this.
I'm very familiar with the
rocky-
Adirondacks. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, rocky, rooty.
Extremely challenging.
Yes,
Yeah.
surprisingly challenging in
Yeah.
terms of terrain. Yep.
Mhm.
Wow,
and
okay.
just got us into camping, hiking. My whole family ended up doing the
Yeah.
46 high peaks there.
Oh
And
wow!
so
Congrats.
my whole past is in hiking.
Yeah, and you work for Knowles,
backpacking.
right? Is that true? Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so to me, hundreds are a natural extension of just, I want to spend as much time in the mountains with friends as I can.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
a race like this one is the perfect
Yeah.
fit.
And I'll ask the very obvious question based on what you just said, but why this race in particular? What drew you now to sign up for this one?
Yeah. I mean, my husband's also a 100-miler runner.
Ah.
Okay.
He's going to
in the
run
family.
Mountain Lakes 100 in
Okay.
the fall.
Nice.
And
Excellent.
so we've done a couple of them together,
Yeah.
and now I've reached the point where we said, hey, it's time to start entering lotteries.
Yeah. Okay.
So I got
The big
in,
ones.
he didn't, and
Okay.
so we had to divide and conquer this year.
Yes.
Got you.
And
Yeah.
was he a part of your crewing pacing team?
He was. We had a wonderful Friday night date.
Oh,
Yes.
perfect.
The head wall.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hey.
We're on the Continental Divide with the Alpenglow at sunset.
Ah.
We're like, what
Amazing.
better way to spend a
That
Friday
is a
night?
great
Yeah,
way, yeah.
that's
And I guess it was probably, like you say, sunset up there around
Yeah,
that time,
yeah,
right? That's a pretty
gorgeous,
special.
beautiful.
Not many people really get to experience that.
Yeah.
I think you have to be running below 24 hours really to.
Yeah.
to
But
see
I had
that.
heard great things about coming up the head wall with those little stream of lights
Yes.
Yeah.
flickering up.
Also special, but a different experience.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
for
Amazing.
sure.
So talk us through a little bit about your day. How did it start? How did it feel as you progressed?
Yeah, for sure. I had come out last week. I've got another friend from the Bay Area, Elon Lieber, who
Okay.
finished
Yep.
men's third.
Fantastic.
Great
Wow.
day for him as
Talk to
well.
him. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And he said, come on out early. We've got some friends staying with
Nice.
us. Tony, who was out taking photos, if you folks know him.
Yep.
Okay.
So I said, why not? And
Yeah.
have done that first climb up to Antero last
Yeah,
week when I got
okay.
into town.
Oh, okay.
And I go into races with no time goal. I'm like, you're either just bound to be really disappointed.
Yeah, is
or-
that
like,
great advice?
Yeah.
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 So just was like, I'm gonna take it casually
Yep.
and see what
Yep.
happens. And 100
I mean,
miles
you didn't take it too casually,
Yeah, I
though,
was
right?
gonna
I mean,
say.
I think I was at
Yeah.
Cottonwood, and you were right up there in the mix, and it was pretty
Yeah.
tight on the women's side, right?
Yeah, great race.
So was that
Really-
intimidating? Were you concerned, or you're like, let's just go with this?
I think you just see what happens.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm like,
Why
100
not?
miles is a really long time.
Yes, it
and
is.
People live lives out there.
Yeah.
It's like you don't know.
Well, especially at Cottonwood, there's so much race
Yeah.
to go. The terrain's
Mhm.
going to change so many times.
Yeah.
And I was psyched to race with just a really strong women's field.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've got to say, I was telling Caleb, when you're coming back up from Cottonwood and you just see
You're just
these
passing.
streams
so
of women,
many,
and
yeah.
that was really, really neat.
It's uplifting,
That was a
isn't
highlight.
it? Yeah.
It's really
Mhm.
special. It's
Yeah.
it's the only
Yeah.
section that's an out and back section. So
Yeah.
you have the pleasure of seeing who's
Yeah.
kind of coming in the
Yeah,
other direction.
loved
And it's amazing.
Yeah, just got to cheer everyone on.
And everyone's super cheery,
Yes.
typically.
Yeah.
Even though it's a very hard section of the course, I want to add.
Yeah.
But like,
Psyched.
yeah, you kind of get boosted by that,
Mhm.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. So just went out and was like, I'm going to have my day and
Yeah.
see what happens. Had a friend pacing me who paced me 40 miles at Bear 100 last year.
Oh, wow.
She's
Experienced
just my
team.
person.
Okay, you
so
owe her
yeah,
a beer or
pace.
two, I guess, at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, and then had a friend crewing. It was really my first time having a crew person,
Yeah.
and she was dialed.
Oh,
you
wow,
know, like,
okay.
she came out to Hancock and Monarch, and just I learned so much from her about
Yeah.
like
Nice.
what do you do when you're crewing. She was
Yeah.
really on it.
Yeah.
And the race went great. First woman, got to give her a huge shout out.
Yeah.
She ran an
Yes.
incredible day. Like it was a treat from far away, from
Yeah.
4 minutes behind her to just witness her race.
I mean, but you were close for a lot of the race.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you must have kept the heat on a little bit because it was really oscillating within that 10-minute window for most of the race.
Yeah, well, I
So,
was
very
telling
tight.
her like she really made me get the best out of myself,
Yeah.
which was fun. It's
That's
nice
Yeah.
when
really
you're
special.
pushed
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mile 80, my stomach turned.
I was going to ask because I think at
Yeah.
blanks, I want to
Yes.
say there was only 4 minutes
4
or something.
minutes,
I
yeah.
mean, it
I mean,
was
you were right
astoundingly
there,
close.
Yeah, my stomach turned.
Ah.
I couldn't get anything down. I had like 2 cups of broth
Ah,
at aid
okay.
stations, and
Yeah.
just it happened.
It
That's it,
happens.
yeah.
Yep.
Was troubleshooting, trying like
Yes.
every gel
Yeah.
I had, and then
Yeah.
ended up like projectile vomiting maple syrup out of my nostrils.
Ouch.
Like,
Oh yeah, so that's a
like-
win. Yeah.
I was like, I think that's that. We're just gonna
We're gonna
keep
this
moving
is
forward
different now. Yeah.
Yeah,
hmm
but that's the point. It's
Right,
like
exactly.
a long, long day.
Yes.
You just gotta roll with
Yeah.
the punches.
And the things that are unexpected that you can't plan
Yeah.
for, that
Yeah.
it's part of the
But you
part of the
seem
draw.
seems like you held it together pretty well because you were still under the old course record by Annie Hughes, which is
Yeah.
a very impressive time when
and
she
it's a
ran
stout
that.
record. Yeah.
So was
Very.
it? Let me say, check 23:06. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a very difficult kind of mark to hit for anybody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that kind of became my plan B.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
like, hey, can we just
Just-
come in under that?
Yeah,
and
That's a
Okay.
pretty
see what
special
we
plan
can
B.
do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to find something, I think, to keep you motivated
Yes.
and
Keep
going
going,
towards
yeah.
it. Yeah.
What is
Yeah.
that kind of like, mental message, the mantra? Like, how do you sort of keep yourself focused, dialed, when things are good, but also when things are tough?
Yeah. I mean, my 3 words are nothing is infinite.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like,
Yep.
there's no infinite mountain in this world.
Right.
Like,
No.
there's
Yep.
no.
It's over at some point.
Yes.
37 hours goes by really
Yeah.
quickly.
Yes, it
It's
does.
not a lot
Yep.
of time.
Yeah.
It's
So
sometimes hard to see that, but it is the truth.
Yes.
Like it will be over.
Yeah.
And you
Try to
gotta
keep
hold
that
on.
sort of in your
yeah,
focus.
That
Yeah.
helps me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And what was your approach, kind of nutrition wise, to kind of running this? Was there anything different given the kind of, elevation that you're kind of, because that's often a struggle for a lot of people
Yeah.
here. They have a plan and it goes out the window as soon as they go over Antero.
And you've been here for a week, but you're coming from sea level.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was lucky enough. I spent some time in Tahoe with friends during Broken Arrow,
Yeah,
and then
okay.
in Mammoth over 4th of July. So
Okay.
I felt like I had a little
bit of height.
altitude
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
This is really the first race where I've been really committed to I feel like this 70 grams of carbs per hour is
Yeah.
this number everyone's throwing out, and just
Okay. Yeah.
really across scratch super fuel and
Yeah.
gels was every 20 minutes you're
Yep.
gonna get something down.
Yeah.
And it worked great up until mile 80. I was feeling really
Amazing.
Yeah. It seems.
fueling works.
Yeah.
Fueling is magic.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's been a big shift in the last kind of 2
Yeah,
or
for
3
sure.
years. That
Mhm.
we're starting to really dial back
Yeah.
what we know,
Mhm.
what works and what doesn't, and people,
Yeah.
people are really figuring that out.
Yeah.
So that kind of worked well for you. Was there any
Yeah.
issues up high at all, or was it pretty smooth?
No, I was
Wow.
feeling good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've got to give a shout out to Caleb and his team. Hands down, one of the best, most well organized races I've
Yeah.
done. Those aid stations, I'm
Yeah.
if you had no gels with you,
Oh yeah.
those
There you
those
go.
volunteers were
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Here's what,
Yep.
how are you feeling? What do you need?
Yeah.
What's going on? How can I
Yes.
help you?
From
So
the first runner to the last.
Yeah.
yeah, just
Yeah.
incredible.
And
incredible folks.
most of the aid stations, I want to say, it's like repeat offenders every year. They're coming back and they're
Yeah.
helping out again. They had
Yeah.
such a good time, right?
Yeah.
So it's the
Yeah.
same kind of crew captains and
Absolutely.
a lot of the same people.
Yeah,
So
volunteering has become competitive in terms
Yeah.
of entry as well. Yeah, it's true.
Trying to get in.
Yeah,
Trying to
Yeah.
get in.
absolutely. Yeah.
So,
Excellent.
So,
So-
what is in your future calendar?
Took the words out of my mouth.
Seems like you had a really standout race this time. Has that changed
Yeah.
anything for you? Or is it?
No, you know what's funny is I run to be outside
Yep.
in the mountains with
Yep.
friends, and
Yeah.
those are my happiest days.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a race. It's just 40 miles in the
Yep.
Sierra with friends is
Yeah.
my happy spot.
Mhm.
This spring was at a bit of an anomaly. I ran Canyons 100K.
Yep, I saw that on your
I deferred
results.
last year because I was working Noel's course in Wyoming,
Yep.
and so did it this year. Got 6, kind of
Yep.
unexpected.
Yeah, it's a great result.
Ran Dipsy, which is our local
Yeah.
race.
Yes.
Real-
Sure did.
Very
Classic.
special local race.
And
yeah.
then
Oh, you got black shirt?
yeah.
Oh,
so-
fantastic.
yeah.
Okay.
We had a whole group of friends out training on cardiac every
Yeah,
week together,
yeah,
which was
excellent.
really fun. and then was most excited for this one. But because I'd applied for lotteries, I'm also into Wasatch this fall.
Oh, great.
Oh, okay.
Lived in Park City for a bit and like
Yeah,
would
so
love
you
to
know
go back and run
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
those mountains.
Sure, another
So-
real
So
classic,
connection to that
American
one.
classic,
Yeah.
the Wasatch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just get me up high in the mountains.
Some
and I'm
great
happy.
Western races. Yeah.
Yeah.
And given your background
Yeah.
with both professionally, but also
Yeah.
your family's background with
Mhm.
hiking, do you
Yeah.
have any sort of big adventure plans in your sights that are separate from races, but that you want to kind of chase after?
It's a good question. I love like Sierra High Route esque,
Yeah.
like off trail, Wind
Yeah.
River High Route type
Yep.
stuff.
Yeah, Wind River
Really
Highland.
curious about some of those FKTs out in the
Yeah.
mountains.
Okay.
Totally.
Um,
Well, we have a great one locally here, Nolan's 14. Maybe add that to your
so
radar.
I've heard.
Bet a couple people are telling you about
Yeah,
those weekends. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, you could just invent your own one as well. I think that's part of the
Yeah.
joy of
Yes.
that kind of
Yeah.
approach
Yeah.
to
Then
things,
you get to
right?
name
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
That's
Any
it.
adventure
Lawrence
you want.
14ers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
DIY adventures.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's my favorite. Like I was
Yeah.
in Mammoth over 4th of July,
Mm.
15 friends from Mill Valley,
Oh,
and
great.
just out like getting off trail and mapping
Yeah.
out routes,
Yeah.
like
Super
stuff,
special.
stuff like
Yeah.
that's my
Your
sweet
jam.
spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Nice.
So we'll see. There's not enough days in the summer to do everything I'd love to do.
There isn't. I know that's the struggle, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Those long days in the mountains.
Yep. Yeah.
Any other, either shout outs to
Mhm.
people or, just anything you want to mention that we haven't asked you about that feels top of mind and important to you about your day?
Oh man, I mean, it sounds cliche because I'm sitting here talking to y'all, but like my parents are in upstate New York,
Yep.
right? They loved,
Tuning
Good.
into the live stream.
you know,
Yes.
they loved our sports
Yep.
when we were in high school and they
Yeah.
drive us to the soccer field. And so
Totally.
it was so neat for them that
Yeah.
they could just tune in and see
Good.
photos of us and
Yes.
video content.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, really
It's been
neat
a
to bring something so
yeah.
remote to folks' computers back home.
Yeah, I
So,
think that's a good point, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really kind of changing things. Jamil
Yeah.
and Co are doing a great,
Yes.
mhm.
great kind of service to everybody, the parents,
Yeah.
the fans that want to tune in and see
Absolutely.
things.
Yeah.
And it's really kind of just giving that kind of different, like, flair to
Exposure.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
exposure.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's special. You can share it with people who can't be here physically. Yep.
Yeah.
And the other thing I'll give a shout out to, the weather.
Yeah.
Thanks, weather.
It really
Yeah.
is up.
Perfect.
Like
Yeah.
heard some thunder at times,
Yeah.
way off in the distance.
It can be a little
and-
intimidating, right?
Yeah.
Coming into the mountains like that, especially
Yeah.
if you're not familiar with it,
Yeah.
but they're kind of scary and,
Yeah.
they can be very serious. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
when you hear thunder, you're
Yeah.
kind of looking around.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I was
And
like,
you're up
knock
there.
on wood. It sounds like most people got up and over high
think so,
stuff
yeah.
with no
That's the
problem, which is great.
impression we've been getting.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Good.
Awesome.
Amazing. Well,
Yeah.
congratulations on an
Thank you.
incredible performance
Yep.
and a wonderful day.
Yeah. Thanks so
Yeah.
much. Thanks for being here.
Yep, we'll
Absolutely.
Hopefully see you
Yeah.
back another year.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, we got a whole pack of runners
Oh,
coming
wow.
in. Or maybe one runner and a lot of crew.
A lot of crew.
Yes.
Some kind of custom t-shirts
I know.
made,
I wanna
maybe
see
I
what
want to
the
say.
t-shirt says.
Definitely like
Oh,
the
she's
custom
excited.
t-shirts.
Yes.
Big fan.
Shout out to the
There we go.
sartorial choices of our crews. We have one happy runner and another one on her tail.
Oh,
Somebody
wow. Is it?
coming
Or
through
maybe
and
just
somebody
lingering
entering
around.
the chute. We got the high five.
High fives. Here we go. Look at that. These stylish plaid shirts.
Yes.
as,
Yes. This is the High Lonesome formal wear.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. This is as good as it gets. Here we
And
go.
again, wow. Boom, boom.
Look at this one happy person right there.
165. Big smiles all around.
Oh yeah.
Again, more poles. Everybody's with the poles, I think. It's what you need for the mountains.
Yeah. Although interesting,
a big-
not wildly surprising, but interesting that people hang on to them even through that flatter section, flatter towards the end. I think it sort of
Nothing
shows.
beats a pole, a head in the pole moment to yourself
Yes,
sometimes.
Yeah,
So I
exactly.
think they're very useful for that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yep.
it just sort of speaks to the grind that is those last handful of miles.
Yep. Good for throwing up with too.
Also, yes. You heard it here, probably not
Yeah.
first. Yeah.
Yeah. Probably not the intended use. But
No, but,
they're
you know,
multi.
Doubles has.
Yes, multi-use tool.
Quiet for a few minutes, coming through the finish line. Oh, looks like a
Here we go. Oh, are these
Hawaiian
custom
shirt
shirts?
crew?
A Hawaiian shirt theme or something. I'm not sure what that pattern is, but yeah, it looks great. It's always fun to see the size of the crowd that folks
Yeah.
are bringing to this, right?
Yeah, this is a big crew. Can't tell
Trying to
if the
figure out who
runner's
the
in
runner
there.
is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me
who looks
too.
in worse shape though? I don't know.
Right.
They all look pretty
They
good.
all seem sort of capable of squatting, which indicates
Yeah.
not a runner.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Happy team. where are we? We're at just past the 34:30
Yeah.
mark.
Good times for all these runners to get in
Yeah.
under this.
Absolutely.
So Rachel, you're 1 for 2 attempts at this? Is
I'm
that
1 for 2, and I think I was actually part of the sort of contingent of runners who potentially helped inspire the change, or sort of the nail in the coffin to the change in
the timing.
in the timing.
cutoff,
because
yeah.
I was in
You were pretty close.
2022, made it through Raspberry 2.
Oh, wow.
And then came through the finish.
Oh, my goodness.
Over 36 hours, under 37 hours. Yes.
I mean,
and
wow. Okay.
yes.
That's a finish in my book.
It was a finish in mine.
Okay. So
and
I'll call that 2 for 2,
yes.
really. That's detail.
A lot of people asking me sort
Yeah.
of, when I'm coming back. And
Yeah.
I want to come back because the course is wonderful and special,
Yeah.
and the races.
Yeah.
And we've been spending all of
Yeah.
our afternoon talking about
So we're
just
both
that,
2-time kind of finishes here, I would say. I'm of the same opinion. When are you going to come back and do it again?
Yeah.
But it's intimidating.
It's a lot.
It's a lot,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. And, there are those sections that you think of, I'd love to see this again. And
Yeah.
there are those sections that you think of,
Yeah.
I could really take a pass on ever
Yeah.
seeing this again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, am I ready for that commitment? It
Yes,
takes a lot, I think. Sometimes in the hurry to sign up for things, we
Yes.
really underestimate what it truly takes.
Yes.
Both mentally and physically,
Yeah,
but more
for
mentally,
sure.
in my
I
opinion.
think that more mentally,
to
what
get
you're
it done.
willing to devote to
Yes.
kind of that endeavor.
And we said this earlier, right? You got to pick something that really excites you, and
Yes.
you got to be motivated at.
Yeah.
So even if it's a great race like this, you still have to
Want
have that
it.
drive and motivation. It
Yeah,
doesn't
for
come
sure.
for free. Any 100-mile finish is a special thing.
Yeah. And
to
I will say too,
cherish.
it's just, the draw of volunteering, the draw of supporting another runner is also so strong. So
Yeah.
unless you really want it to sort of outweigh that, it's an uphill battle.
Yeah.
And speaking of uphill battles,
Oh, the turn off of the endless road.
yes,
This
that
lucky
last
individual
uphill mile.
coming back in. Oh, I want to see, who is it there? Is the lady on the right? Perhaps?
Maybe in the middle, hard to tell.
I don't know. But I
But
bet
whoever
they've
it
been
is, they are
dreaming about
finishing
this
their
moment for a
journey.
long time,
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
I think when I think about this, I've always hung on to when the course comes back on itself,
Yes.
and you're back on familiar terrain.
That's
I think to
right.
me that's like a real
It's the home
moment.
turf moment.
Yeah, you're like,
Yeah.
okay, I know this. I
Yes.
can get it done. And then this kind of last climb,
Yeah.
those are 2 real moments you've been kind of dreaming and salivating around
Yes,
about for
for
a long
sure.
time.
For
So
sure.
it's bittersweet sometimes
Yes.
because you only get to really truly enjoy maybe that field.
Yes. Yeah,
But
exactly.
until that moment, you've really been suffering. And I think, probably moments after finishing,
Yeah.
the pain starts to fade, and you start to reflect fondly on it
Yes,
somehow,
yeah.
don't you?
Though I will say, I was at Foos's volunteering this morning, and there was a woman there. So you're about 75 miles into the run, and she, stumbled into somebody that she knew from the area, and they immediately began talking about soft rock and the fact that they
Oh,
were all
wow.
going to do soft rock. And the 75-mile runner said,
Wow.
"Oh, I'm totally in. Let's do this." And I thought, you are having
Wow.
a good day. You're
Wow.
75 miles deep. You are signing up for soft rock.
Oof, that's
Yeah,
impressive.
yeah.
Bad decisions during as
Yeah,
well. Very
yeah.
impressive. Yeah. I'm mostly always about to retire in every race
Well,
I
that's
ever
what
do.
you
you
usually
know?
hear. You don't.
Yeah,
You're
I'm like,
sure,
why do
sign
I?
me up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why do I do this? I'm never doing it again.
Yes.
And then a day later you're on ultra sign up or
Yeah,
open
that,
split,
exactly.
something looking for things to sign up for.
What the next
Yeah.
type 2 fun's going to be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's always something out there that kind of whets the appetite,
There
isn't
is
there? And kind of
always something.
entices you. But hey, it doesn't have to be 100 miles.
No.
You could go run your local 5K.
Yes, which
It's all what it's all.
I find just as painful as running.
Yes,
100
me
miles.
too.
Yeah.
I really do. But
Yes.
yeah, whether it's a mile on the track or 100 miles, I kind of
Suffering
fully
is
appreciate
suffering.
all of them. And I
Yes.
think, anybody that's willing to kind of give it their best and try and get the best out of themselves, I
Yes.
think that's where the reward is,
Yes,
isn't it?
absolutely.
Or just trying something like this just with the unknown. I think 100 milers bring that special element.
Yes. Yeah.
That I remember my first one, like, can I even finish this? Actually, my first
What was your
50K,
first
I
one,
was
by the
like,
way?
this is insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
My first 100 was, they don't run it anymore, Thunder Rock,
Okay. Yeah. I'm not familiar.
in Tennessee.
Okay.
Yeah, they did it 2 years. Really fantastic race, actually. Really enjoyed it. But yeah, sadly, they don't do that one anymore.
Okay.
And then Pinhoti, I think, was the one after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a few in quick succession. Yeah, don't try that at home.
And after your first couple, did you think I'm hooked, or did you think thanks but no thanks?
No, I was pretty hooked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Kind of right from the gun. I had no idea at the beginning. I truly thought it was madness. I forget, was it Chris that was telling us about how they really didn't want to do 100
Yes.
for a long time. I'm never going to do that. Maybe it was Alex, I forget. One of them was like,
Yeah.
no, I'm never going to do that. But it does just
Gets
kind
his
of
claws into you.
yeah, you get it
Yeah.
into you, don't you? Yeah,
Yeah.
like I imagine a lot of these finishers. That where was that seed of intrigue sown, right?
Yep.
And somewhere it is, whether you volunteered, crewed, seen a live stream like this,
Yep.
I don't know. But you know, there was some comments actually in the live stream. They're like, "Oh, I'm thinking
yeah.
about this." Like, oh, okay. So
Live
it's always
streamers,
interesting.
We say do it.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, yeah,
Don't
absolutely.
hesitate. You can do it.
Exactly.
Just
I
like these runners
remember
here.
When my
You could be as cool as this lady coming
Yeah,
in right
she
now. Look at
was.
her, killing it, crushing
She's
it,
moving
smile
really
on her
well.
face, running in, knowing that she's going to be a 100-mile
34:39.
finisher in a very, very challenging and difficult 100-mile
Yes,
race
that
that
is
very few people
one
get to do. Monica Lee,
happy
Farmington,
person.
Utah, 50th female.
So there you go. So we are
I think we're
just
yeah,
a little bit
a
ahead.
little bit ahead on the ladies
the
finishing.
Women count.
Yep. Boom. There we go.
Finish line hugs.
Oh, and a
some-
face on
oh.
a stick.
Face on a stick.
You know this is a fun crowd.
Yeah.
Yep. Get somebody's face, stick it on a stick, wave it in their
Yeah.
face, and
That's
mile
the
75.
kind of crew you want. A crew
Yeah.
that's going to put somebody's face on a stick for you.
Exactly. Absolutely. Looks like a fun crowd. The pacers don't have it easy out here too. I tell
No,
you, it's
yeah.
it's kind of tough. Look at the size of the packs. They got to carry all the gear.
Yeah.
They got to tell witty jokes. Yeah, it's tough for them.
Well, and the driving
Oh,
too.
the whole here we go.
whole
Family affair
two
coming all the
little
way in.
kiddos.
Yep.
This is not an easy
Looking at
course
Mama
to
coming in.
crew and pace for. Oh,
There we go.
kids wandering off. Here we go.
Keep the gang together.
Yep.
Cruising in. Everyone
Just
looks happy.
a few more steps.
Yep. Look how cool your parents are. They can run 100 miles.
That's right.
Tell that to your friends in school. They won't even believe you.
No, they won't. Do your kids think that you guys are super cool?
I have one, and I think she thinks it's normal. So, you know,
That's amazing.
I don't know what we've done to her.
Yeah.
She thinks it's normal. I think when I ran a road marathon last year, she was asking how many aid stations or nights I would be out for. And she was kind of perplexed when I was like, there's
When you
not
came
really
home.
any aid
Yes.
stations. And just a few hours.
Just a
yeah.
few hours later, you were
Yeah.
home. Yeah.
So, yeah, they have I think Colorado kids are pretty warped sense
Setting
of what's normal.
A high standard.
or anybody
yeah.
in the sport, should I
Yeah,
say.
absolutely. Oh,
Oh,
another
here we
runner.
go. Wow, they're really kind of cranking through now. There we
Oh,
go.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Pumping the air.
Here's that runner.
Soak it
Another
in.
good use for the poles.
Soak it in. It's a downhill finish,
Yeah.
apart from the last uphill you just ran.
Uh-huh.
But for about 100 meters,
I
it's
was gonna
downhill.
say, just in that finishing
Yeah,
shoot.
just in the finishing shoot,
Yep,
right?
got to take it where you can get it. Although I think for a lot of people, by the end of these races, the downhill is more challenging than the
I
uphill.
think it is, right? Yeah.
Stephen Hinkle from
Steve
Lakewood,
Hinkle.
Colorado.
Oh, yep, another local.
Yes.
74th male. I don't know what. I'm not sure if I'm reading
Well, I
these
think we
numbers
may
correctly.
be-
Well, maybe we're interpreting this number incorrectly. 74th male. I don't know what that. I don't know.
Yeah, that's.
Because wasn't it just 50th a minute ago? Okay, ignore everything we just said.
We know
No,
nothing
we
about
know nothing.
how
No
many
idea
people
what that
have
is.
come through.
No. And we have
But
no
I bet
laptops in
Open
front of
Split
us.
Time could
They could probably
could
tell.
tell you if you're on the computer at home watching this live
Yeah.
stream, have at it.
Yeah, but we're kind of flying blind here with the.
I think Stephen is
internets.
a multiple finisher, if I'm remembering correctly. I remember seeing his
Oh,
face
really?
from previous years.
Looks familiar.
Although,
Yeah,
yeah,
possibly.
he does look familiar. He and Caleb having a nice
Yeah.
chat.
We have a few legacy finishers. John Davis, as we mentioned earlier, 7-time finisher. What do you think it
Incredible.
takes to finish this 7 times in a row? Astounding.
A lot of gels.
Yeah, a lot of jobs. And
Yeah.
John ran Hard Rock last week.
Yes. Yes.
I paced him for 15
Amazing.
hours. So yeah, that's a pretty
That is
impressive
commitment to
feat,
the
isn't
cause.
it? Yeah, it
turning
really
around
is.
so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, both are very difficult races to get into.
Yep.
So I think when that opportunity, lay itself there,
Hard
he
to
kind of had to, I
pass,
suppose.
yeah.
He did tell me he's never doing Hard Rock again, so you heard that from me first.
So we'll see what happens
you know.
there. Yep.
Yeah, everybody in the lottery gets a one person out of the chain. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, very impressive finishing by him earlier today.
Yeah. I think there have been a handful
Yeah.
of people we've
So
seen. A number
7
of people
times. My
doing
wife's okay. Was 5-time finisher today.
amazing.
And I want to say Kevin Canada, is he still out running today?
I believe he is.
So
still out running
he's
today.
another 7-time
Yes,
finisher.
and he
Yep.
just ran Western States, so he's.
Oh
another
my
one.
goodness me! What is
Somebody
wrong
who's
with you
doing a
people?
different,
Yep.
kind of double this summer.
Okay, wow, doubles all
yes.
around. Courtney,
Yeah.
what have you done to people? You've shown us this is possible now.
And they have taken it seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So people are getting out there, signing up for all
Another
kinds of
runner
madness.
coming in.
Oh man, okay, I thought for a moment there the guy in the hair was the runner, but that would have been impressive. Here we go.
Here we go.
Uh,
Looking strong, coming through
great,
Raspberry
looking
too.
fantastic shape. Look at that.
Yeah, she's really moving.
Yep, hauling.
She's got
Digging the trail
hot
running
7
dress as well. I
miles
like
to
it.
go, but it looks like she's in good shape to do it.
Mm-hmm. It's got the A team at the aid station here.
Pit crew in and out and done.
Sherry Atkinson, Newcastle, Colorado.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't understand.
I don't know
these
what that
numbers
number
'cause
means.
this stuff
86th
says
female,
86
100
female.
mile. Okay, they're bogus. Okay, we're ignoring the numbers. We'll make up fun facts about those numbers. That's her 86th 100-mile finish.
Who's
Probably not
wearing
true.
a skirt?
Yeah.
86 skirt we've seen today, ladies
Yeah.
and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Mr. and Mixes.
Okay. So there's a heavy metal rocker theme, I think, in this aid station.
Yeah, which
is
that's what's happening.
which is the wigs you see here.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
Everybody
question
has
is,
their own spin
did
on it.
raspberry? Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, rockers. What does that say? Keep
Something
it
rockers.
all yield to rockers.
Nice.
There we go.
Oh yeah, inflatable guitar and everything. That
Do you-
wig looks.
Do you listen
kinda
to rock music when you're out there? What do you do?
You know, I don't tend to listen to
No?
headphones when I'm out there.
I just listen to my own sad thoughts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same.
Yeah. It's I sometimes think maybe I could listen to a podcast and do something useful with my time, but I'm too
No.
miserable.
What
Yeah.
it chatters in my
miserable.
ear, but I don't
Yeah.
pay any attention.
Yeah. I tried music one time,
Yes.
but it just kind of irritated
Yeah,
me, to
I
be
have the
honest.
same
I think a lot of people
experience.
like the music, but I'm just I like to just dwell on my own
Yeah,
thoughts.
me too.
Yeah.
Let me just do it in my own misery
Yeah.
or
Yeah,
delight.
that's why I was saying I don't have basses anymore, because it's just someone to moan at, you know.
Interesting.
So
Yeah.
I've just figured out that I could just moan to myself.
Yeah, you're like,
Yeah.
spare somebody. Yeah.
Keep myself kind of entertained.
Yep. You
can
are your
shout out
own-
loud.
Your own best pacer. Yes.
Yep, you can be vocal, moaning
Yes.
out loud. No
Yep.
one's there to hear
Nobody's
you.
there to hear you.
Yeah. So,
That's the thing about the.
but yeah,
these
music. I
woods.
guess it's definitely helpful. I found
Yeah.
myself running with music in training, and I never used to do that.
Interesting.
But now I just listen to podcasts and learn things
Yes,
as I run.
I also listen to podcasts. I
Yeah.
tend to listen to things more if I am running in the city, doing,
Doing things. What's your go-to podcast? What do you listen to?
What is my go-to? But well, at least recently I've been listening to Pod Save America, which
Oh,
I
great
sort of
one.
go
Yep.
back and forth
Yep.
between
Yep.
enjoying and
Hating. Yeah.
what that
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
How
Who
about
wins?
you?
Revisionist History, Malcolm Gladwell.
Oh yeah,
He's a
great.
fellow runner
And
too.
another runner. Yeah,
Yep,
and
yep.
another New Yorker.
Yeah, we'd see him around
Yes.
Central Park running around.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, the
Unmistakable hair.
Yep,
Yep.
exactly. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. He did a great little mini series on I want to say called Speed City. I want to say about the 68 Mexico Olympics. So
Oh,
give that a
interesting.
listen. Yeah, really
Yeah.
good. Really good
That sounds great.
podcast. Here we go.
Where are we here?
Oh, wow, someone's
There's-
flying along here. Is this,
I can't tell where this
is
is
this the
actually.
finish? No, this is not the finish.
Coming is
Oh,
the
it
finish.
is the
thing.
finish. Okay.
Uh,
Sorry, it is the finish. That's the road back there. Wow. They're just moving too fast.
Yeah.
It's like this is the start
They
or the
shocked
finish.
us. Yeah.
Wowzers. Okay,
Yeah,
someone's really
moving well.
motivated.
Oh my gosh.
They probably heard there was free cocktails at the
Yeah.
end or something.
Or a
Put-
chair.
Put a spring in their step. Or
Yeah.
a chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. A chair with a cocktail?
Going strong.
That'll be pretty good.
I
wouldn't it?
bet somebody will give her both of those
yeah.
things.
Yeah.
We have chairs here if anybody wants to bring.
Chris
their
did say you had a
cocktail.
beer at the end, which I was impressed by at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah,
I think
that
I think
is-
I tried that year and maybe made it through about 4 sips.
That's a hard pass
Yeah,
for me.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, freezing cold, 2 a.m.
Just
no,
too cold.
too
yeah.
cold. No one around. It's a bit sad, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. Yeah. What is that kind of finish? The 2 a.m. finish like?
Sad.
Sad.
I mean, in some ways, it's
Yeah.
just it's cold.
It's cold.
It's cold. I mean, great because Caleb's
Fun.
there, gives you a hug, and
Absolutely.
you can
And
stop
want
running
that
and sit
hug at
down.
that point 'cause it's
Yeah,
warm.
but it's
Yeah.
just like it's not a fun time to finish. Yeah, I want my second 100 Pinhoti. I finished, and I had to wake the guy up at the end. There was no one there. Yeah, he was sleeping. And I
That's
finished on a
tremendous.
track. Yeah, it didn't really bother me. I don't really care too
Yeah.
much. But I just thought it was kind of
It's a
whimsical,
great story.
kind of fun,
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
it?
it's a great story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So that was a story to
Yeah,
take home.
that's
yeah.
a good one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that is
yeah,
a
no,
good
it's much more fun finishing at kind of fun times like this. This is a great time to finish.
Yes.
Everybody's there hanging out.
Yeah.
Great
People are here
theme.
to cheer you in.
Yeah.
Bring you
yeah.
home.
I kind of
Yeah.
prefer that. Racers should kind of optimize for the bulk.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's perfectly fine. I'm not expecting special treatment if you're, at the front or something.
Well, in this race.
Oh, is there some tears there?
I think we got some tears.
Oh, we love some
got
tears. Yeah. The emotions come flooding out.
Alejandro, we
Why not?
salute
It is
you.
emotional, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. I am intensely not a crier, I have to say. I'm
Me neither.
I had a few tears.
But
when I crossed.
the only time I've ever bawled at the finish line was my first experience with the 100 miles that got me sucked in. I paced a buddy at Leadville in 2013.
Yeah.
First time ever doing 100 miles. I paced him 50 miles back. And man, what an emotional roller coaster. So I don't care about myself, I guess. That's what it tells me. But I'm very invested in other people's
Absolutely.
days.
I will say that when I was at Fusis today, the last woman to come through prior to the cutoff, who was just on the grind, didn't know if she was going to make it. We pep talked her and got her out there, and she was just ready to fight for it. Like that got me a little.
Alejandro Santos, California.
Another California.
Wow,
We got a lot of California people today.
F55, is that her age? I hope.
We really know nothing.
We don't know. We're assuming, but very impressive. That is her age.
we have confirmation that is her age.
It's very impressive, this sport.
Yeah.
I really like that about it.
Yeah.
I don't think you see it quite as often than maybe the shorter stuff, shorter distance things, but just the,
for sure.
People get into the sport, they might have been in it for all their life, or they got into it in the 50s.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And it's never too
I
late.
got into it in my 30s.
There you go. It's never too
I
late,
didn't
right?
run at all until I was in my,
Wow.
I think, early 30s.
I'm kind of the opposite end. I think I started cross country when I was about 10 or 11, and that's been me ever since 35 years later.
Amazing.
Yeah, running.
So let that be a lesson. It can serve you no matter what your
You
background
can't
is.
escape.
Yeah.
I think that's what it teaches us. You
Also
just
that,
cannot
yes.
escape from the grasp of running.
That's right.
Don't look at it. It'll grab you and hold on to you.
Next thing you know, you're going to be in a cabin in Alpine.
Yep.
commentating
Talking
on
about
people
running.
walking across the finish line.
Yep. 35 hours later.
Yes. Yeah.
Exactly right. Here we go. Two other champs coming in here. Pacer and
Pacer and runner.
runner coming in.
And the spectator. Here they come.
It's a little dry and dusty on that view, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But it's amazing.
Doesn't
And
make
it
it
kind of
look
dumps
so
it with
appealing,
rain,
but
and then 2 minutes later, it's dry and dusty
Yeah.
again.
Turns really quickly.
It really does.
Making their way around that last little
One turn left. I mean, obviously they know it. They ran out about 35 hours ago. They were leaving this. And
Now they
now
are back
returning.
with a whole new perspective, I'm sure.
Yep. Yep. Lived life in a day, as they say.
Yes,
And I think there's a
yeah.
lot of truth to that. There really is. Also a lot of lies, because most often it's more than a day.
Yeah. Well, it's just a very long day. The only
Long day.
way people say, you
I
can't
guess it's a
add
day
more
'cause you never
time,
went to bed.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only, now 37-hour day on the
But
books.
you've definitely been through the whole gamut, haven't you, with 100-mile racing? And I think that's one of the alluring features of it, is that you go through the highest highs and the lowest lows
And
multiple times.
Yes, and you see firsthand many
There we go.
times how quickly it can turn around and change.
Yeah, but it's mostly smiles at the end, isn't it? I rarely see anybody coming through looking truly kind
Grumpy.
of defeated or grumpy.
Yes,
Exactly.
yeah, exactly.
This isn't
Well,
the
you've
sport
just
for grumpy
achieved
people, is it?
something Truly incredible.
Yeah. You really have.
Yep.
Like we keep saying, a 100-mile finish is a very special thing, very hard to achieve, but very achievable.
Yeah.
I think that's what I've seen over the years. People doing their first hundreds. I've seen many people, been part of many people's first 100-mile experience, and it is immensely achievable. And I think one of the big factors of success, like you're going to see here, is a good crew around you.
Absolutely.
Good help.
Good support team.
Yeah, good
Yep.
support team.
People who can help you turn it around when you are on the struggle
Exactly.
bus.
Yep. We give a shout out to running clubs as well. We've got Lynn here. He's part of our running club. He's volunteering at the end there.
Amazing.
But a really fun statistic I like to cite with our running club here. It's based out of Boulder. We have a very, very high finishing percentage in 100-mile races.
Yes.
I think we crunched the numbers one year, and it was something like 95%.
That's incredible.
Of all of the 100-mile
Speaks
finishes.
to the kind of support and the team support,
Yeah.
the group effort. That
Exactly.
It
And I
takes.
think you're really invested. Everybody's
Yeah.
invested,
Yes.
right?
And you're invested in each other's successes.
Exactly. Yeah. And you're also getting good advice. You're showing up to kind of group runs. You're meeting all kinds of people. You're hearing inspiring things. You're starting to realize that, yeah, this is for me. This is something I could definitely do, and I see myself. Maybe you're only going to do it once just to see it, and that's fine, totally fine. Or maybe you're never going to do it. That's also fine. But you might just participate in other people's days, and that's also pretty
Well,
fun.
and that's one of the amazing things I think about the sport, and it speaks to this race and lots of other races, but this race in particular, about ensuring that there are lots of opportunities to see yourself in the kinds of runners who are
Yes,
here.
exactly.
So with the gender equity policy, the LGBTQ policy around gender, like there's a lot of ways in which
This race is for everybody.
yeah,
You
exactly.
really see it. It's very apparent, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I will say
Very
again
welcoming.
that I continue to think I'm the least likely person to be running 100 milers on the planet. So if you are somebody who thinks this is interesting to me, I am compelled by this is appealing to me.
Yeah.
If I can do it, the likelihood that you can do it is extraordinarily high.
It
So
is.
get after
It is.
Yeah.
I think it's, I kind of like to laugh. I think it's like 90% mental, 10% athleticism.
Yeah.
Like I said
What
earlier,
is
maybe
that?
you should do a little bit of training.
Yeah.
but mostly, you know, the right kind of attitude and desire. I think,
Exactly.
I think, you know, it really is possible.
Yes, you
for
can
most
figure
people.
out the rest. The
Yeah.
logistical pieces
Yeah.
you can figure out.
Yeah, you can. And
What
like we
is
said,
that one liner that people often throw around? It's, you know, an eating contest with a little bit of running mixed in.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. That is very true,
Yes.
actually. And,
Yeah.
you know, this race is particularly hard because of the elevation.
Yes.
That's a big component for a lot of people. Definitely is sadly a lot of the reason people kind of drop, you know, or have a really tough day is that elevation brings a hugely
Yes,
challenging
being up high
component
for
to it.
so
Yeah.
long, you're really
Yeah.
up for it.
Yeah.
You know,
And right from the gun, right? 13,000 feet, I think you're cresting on the first
on
climb
the
of the
first
day.
climb of the day. And
Yeah.
you're really up, you know, above
there high.
10, 11,000
Yeah.
feet for
Yeah.
almost 60 miles.
Yeah,
So it's
exactly.
really something. And even coming into Fooses where you've
Yeah.
already dropped down, people come in
Yeah.
like, oh, my stomach's still a mess. I still can't eat.
Yeah.
Well, you've only been off of the ridge for
Yeah,
you know,
not
a
long.
relatively brief period
Yeah.
of time. So just, you know, the lesson I think there is give it time, let your body
It's
come down.
it's a really, I think, a
Yes.
nugget of wisdom from this race is
Yes.
everybody feels miserable at Monarch.
Yes.
Absolutely miserable. There's not a single
100%.
person that comes in there feeling, you know,
Good.
cheery.
Yeah,
you know.
exactly.
But when you get down to Fooses shortly
Yes.
thereafter, it's like a different world.
Yep.
It really
And
is.
there's Lauren Fox, who has
Oh,
been
wow.
volunteering for a long time at this race, saying, hard not to get emotional at these finishes. Year one started it off as super emotional. Love the finish line. Lauren Fox, we
Yeah.
love you.
We love the finishing line
Yeah.
too. There's nothing better, is there,
Yeah.
than watching this? You
It
can watch
is-
it all day.
It is. In fact, we are.
We are. We're
Yeah.
sitting here watching it.
Yes,
exactly.
we're watching
As
it
are
from
you.
here. We watch
Thanks for tuning in.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. But it really is. It's special seeing the kind of yeah, just the breadth of people, the diversity, the age range.
Yeah.
It's kind of special,
Yeah,
right?
the age range is very special. I think
Yeah.
that's something that you
Yeah.
can't see in a lot of other
Exactly.
sports.
Yeah.
And in some ways, the longer you're in it here, the better off you are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. I'm hope to be. You know, my goal is to be kind of in it for the long haul. The longevity is something I really kind of
Yes.
admire.
Prize and value.
You know, and
Yeah.
then just be consistent.
Yeah.
You know, those are the two things that I like about, you know, that drive me forward a little bit. Just try to do as well as I can, try to execute as well. Don't get too dejected when it doesn't go your way. A finish is the greatest thing. Never take it for granted. You know, and I'm always cheery at the finishing line.
Yeah.
You know,
Amazing.
and I laugh, you know, like it might have been an absolute crapshoot, but like, it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
that's the way I
finding
look
the
at
humor
it.
in it is
Yeah.
helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Absolutely.
and you learn something, don't you? You know, I've been
Yes,
racing
you do.
35 years and I'm still kind of figuring this out.
Yeah.
How to do it. And I think we mentioned earlier, and a few of our guests have said, nutrition has been something that I think we're starting to figure out.
Yes.
We're starting to get products out there. Probably
Absolutely.
not Spring Energy, but some of the other products out there that are, you know, really starting to help people a lot,
Yes.
right? We're starting to figure out what these numbers mean. I'm still a little, you know, haphazard about it, I will say.
I am too.
I don't, you know, certainly at the beginning I was all over the place, eating, you know, a sandwich here and there and just winging it.
Yep.
And then I started to get a little bit more precise, and it did pay off dividends. So I think that's why you're starting to see like
Performance
very
jumps.
tough, tight finishes. You know, Western here. You know, there's 4 minutes after 85 miles
Yeah,
of
well, and
racing.
that 85-mile mark. I mean, it's interesting to see how much.
And I
that-
think it's because we're starting to take that little variable out of the
Yes,
equation a bit.
that's
People
right.
are dialing it, right? And
Right.
it's not so variable.
Yes.
So it's exciting to
Yeah,
witness.
especially if you are competitive in the sport, you are really sort of focusing on that.
the detail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Here we go.
On the other hand,
another-
you know, Purgatory Aid Station does have a nice smorgasbord of,
I mean, the food
of
up
knickknacks,
there is
doesn't it? Pretty
incredible.
special.
Yes.
Here we go, number
I
47.
think that is.
Looks to have had a good day.
Colleen Metz, if I
Oh, yeah?
am remembering correctly. Yeah.
You did. Well done, Colleen Mentz. From Denver, Colorado.
Denver, Colorado. Works for Habitat for Humanity. Shout
Oh,
out for Habitat for
boom.
Humanity, a great organization.
There you go. Job done.
Yes, nicely done. In just under 35 hours.
There we go. There's always some kind of sprint for an arbitrary time, isn't there? I'm not
But
sure if you did
whatever
it, but
you
it's there
need
and
to
present.
Get that end done.
I typically never look at my watch until the final stretches where I have to figure out, do I need to sprint for some kind of arbitrary
Deadline
time
that I've
frame? Yeah,
imposed. Yeah.
exactly. Right
Yeah,
now.
right.
Somehow this is
Let's
important.
establish this
Yeah.
line now.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know,
Whatever
you got
gets you through it.
whatever gets you through it.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, coming up to the 35-hour mark. So we've got 2 hours left on the clock. It's probably quite a lot of people still out there, I'd imagine.
Oh, yes, I would imagine so.
You know, as in most of these races, the bulk come in these last kind of hour or
Couple
two.
hours,
Yeah.
yeah. I think in some ways, you know, I have a couple friends who were trying to decide when they should go down to the finish line, and I said be there at the 35-hour mark
Yep.
because those last couple of hours,
Pretty fun to watch.
yep, people are coming through, and it is real. That's when the nail biters happen.
Yes, exactly. Now I'm trying to figure out where this is on the trail.
Well, just a little bit further up from Raspberry.
Could it be a blanks? It doesn't look like blanks though, does it? Someone will tell us in the comments.
Well, and the cutoff
There's a
of
road
blanks
here.
would have been 2
No,
p.m.
that road looks too nice.
So, I wonder if this is where they hit the road right off the Colorado Trail.
Oh. Mm-mm.
'Cause
No,
you kind of hit that dirt road and
I
then.
thought it'd be the other direction that they turn though. That's the chalk cliffs.
Yeah, so it may be there.
Okay, we're navigationally challenged
We're
here.
also just making it up.
We're
to
probably
be
also
clear,
traumatized
so-
from our 2 times out at this event. We
No,
can't
yeah.
really remember. I think you're
No,
right.
I
That
think
is the
that's it.
road.
That
That
is
is, you're
where
right.
the-
Yep,
yep.
they're turning right. So that's they've done a really punishing little descent, haven't
Yes,
they?
that
It's like
descent is
400
killer.
foot of misery.
Yes. Yeah, that is. I remember
Oh, my
that descent
goodness.
well and thought I
Yep.
will take all the
Yep.
uphills.
Yep,
that I
goodbye
can get at this
toenails.
point. Yeah,
Yep, they are
exactly.
no longer. It
Well,
would be
and
nice
this is
knowing
the
you.
point in the course too, and somebody I'm sure will correct me if that's not the case anymore. But this is the point where not only can you have a pacer who's been with you, but you can pick up as many
Yes.
friends and pacers
Yes.
as you would like.
Yes, you
So
can make them share
exactly
in your
misery. So what
in
you
your misery.
often see is kind of a
It's kind of a great spot,
yeah,
actually.
a
I drove down
cavalcade
there
of
this
people.
morning to
Yeah,
see some
it's,
folks.
It's
Yeah,
great.
yeah. It's not
Super
too bad. It's actually flat to downhill.
Yes.
So
yeah.
they get a little reprieve, but oh man, the legs at this point in the race.
You are ready.
You're
ready
ready.
to be done.
Yeah, you
Yes,
are.
And
It's
you
pretty-
can see there's a pacer looking up the trail.
Yeah,
to
it's
spot her
everybody's
runner.
hurrying up and waiting,
Yes.
as we like to do in ultra
We
running.
love a good hurry up and wait
Yeah.
in ultra running.
Mm-hmm.
Still quite sunny. Looks
Yeah,
pretty hot out there.
yeah, and there's pretty good information in this race. I want to say with the open split time, they have a really great service. They do projections and stuff, which is
Yes.
super helpful. So you have a good sense of it, but there's still a good chunk of waiting
Yes.
and not knowing and stress.
Right.
Yeah,
And you don't know
yeah,
is
someone
the-
coming, or they give you a range, right? Optimistic, pessimistic kind of view.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's always fun to guess where they're going to land.
Oh, there is
There we
Heather
go.
Josie. I
Oh,
know her well. She is a many time
Yes.
finisher of the race. I
boom.
think this is her 4th or 5th finish, if I am remembering
You're
correctly.
right, something of that ilk. Yeah, Heather Josie.
Lives in Denver, Colorado.
Another
knows
local, very always at the race in some
Yeah,
capacity or another,
yeah.
but yeah, mostly racing.
She is a very special human. Is an incredible volunteer. Is an incredible supporter of the race. So shout out to Heather.
Another
and-
Masters runner, F47.
yes,
perfect.
because we do believe that those numbers are accurate.
Yeah,
Yes, she's not this. Oh, I can't read that. There she goes, looking happy. And Heather has a killer grumpy face, so if she was
Oh.
grumpy, we'd see it.
oh, excellent. I love a good grumpy face.
Yeah. There
And
she
running.
goes. Yeah,
Look at that.
she's
That's
moving.
how you know it's a good day.
Yeah, Heather is somebody who knows how to
Excellent.
get the job done.
Trucking along. Keep moving.
Yep.
Keep shuffling. Whatever you can do. Only thing worse than running is walking.
Yes, it just takes longer.
Just exactly, it does.
Yeah.
Yep, it's challenging. So they got a little bit of dirt road, maybe a mile or so, something
Yeah,
of
I
that
think
ilk,
that's right,
right?
and you hit
And
the
a couple of
pavement
miles on
right
the
at that
road.
horse
Yeah.
Stable.
Yes. Oh, they're
A
really
couple
coming
other
in now.
runners coming down the chute.
No
Looking
pacer
pretty
for Heather
happy.
as well. Pacer here though. Cheery.
Got some smiles.
Looks hot out there, hey?
It looks.
No, the runners don't look hot though. They look surprisingly
cooking.
well,
Yeah.
but does look pretty sunny.
99.
Lucky number 99. We got some crews or spectators amassing along the road here a little bit, or maybe they're just out for a hike and they're wondering what are all
Can
these
you
crazy
imagine
people
what is
doing.
happening? Oh, Tessa Dawson from
Yep.
Aspen, Colorado.
Oh, excellent!
Yeah.
A lot of Colorado representing here.
Yep. And I'm betting that there are a number of people who I think they do look like they're just out for a hike.
Yep.
A number of people who are here to meet and cheer their runners in those last few miles, share them together as a team.
Yeah, it is a great time actually.
it
I
is
think you
super
can
fun.
finally know it's going to happen. I mean, I
Yes.
know you've probably known that for a little while, but now it's really kind of
It's-
materializing,
Yes,
isn't
you
it?
can see the light at
Yep.
the end of a tunnel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you really can. No
And-
more trail.
No more trail. That seems like actually an important milestone.
Yes,
The
it
trail
does,
is
doesn't it?
finished.
Trail is done.
It's all road running from here,
Yeah.
although very little. So the direction that the camera is facing right now, sort of heading up that road, you can see the Colorado Trail to the left. If you keep driving up that road, the road will dead end to a quote unquote parking lot where there's a railroad grade. But if you have friends and family in visiting for the race, it's a beautiful area.
I've never been
that's
there.
not very steep at all. It's sort of a gentle grade, and it's a great place to take friends, family, visitors who might not be up for the single track, but are looking for a way
Something
to
nice,
experience.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's a beautiful spot.
It's always kind of tough, isn't it? Figuring out,
Yes.
family or friends. I'm kind of familiar with it, like what to do, where to take them.
And
Yeah.
how to give them a good experience.
Yes,
so they
exactly. And
want to
not
come back.
scar them for life.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Yeah. We've never done that, have we?
Number 23.
23.
Coming
Smiles
in, all
around.
smiles. Look at that.
Carmen Brockdorf.
From
F51.
Florida.
Oh, Florida. Wow, there's an
That is-
upgrade.
Yeah.
Well, this would be chilly for her, I suppose.
Yeah.
A little
That's
chilly.
a good little dry, little chilly, and
Yep.
a lot of altitude.
Yep.
But she looks like she's moving really well.
No problem. Cruising.
No pacer either.
No pacer.
Yeah.
Just getting it done.
Yeah.
No frills.
Light them up.
No crew, no pacers, no problems.
Yeah, no
That's what they
cruise,
say.
No pacers. No, that's going to be your cruise
Maybe no
next
fun as
time.
well. I don't know. Maybe
Yes.
I'd add a fourth one to
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
I love it. That's hysterical.
Uh,
So,
But it-
what are your favorite sort of trail segments, either on course or off course, in this area
ooh.
that you just love? And
Well, there's a lot.
tough.
It's
It's-
a very varied
huge.
course, as we know, with a lot of different challenges. The climb up Antero, I've probably done like 1 gazillion times.
Yes.
I do like that.
yes,
Still.
Yeah.
And then there's a section after you've done the out and back to Cottonwood. There's the Laws Pass
Yep.
there. It's really classic,
Yep.
difficult part of the course, and it's early on, so it's really kind of kicked you.
yes.
But after you leave that and you leave Tin Cup shortly thereafter, it's a little cheap road. There's this kind of out there, kind of secluded.
yes,
You kind of wouldn't ever think to go there,
No,
really,
you
right?
wouldn't.
You just
Yes.
don't know it's
you
there.
never even know to look.
No, and
Yes.
it's
Yes,
beautiful.
the sort of switchbacks
Yeah.
and the trees up to the
Yeah, it's really beautiful. And it's not super steep.
Nope.
It's a good climb. Don't get me
Yes.
wrong,
And
as
that
they
trail
all are.
section's a little. It's sort of
Yep.
buffed out.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of the
But
few.
it's kind of very remote. It's the kind of place
Yes.
where you're like, I'm definitely going to see some wildlife.
Either I hallucinated or actually saw a
Yep.
moose right
Yeah.
coming out of Tin Cup.
Oh, I
and
could believe
thought,
it. Yeah, one
okay.
year I want to say the
Yeah,
first or
I
second
remember that. It
year,
was the same
Kerry
year.
Bruxfort was certain she saw a wolf in that area, and this is before
Really?
wolves were reintroduced to Colorado. Yeah, she was absolutely dead
That's
certain
not
that
what I
she saw a
thought you were
wolf.
gonna say.
No, it wasn't what anyone thought I was going to
No.
say, but she was absolutely certain she saw one.
Wow.
So,
So
you know,
who knows?
Who
Take that
knows?
with
Who
whatever,
knows?
however you take it.
Yeah. But yeah, there's wildlife out there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, and you will see it.
Yes, we
Yeah.
bumped into a moose and hard rock last
I was just
weekend.
going to ask you
yeah,
if you've had any
yeah,
interesting wildlife encounters.
Yeah, plenty. Yeah, always good though. Nothing too scary out there. Yeah,
Yes, I have to
But-
say my goal is always to see nothing larger than a chipmunk.
yeah,
I
yeah,
do not always achieve that goal, but that would be my preferred
yeah.
size of wildlife.
Yeah, but yeah, no, it's out there, and I
Yeah.
think that if you're going to see it, that's the part of the course. I think you
Yes.
kind of bump into a
Yeah,
few
for
things,
sure.
right?
It's
Because it's kind of
really
thin as well.
quiet
The
out
race
there,
is underway,
yes.
and
Right, it's true. There's not a ton of people coming
beautiful,
through
yeah.
simultaneously. Yeah.
it's beautiful. You're up on that plateau, and you drop down to the Alpine Tunnel, which is
Which
this
is
old
also a
railroad
beautiful
grade.
section of
Yeah, it
railroad
really
grade.
is, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, it's busy now. Okay, yeah,
Here we
victory,
come.
victory
Lot of
awaits.
pacers
Yep,
coming
there we
with
go.
This guy.
143. He's got the whole
How could
crew.
I? Yep.
Yep.
Happy
Oh,
family.
look at that. Thumbs up.
We will wave to Mike Brown.
Mike
even
Brown,
though he
you
can't
too
see
could be
us.
this cool. M51.
Oklahoma.
Oh, wow. There we go. Edmond, Oklahoma. People coming from all over, really.
Yeah.
This race
Yeah,
is really,
It's a draw.
really kind of punched up,
Yes.
hasn't it? Out
yes,
of the,
it has.
out into
86
the world.
coming in.
86. There we go. He's acknowledging. Yep. It's been a little tough out there,
Yes,
but I'm going to,
still, I got that smile.
yep. I'm going to get it done.
Hair's looking good. I mean,
Yeah. Looks great.
not a bad day out there.
Alex
Alex
Robertson.
Robertson.
Oh, from Louisville.
Oh,
Just
nice.
up the road.
Just down the road.
Yep.
Yep, moving well still.
Yeah.
Amazing socks. Tight
Just a whole train of them now, trucking
Yeah,
along the
yeah.
road here, right? It's great.
And this may be, as you get towards the end of the course, you start to runners start to glump up again. So you
do,
start
don't
to
they?
see
They
people.
kinda, yeah. Sticky, isn't
yeah,
it?
it
Yeah,
is-
why is that?
Yeah, it's a
Some
great question.
mathematician needs to do some analysis on this.
Yeah,
How
well,
does
and
that
even
work?
just
I don't
maybe
know.
the visibility of it, right? Even if they're close by up high, the sort
Yeah.
of ups and downs and ups and
Yeah.
downs of it, you don't realize that somebody's there. But
Yeah.
as it starts to come off the Colorado
Yeah.
Trail, you sort of
You do
you
kinda
start to
clump
see
up,
people,
yeah.
which is nice.
Yeah. I'm mostly by myself, sadly.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
But
that's-
there are other advantages, I would say.
I'm done earlier.
Yeah, you're
with,
done
with the beer in
earlier.
hand. So
Yeah,
there's a bit of pros and cons of this,
Yeah.
depending on where you lie in the field, I suppose. But it's always good wherever you might lie.
Yeah, it's there's no experience that is a bad experience.
there is not,
with
is there?
with these
It's
races
your
I find this was.
experience.
Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
thing.
And
It's
I
your
think putting-
experience.
Yes.
And it's particularly unique. Only you know what you've done to prepare and get there.
Yes.
Everyone's got their own stories. Alex Nichols here, who's saying he had some surgery in December.
Yeah, which
It's
is
pretty impressive.
Incredible. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. My buddy John Davis broke his foot, I want to say, 2 years ago.
Ooh.
And then he went and did the Hard Rock High Lonesome double. So there you go.
So
Some
you
really
never know
crazy
what you're
stories.
gonna be
I'm
able
not
to do
saying
on that ankle.
I'm not advising this,
Right.
but
Just reporting.
things are possible.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Things are possible. That
yeah.
that should be the tagline.
But yeah,
Things are possible.
things are possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and people have probably been through all kinds of injuries
Yeah.
and ups
Yeah.
and downs to this.
And also just
Oh
just
yeah,
sort of
the
mental
high
trials
fives.
and tribulations.
Boom, done.
One happy person.
Hugs all around.
Oh yeah, that seems like a high quality hug right
It does, doesn't it?
there. Yeah.
Caleb's got to follow that up.
Yeah. Really.
That'd be special.
Yes. Whoa,
He does have the
chair's
belt
blowing
buckle
over.
though, so I
Yeah.
think it's does have an advantage
Yeah,
in the
that
quality of the
helps,
hug.
That helps.
Oh, dog's in the picture too. We
happy
love to see
puppy.
dogs. That is a happy dog.
Yeah.
Where have you been?
Yes.
I do not approve of this.
This 35-hour
Please
day.
don't be gone for so long in the future.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, that was charming. Who is this person? Not Caleb, but similar shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Caleb's got to wait in line for a hug here, I
Yeah,
think.
really.
There he goes.
There we
He's got the
go.
buckle in hand too.
The EFTA hug.
Yep. Delivered. Another successful
Yep.
handover.
Yep. Another accessory accessorized.
Trades a hug for a medal.
Yes.
Lots of dogs.
Yeah. I think that was the first dog greeting that I saw
Yeah.
at the finish line, which was quite charming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you're right. The message of the day from that dog was, "Don't do that again.
Don't do that
please."
again,
Yeah.
please. Yeah. Mhm.
Shorter races from here.
Shorter
on out.
races. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Love a
Yep.
5K.
Please never leave again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now we have a little break.
Breaking the action. This would be a good time to get a snack if you're looking for one. When is there not a good time to get a snack?
Never.
No.
Never. I mean, 100 miles is really snacking, isn't
Yes.
it? While moving forwards. At various degrees
Right,
of velocity.
Can you snack and walk simultaneously?
Yeah. Yeah.
And all of these people so far today have proven they can.
Yeah. It's true. It's always interesting to see the array of nutritional strategies. And
Yes.
I think now, like we were talking earlier, it's definitely getting a little better, easier.
Yes.
You can buy packs of basically success juice.
Yeah.
But it wasn't too long ago, people eating sandwiches out there and really
Yes.
just whatever taken. People were still
Absolutely.
doing that, right? I mean,
Yeah,
Hard Rock
you
last
see what
weekend,
people
we're
are
eating
taking to the
burritos
aid
and
stations.
yeah,
absolutely.
whatever you need to get it done.
Absolutely. I had
You know,
somebody come in.
There's no
today.
snobbery here.
Yeah. No, I'm
away.
pro
Eat
solid
away.
food.
Yeah.
What are your nutritional practices of choice?
I've kind of gravitated towards that kind of
Engineered food.
gels.
Yeah.
And also I've recently tried my one last year, the drink mixes, which I hadn't done really. I was always a bit
Yes.
oof. And it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does really work.
Especially up high. If
Yeah.
you're having trouble getting
Yeah.
calories in.
I mean,
it gets
when I
down.
did level, I ran that with just gels, SIS gels, I think. I
Wow.
want to say 35, 40 SIS gels.
Amazing.
Pretty sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it works.
But it works.
Yeah,
Right,
I mean,
felt good.
yeah,
Right,
exactly.
gives you a
Yeah.
different kind of-
I think it's just the determinism and the consistent trickle of the same thing
Yes.
works pretty
Yeah.
well, right?
The sort of steady
You know,
drip, drip,
yeah.
drip.
Whereas
of the
before that, it was reaching for whatever I
400
it's all over the
calories
place.
in a sandwich and
Yeah.
100 calories in a-
Totally,
yeah.
totally. I think the trouble is, I think, can you just stick it for
Right.
that
Can you
time period?
tolerate
Yeah.
it? And can your
And I
gut
think,
tolerate it?
yeah, for me, it was kind of easier because that time that I'm out there for, you could probably do that many gels,
Yeah,
but you
that's a
start to
fair
double
point,
that,
actually.
and you're like, can you really do gels for that? I think
Right.
that's a bit of a stretch.
Yes.
You get hungry as well.
Well,
This
and
is
that's what I
just
was
this,
gonna say. I find that gels keep my energy up, but they don't take
Yeah.
my hunger.
exactly. They don't kind of,
Yeah.
they
But I
don't
need
kind
some
of
content in there.
exactly. Yeah. So
Something
yeah, it's
that's
varied over the years for me.
chewing.
Yeah, and you know what? I think the only given is that it's not going to last. You know, you
No.
find something,
That's right.
and then some of the variable heat, elevation, just not your day, and it
Right.
doesn't work.
Right. And all of a sudden
So,
you're back to a drawing
yeah,
board.
I think consistency and success is about your ability to kind of pivot a little bit
I
and
think
find
that's
something
right.
that works.
Find something
yeah,
that works.
yeah.
Yep.
And I think one of the challenges you have is problem solving out there. And if you can do that well and it doesn't go your way, all you know, and you kid yourself, you think you can get away with it. It's like, oh, I won't eat, and you get grumpy and you stop eating, and then you're grumpier and grumpier, and
Right.
you know, and you start to spiral.
And you devolve.
But you really have to just find something that can work.
Yes.
Eat
Yeah.
something,
And
you know?
that is the trick. Can you problem solve under
Yeah.
duress? Physical duress,
Yeah.
mental exhaustion.
Like all of these runners
Yes,
have been doing,
exactly.
you know, for the last 35 hours. I'm sure they've all been problem solving and figuring that out.
Yes. If you are here, you have been successfully problem solving.
Exactly right.
Yep.
Yep. You really figured it out. You know?
Absolutely.
Because I think that's one of the biggest factors
Yeah.
that people, especially the elevation, is going to cause some nausea.
Absolutely.
sure
The heat.
I'm sure several of them have been losing their lunch, so to speak, out there on the
yes.
course.
Surprising,
Yep.
actually, that the drone
Yep.
hasn't picked it up more frequently.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yep. But I think that nutrition aspect is challenging.
Yeah.
And then the other one's just the mechanicals, right? For me, that's always been a problem. And we had at least, I think, Dave Scheibel, he I wanted to say finished third overall last
think
year.
that's
He was
right.
out there again this year, and I think he had an ankle injury earlier in the year. And I think he had to kind of drop at Hancock
Got it.
after struggling with it for a while.
Yes,
And
there-
that's not much you can do about that,
Yeah, no,
really.
no.
You can't problem solve your way out of a
No, and
mechanical
there's a point
issue.
at which you have to just say, you know what, enough's enough. I
Exactly.
don't want to live to fight another day.
Exactly right.
Yes.
Yep. No one's gonna, look down on you and making a good choice.
No,
so
absolutely not.
that's just sometime the cards you dealt with, and
Yes.
you've got to be okay with it. I
Play
think
the
it's
long
always the
game.
danger,
Yes.
right at the start. You sign up. What can go wrong?
Right.
It's kind of the one you don't want to.
Yeah.
You-
Anything can go wrong, actually.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
Well,
But
this-
that mechanical thing's the only one you can't really fix.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
That is absolutely right. There's really
So-
no turning that around.
Yeah. I'm always personally hoping for like a mountain lion attack or a bear
'Cause you
encounter,
won't see it
just
coming.
so it can end my day, and I'll be
Yes.
like, that's a good excuse.
Might end more than
Yeah, exactly. It would,
Yeah.
yeah. But I'm like, actually, then I don't have to keep running.
Yes.
But it never comes.
No.
I have to
No,
keep running.
Which is sort of a happy problem.
Yeah.
7,000 Feet Running Company,
Yep.
giving a shout out to the runners. We should be giving them a shout out as well. An
What more could
amazing
you ask
running
for?
store in
There you
Salida,
go.
Colorado, one of the sponsors of the race, and just an incredible supporter.
Yeah.
of
Next
the
time you're
running
in town,
community.
pay them a visit.
Yes.
You can just go hang out and chat with them.
Yes.
Isn't
and
that great?
Many of
Yep.
them
Yep.
are finishers of this race.
Mhm.
There were a lot of belt
Yep.
buckles
Yep.
and whiskey bottles adorning those.
Just
the
great
shelves
expertise in the
store.
stores
Yes,
as well.
Yeah.
If you want to go pick anyone's brain, they know the area.
Yes.
Give you some tips on places to
Where
go
to
and train.
run.
Yep. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I did my 100-miler in the UK last year. I went to the local running store in Sheffield in the UK.
Nice.
And I think I was only in there to buy like a gel or two or something,
Yeah.
just to top up. But I think we're in there 45 minutes, just
Amazing.
chit
Just
chatting and
chatting.
bickering about whatever, And I think a couple of the staff there were going to volunteer at the race even.
Amazing.
So, and it wasn't, it was a 2-hour drive away, so
Yeah,
it wasn't like
it
it was
is-
super local. But,
Yeah, the running.
Isn't it
The
great?
trail running community is tightly knit
Yep.
and endlessly
Oh,
supportive.
that's an outfit.
Yes, Pacer.
Yeah, there you go. Bring some flares. That fox outfit, I saw a flash of a tail there.
Oh,
and some moves.
yes, good
That's
eye.
how you do it,
Fox
yeah.
outfit. And it worked because the runner is
Yeah,
running.
there we go.
Yep. Number 60.
Very good.
Happy runner, happy fox.
Is it a Pokemon outfit? I'm showing my age. I have no idea.
Also, no idea.
No, okay, don't ask us. Maybe just a
But those
fox
are two
outfit.
happy people.
Yeah. Skipping down the road.
Yeah.
Don't do that for 100 miles.
No,
That'll,
and
ru-
even
that'll ruin
the-
your mechanics.
The pair in front too. No fox outfit, but steady
No,
running.
Very chipper, yeah.
Yes.
Everyone's just shuffling along nicely
Yeah,
here, right? Great
people are moving
cadence.
well.
Everyone looks good.
Yeah.
I'm sure I don't look that good ever.
I'll drink to that.
Yeah. Wow. I got to get a better attitude, I
Yeah.
think, or something will run
Or
better.
a better pacer.
Yeah, or maybe. Or a
Or
pacer.
a pacer,
A pacer.
yes.
Maybe that's a secret.
I mean,
yeah,
would
I
you
gotta
take
come...
a pacer if they wore a fox outfit?
Maybe. Maybe I'll just make someone wear one.
I like this.
Just to punish them.
I'm
Just
here
because it'll be
for this.
hot and sweaty
Yeah,
and
very
difficult.
sweaty.
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh, and I think we've got a shot of the finish line. Yep.
Oh,
down
some
there
folks
the
coming in
bottom
here.
right.
Yeah, another whole crew coming in here. There we go. Getting it done. Happy
Ah.
to be done. Wow, that fox is really going
Yeah,
for
the
it. Not
drone
letting
is
up at
coming for
all.
them.
I think they're going to do that the whole way back. It'd be impressive. Boom.
Last few feet.
Yeah. Got the all essential sun hat on there for the
Yes.
baking heat of high altitude Colorado.
Yeah, that's right.
It is hot out there, folks.
The whole team bringing
There
the whole
we
team
go.
across the finish line.
Yep. Shared glory, because
Yes.
that's what it's about.
Sure is.
And these crew and pacers have been up all night too.
Yes, they have.
It is not easy.
No, it is
It
not.
is not
And
easy.
The driving, the lack of sleeping.
Yeah. I think I complained more last week than my buddy John Davis. He was running Hard Rock. I think I complained more.
Well, you may have done more work.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I got to get a better attitude. Eh?
Or a fox costume.
Ah, okay. Well, looks like we're going to hit an ad break in a sec, okay? Perfect timing.
Ultra running shoes help you stay comfortable and stay out there. With room for your toes, you can run the way you were designed to. Because you get better inside by getting outside. So get out and stay out. Run wild. Run free. With shoes made to actually fit feet, you'll get comfort and performance you have to feel to believe. Stay out there with Ultra.
Every day, I open 7,000 feet for Salida, Colorado. Here, we are about community. Running here is more than putting one foot in front of the other. You run in the footsteps of those before you, next to you, and after you. Running in this small mountain town means being part of something greater than yourself. It isn't just the shoes, it's where the shoes will take you.
Stare longingly at the camera. Okay, folks, welcome back to the High Lonesome 100 live stream. Just saw a finisher coming in there. Looks like they had a great day too. All smiles as usual. Getting the belt buckle from Caleb. Swapping war stories. I think that's one of my favorite things about crossing the finishing line and chatting with other finishers and other folks out there and just, you know, looking back with hubris and humorous attitude at the past. What transpired over the course of those 35 hours, 20 minutes, hey? A lot.
Many things. It's almost impossible, I think, to sort of properly convey your experience to anybody.
It really is. Yeah.
Kind of outside your own head.
It is a hard thing, isn't it,
It
to
is.
explain a 100-mile race to somebody.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you can fully kind of comprehend it.
Yeah.
You know, as if I think back to before I had run one, you know, did I really fully appreciate understand it, like what it is? Yeah, I don't think it's something you can really, you know, fully. You can get there a lot. And like I say, if you're participating, helping, crewing, pacing, you get a lot out of it.
Yes, you do.
Huge amount. But oh my goodness, crossing the finishing line, you know what you've been through.
Yes, you do.
And it was a lot. A lot of ups and a lot of downs.
A lot of ups, a lot of downs. I think a really satisfying experience for runners is to hear what their crews and pacers have gone through throughout the day, to sort of hear the other side of what that story looked like.
Maria Musgrave coming in. 31, Los Alamos, New Mexico. Great little spot, Los Alamos.
Happy, strong.
Another good little trail running area.
Yeah.
Over there.
Beautiful area, not too far from here.
Laughing.
Yes, look
Trivial.
at that.
100 miles. Puh.
Just like one and
No
done.
problem.
Got
no
it.
problem.
The belt buckle handoff.
Yep,
Seems happy with the swag.
I think so.
Yeah.
There you go. Family watching on in.
Yes,
The
and
benefit of
cheering
the
her
live
on.
stream. I think that's a really cool aspect of this, isn't it? Everybody's kind of tuning in, watching it.
Yep.
I think I had the whole Western States live stream on just all day.
Oh yeah.
The other
I mean,
day,
productivity
you're
for
just
work,
doing the
just
dishes, and
flummoxed.
you're
Yes.
just getting on your day,
Yeah.
just always there, and
Yep.
you're just
In the
listening
background,
Yeah,
keeping
Yeah.
you company.
yeah.
Looks like we may
Little freeze
little
there,
freezing action. That or people are staying really still
maybe. Yeah,
at the finish line.
we'll catch up in a sec, no doubt. But we're coming into the last hour and 40 or so
Yeah.
of the race.
Getting
I'm
to it
sure
now.
the stress level is getting a little higher at some points in the race now, and that's another really interesting part. If you
Yes,
find
yes, it
yourself
is.
at the back end of the field there, I can imagine that's a very stressful position to be
It
in.
is a stressful position. As somebody
Chasing
who has
cutoffs.
been in it, you
Yeah.
you feel that cutoff chase.
Yeah.
So I will say, if you have the right frame of mind, it keeps you motivated, it keeps
You
you
think?
moving, and it
Yeah.
keeps you running when you might not run otherwise.
There you go. Exactly.
You know what?
Sometimes it's a good thing.
That is a good thing.
Double-edged
Let's see
sword.
When the
Yeah.
cutoff at Raspberry is actually.
Yeah, that would be
The
interesting.
so we are past the Raspberry 2 cutoff. It's at 4:45. It's now 5:24.
Okay.
So that means everyone who has cleared Raspberry,
Raspberry
2
has to
at this
finish,
point.
which would make sense because that
Yes.
would be a tall order to get
Yes.
from Raspberry to the finish in 1 hour 40 minutes, right?
Yes.
That would be very challenging.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the top folks probably do that in not much more than an hour. I
Right.
want to say an
Right.
hour 10 or something, hour 15
Yes.
would be the fastest kind of times you might see on that section running back.
Which really just goes to show you
Yep.
that it is a tough section,
Yep.
especially at this time of day after so many hours on foot.
Yeah, I think your feet are probably screaming at you about
Yes.
now, very upset at you. There might be a toenail or two left out on the course, I would imagine.
One can only
Yep.
assume.
Yep.
So, what is your post-race go-to for a meal?
Oh, a meal. I thought you were going to say beverage.
No, a meal.
Meal. I find it very difficult to eat.
Yeah.
And I see that a lot.
Yes.
Yep. So although I think I want to, I'm always thinking about like, oh, pizza or something like that,
Yes.
and then someone hands it to you and you do such an apathetic job of eating it, and I get halfway through and you're like, I just can't do it.
I'm done here.
And
Yeah,
I
thank you,
really,
thank you.
even probably the next day for me, I think
Yes.
is a bit of a challenge that I found. And it's not until one day later, and then it's like the floodgates open and it's like food better run because I'm
Yes.
coming for you.
Yes, you have to sleep
Yeah.
next to a burrito.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You wake up at
100%.
some random time and you
Oh,
just like
yes.
whatever's nearby gets,
Yes.
it's collateral damage, I think.
do recall the
Yeah.
cacio e pepe I ate at 4:45 in the
Yeah,
morning.
exactly.
Yes.
Yep.
Take what's in the fridge and you
Yep.
consume it.
And you eat it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's never been the thing I'm looking forward to. I've always had like,
Interesting.
I'll have like a beer at the finish. And even sometimes then I'm like, the thought of it's,
Unappealing.
yeah,
Yeah.
you start sipping in and you're like, I can't do this. I'm,
Yeah.
I'm pretty trashed.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
but it motivates me for a
Right,
long
exactly.
time.
As
So
long
it's
as it
like,
functions
yeah,
as a motivator,
exactly.
it's fulfilling its purpose.
Yeah, so for me, I'm sure a lot of the folks out there are probably dreaming of what they'll do at the finishing line. I imagine a lot of them's a chair.
Yes.
I think the biggest thing for me is just not moving.
Yes.
Is very
me
appealing.
Stay still for a few
Yeah,
minutes.
stay
Yeah.
still. A seat.
And also,
Yeah.
take off your shoes and socks.
Oh, my glorious.
Yeah,
Absolutely
that
glorious.
is, there's nothing better
Yeah,
than...
I imagine there's a few bit of wet feet out there, right? I
Oh,
mean,
for sure.
I want to say it was
Yes.
probably wettish. I know we've had a dry kind of last month in Colorado, but we did have a pretty good snow season here. We've definitely had wetter editions of the race, with more snow, I think, as
Yes,
well.
for sure.
But this is Colorado in the mountains. You're running through
gonna
some
get
streams.
some-
Yep,
yeah,
you're running through some
absolutely. And I
streams.
think for a lot of people too, it's
Yep.
really hot out. You're getting into those streams.
Oh wow, look at this stat. 0 drops
Wow.
at Lost Wonder Hut last night.
That is incredible.
That is a stellar
That
team
is-
operating out of
yeah,
there.
it really is. And they are...
Shout out to Chris and family because they are seasoned veterans at Lost Wonder
Yes, they
Hut.
are. They really know how to get
They
you
have a
in
pizza
and
oven
out.
cranking there.
Yes.
And I imagine that is a hard thing with a pizza oven and a fire and
To
not
not
dropping.
leave.
Yeah,
Yes,
to not leave.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that is a tough point in the race for many people.
Yeah.
It's deep in.
It really
You've
is,
been
isn't it?
up
You're
high for
out
a
there.
long time. Yes,
Yeah,
you're
you're
out
really
there.
out there. But it's
feels-
always worth pushing on. If you
Yes.
can, you must.
Yeah.
Leave the aid station.
It is also a terrible place to to drop.
Yeah.
Just because the
It's a-
road out of there.
Yeah, you don't
is
want to drop that,
bare.
folks.
You'd rather
Yep.
run than drop.
It's easier to keep going.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And looks like we've got a trio coming in now.
Excellent. Coming on in. Look at this weather holding beautifully for us.
Is this the first? Well, I guess we'll see if we make it. But is this the first running of High Lonesome where there hasn't been a storm at this
It's
part
always a
of the
little
finish?
spicy, isn't it,
Yeah.
coming in at this time?
Well, we've got a happy runner who
Weather's
knows
nice,
that
though.
drone is there.
Yep, there we go. Shout out. We're spying on you. Big Brother's watching.
Yeah, we got you. But we're rooting for you.
Yep. Doesn't matter what you do. We'll say nice things about
supportive
you.
drone.
We'll say nice things.
Yeah.
You look amazing. Well done. And you really do.
Yeah.
You really do look good. Everyone looks good.
Incredible
I'm amazed.
to see that after 35
I'm
and a
amazed.
half
Yeah.
hours, or just under 35 and a half hours.
Yeah,
how
everyone's
well
holding it
people can
together,
still
aren't they?
move.
Yeah, they really are. Everyone's doing such a stellar job here. What a thing they've done.
A tremendous accomplishment all around. The runner, the crews, the
Yeah.
pacers, family who've supported them.
Yeah. You'll be thinking about this for a long time.
Yep.
You know, maybe you don't do a lot of these. Maybe it's your first one.
Yep.
Maybe you've done 15 of them. But
Stays with you.
You remember them, don't you? You really do. Mostly you just remember the good parts. That's why we keep signing up, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that's the thing.
Yeah. Straight down the chute into Caleb's arms.
A lot of hugs Caleb
Yep.
gives.
All the sponsors flying the flags there. Osprey this year. Law's Whiskey, of course, have been here since the beginning.
Yep.
You can see it on our table here. Fantastic local brand.
Yep.
I have quite a few bottles in the house.
Yes.
Fortunately.
Another reason to run the race.
Yeah, it really
Yep.
is actually.
And if you're not going to run the race,
Yeah.
you go visit their tasting room, their
Yep,
tap house in
they've been
Denver.
very supportive.
they're
Very
wonderful.
supportive. I love it.
Yep.
Another local brand that appreciates, you know, the craft,
Yes.
the finest things in life, and pouring everything into producing something of merit,
Yes.
right?
Understands the ethos of the race.
Yep.
Is a great
Mm-hmm.
is a great partner. And speaking of partners, the race is also presented by Ultra, an amazing
Probably
trail
see
running shoe brand that I think many of us are familiar with. Many of us have.
yeah, big
wear,
name in
and
the trail
run.
running
Yep.
world. Ultra have done great things for the sport.
Yes.
And really kind of, it's sponsoring a lot of things. Yeah, it's great to see.
Yeah,
We
and
love
a
our
few-
brands
A
here.
few new sponsors this year, actually. Rourke and Morton also,
Yep.
I think, new sponsors.
Yes,
This
absolutely.
is their first year partnering with the race, and both amazing brands coming
Mm-hmm.
in for really the support of an amazing and incredible race.
Yep.
Here
Shout
comes
out
a
to
big
Rad for
pack.
feeding everybody as
Oh,
well. A lot of the crew this
yes.
year. I just saw Kelly's
Absolutely.
Rad logo flash up there. Big fans of Kelly from Rad.
Absolutely, Kelly.
Big
we
part of the
salute you.
Colorado
Thanks for keeping
community.
us fed. Yes.
There we go. Down the chute.
Big
Pacers
crew coming through.
flush down the sides. Ready to embrace.
Here they come, photographer.
It's interesting the
ready up.
dynamics, is it? Do you run down the chute with your pacer or do you not? What's
I
the
think
fun
it's
thing?
a-
I think it's whatever you
a
want to do,
personal
right?
preference, like
No
so many
judgment. Do
things,
whatever
yeah.
you want, you know?
At this point, you've earned whatever you
Yeah.
feel like
Kids
doing.
are running down there. It's great to see. We love
Crab
that.
walk if you want to.
Yeah. Yep. You could forward roll down there. That'd be
Yeah.
great to see.
Absolutely.
We should have a prize for that or something. Best kind of shoot entry.
I think that's not a
Wouldn't that
bad
be good?
idea,
Yeah.
actually.
We really should.
Yes.
Although people might go a bit too crazy when, you know,
Well,
pull a back
I'm
muscle
waiting
doing a
for that
cartwheel.
fox to come through.
Jeanette
Jeanette
Lecheski. I hope I
From
said that
Denver,
right.
Colorado.
Denver,
Yep.
Colorado.
30 years old.
Yeah.
Happily
As
still
you see, a big
in.
age range here,
Yeah.
all over the spectrum, which is just fantastic. People are starting to line that chute, right? Golden hours coming
Yeah,
up.
people are looking for their runner. at
Everybody
this
just
point.
wants to see someone booking it in,
Yes,
don't they? With
they
like
do.
1 second to spare or
Ugh,
something. That's
yes.
that's just the kind of content we're looking for,
God,
isn't
I
it?
don't
But
know if this is true, but it's got to be one of the closest finishes of all time.
yeah,
with
we've
the
had a couple here.
2022
Yeah,
Lynn Hall.
yeah.
I mean, literally she could
was
see
counting
the
down.
finish line
Yeah,
when the
yeah.
finisher's
It
gun.
was stressful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really was. Yeah, we've had a
That
few
was an
over the years.
amazing,
Type
an
finishes.
amazing finish.
It really is.
Yeah, people are really.
Oh,
starting
there we
to-
go. All right,
Oh,
now we're zooming back.
That's the beauty shot right there.
Yeah, spectacular, isn't
Yep.
it?
That is stunning.
Atmospheric.
If you ever needed a reason to run this race,
Yep.
there it is.
This is what you're getting. Big,
Yep.
big skies, big
Big
mountains,
skies,
big
big-
everything.
Big everything.
Yeah,
Yep.
it really is. We've got some the sun shining through in spots. You never know what you're going to get.
No,
Maybe you
you
get
don't.
lucky. I want to say one year I ran it, the tail end of the field coming down Antero got a hailstorm in the
Wow.
morning. It's kind of unusual. Yeah.
Wow.
And for me, it was glorious sunshine.
Yeah.
Never
And
knew
you
it
just
happened.
have no
You
idea.
No idea.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
incredible.
I was getting cooked. So you just, depends on where you are. Nice.
Yeah. Well, and even this morning, I mean, there was a big hailstorm over at Booses at like 10 a.m., which
Oh,
again
wow.
is a sort
Yeah.
of, and blew in, blew
Unusual
out,
time.
but it was an unusual times. You
Yeah.
just don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah. What are
A
we looking to here? Are
panoramic
we,
view.
is this
I
from
think we're
Raspberry again?
looking-
Looking back. Oh,
Yeah.
it's from the finish. Okay.
I think we're now looking south towards Salida.
Yeah, I think you're right. Salida area. What a great valley this is, isn't it?
Yes,
The
yeah.
Sawatch Range here. Spectacular.
It is amazing.
A lot of
And
14,000 foot peaks in here.
Yes,
We're just going
there's-
over close to one of them, Mount Antero, which is a great peak, but we go over the shoulder of it, about
Yep.
13,000 something.
Yeah, I think 31.
But there's a whole chain of in close proximity, 14,000 foot peaks.
Yep. There's no shortage of adventures
No,
out here.
there's a lot of stuff out here,
Yes.
not there?
Yeah,
A
there
lot
really
of great
is, and
trail
there's
running, great little towns along the way as
Oh, yeah.
well.
Leadville just up the road.
They're busy as well. We're really
Yeah.
busy this time of year. There's just a lot of activities to do here.
Yeah.
It really is a great part of the world.
And you see this.
Look at that,
these-
glorious.
Exactly. You see these glorious shots, and you realize why are so many
Yep.
people
You
coming.
can
to
see
visit
that
this
ridge we're
valley in the
looking at
summer.
is the kind of tail end of the course. They're coming
Yes.
down the kind of the side there, the foot of the mountains.
Yep.
That's where the Colorado Trail goes. It kind of goes along the foot of the range here.
Snakes its way back.
Snakes its way along,
Yep.
doesn't it? When you're in a tough spot, a lot of it looks kind of similar, doesn't
Yes,
it? You
it
just when will
does.
this, even if you know
a
it.
tree, a rock.
Yep,
but
yep.
Yes.
You think you know it, and it's like another turn. You're like, when will this end?
Yes.
But it is beautiful. It
is
really is beautiful.
And I think a number of our podium finishers were talking about earlier, just staying present, being mindful of what's in front of you,
Mm.
because it is a journey that you go on, but it is a special thing to behold. Quiet at the finish line.
And our
Oh,
studio is down the valley you're looking at right now. We're kind of tucked in there in a
Yes.
little hamlet of alpine.
Yes.
Glorious little place in the
Yeah.
world, isn't it? And the race course goes right by it, in fact.
Yeah.
Mile
Beautiful.
21, I want to say.
That's right.
After
you
you've
just come off the backside of Antero.
Yep, big descent, and you come through this glorious little place called
Yeah.
Alpine.
And it is
Beautiful.
for many runners. It's very hot during that
Very
time
hot.
of day. You're sort of
Yeah.
in a little valley
hot spot.
almost. Yeah.
You're heading towards the ghost town of San Elmo.
Yes, that's
Although
right.
I think a few people might live there year round, so maybe
I think that's
technically it's
right.
another ghost
Yes,
town.
it
But
seems less ghosty than it used to.
yes, but
Yes.
it's good for the tourists, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yep.
the chipmunks.
Lots of chipmunks.
If you really like
Lots
a
of
chipmunk,
chipmunks.
that's your place.
Yep. Don't feed them,
Yeah.
please. Yep. Those
Not good for you, not
they're
good
kind
for
of podgy
them.
little chipmunks at this point,
Yes.
I think. Yep. Probably don't need any more snacks.
Right, and at
Yep.
some point, they're just going to overtake the runners, so please,
Yep.
like, for the love of God.
Do not feed the chipmunks. But yeah, San Elmo, great little spot actually. Yeah,
Yeah,
it really
it's
is fun. Popular with a lot of ATVers, a lot of good routes up there, I think,
Yeah.
over the mountain.
And what is
Yeah.
there's another, I'm not sure if it's a ghost town or if it's almost like ghost train depot, but as you're descending Alpine Tunnel towards Hancock, if you go, this is not, that part is on the course, but if
Okay.
you go over the ridge,
There's another
it's just
spot
to the
there.
right of you, there's a sort of ghost train depot.
Oh, okay, excellent. A lot of history here
Yeah.
from the mining days of
And Hancock too
Colorado.
is a ghost town. There's
Yes,
not
correct.
much that remains.
Not
of
much
their-
left. Yeah.
Yep, you can see
Yeah.
sort of the
But driving up, if
remnants.
you're the crew driving up, you see a lot of obviously the old mining apparatus tentatively hanging over the road. I'm
Yeah.
waiting for the year that it collapses
So am
and
I.
blocks the road.
Yeah, that
but
drive to Hancock.
every year it's like 2 inches
it's
closer.
A little sketchier. Yes, you think it couldn't possibly get any sketchier, and yet it does.
There we go. Another runner coming out. Is she alone?
The Rourke cam
Nope.
catching number
73. There we go.
Oh,
With
Pacer up
Pacer, with
ahead.
Pacer.
Yep. And then
Acting as
Pacer
the
is just
carrot,
towing
not
her.
the
Yeah,
stick.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
yeah.
she's Megan. Megan is
Megan
coming through
Blassac.
from
Carbondale. Oh,
Colorado.
local. Yep.
Not too far from here.
Yeah.
Probably used to his altitude a
See,
little
that's
better
that's
than
another great
some.
question, isn't it? Is it Pacer in front or Pacer behind? That's another kind of personal preference,
Yeah.
isn't it?
And do you want
Maybe it
a
depends
chatty
on the
pacer
time.
or a
Yeah.
quiet pacer, yeah.
Exactly. Do you want the carrot or the stick? I
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
know. It's tough. I don't know what I would prefer. Depends on where I was, I suppose.
Yeah. And what your
Yeah.
spirits are.
I've had both. I think
Yes.
they both have been useful in their own ways. Yeah. I was the stick last week. I sat behind, mostly just a miserable stick because I was complaining and kind of a bit groaning myself because I was having a tough time. But
Yeah.
I mostly kept it to myself. But John was doing great. He didn't really need me. I was there just hanging out.
Yeah.
sucking it in,
view of
sucking
course.
the yeah, exactly. Just getting the experience in. It's never a
Yes.
bad day when you're out there. It's
No, not
like
at
I said,
all.
it's tough for pacers.
Yes.
You know, you're out for a long time in the middle of the night. It is, you know, everyone does a good job here
Yeah.
getting their runner to the finish, but it's, you know,
It's a
it
challenge.
is hard,
Well,
isn't
and
it?
is it Monarch Aid Station? I think it is at High Lonesome that has an explicit sort of aid station for crew. They call
I
out.
think you're right. They do. Yeah,
which I
absolutely.
sort of
Yeah.
forgot, which just goes to show, of course.
Yes, pacers and crew are people
Yes,
too. They
pacers
need
and
some.
crew are people too.
They
and
need some TLC.
snacks.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
give them a foot massage
Yes,
every once
as
in a
an
while.
example.
Yep, exactly. That'd be nice. Okay, back on the exit of the Colorado Trail here.
Yep. Looks like there's
The
somebody
Colorado
coming
Trail
down.
continues, I think, over the road here, but we
Yes, it
branch
does.
off.
We branch off at this juncture.
Yeah,
Yep.
and go down the dirt road. Somehow you got to get back to the finishing area.
Yes.
That's always the
Unless
challenge
you
in
want
these
to just
races. Is
Head to Denver.
starts and
gotta come
finishes.
off.
Yeah,
Yep.
you could go straight to Denver. That would be long.
Here we go. Looks like. Oh
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, there we go.
Is that?
Little hang
I
ten
can't
there.
quite tell. No.
Cruising. Wow, moving really well.
Yeah, moving incredibly well.
Thumbs up. All okay here.
Yep. Hatless, pacerless, but
Yeah,
moving
just-
like a star.
Just cranking along.
Yeah. Of course, it won't be too long since we see him coming through the finish line.
Hmm.
Moving well.
Moving really well.
Yeah.
I think everybody's been running. I've not seen too many
Yeah.
people walking out here, which surprised me. I think I saw more walkers at the front of the pack this morning.
It does make you wonder if the drones are helping to
Yeah,
encourage
motivate.
people
Yeah,
to
motivate. Don't mind us.
keep it up. Yeah.
We won't judge. You
No,
can,
no,
you
we're
can walk
not
out of here.
projecting this
Perfectly
this
acceptable.
moment to
Perfectly
many,
acceptable.
many strangers on the
Absolutely.
internet.
They're probably very motivated to be done
Yes,
by now, though,
yes.
yeah. And or maybe stressing a little bit. Not that they should at this point about
No.
the cutoff time there. They got plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time.
Plenty of time here. Yep.
Another patch of
1 hour
calm
20.
before the storm.
Everybody's nervously waiting at this point, aren't they? And I think a few crews will probably send some scouts out there,
Oh yes.
like we've seen there on the exit of the Colorado
Storied
Trail.
tradition, sending
Send
scouts
word back. Yep,
Yeah,
send a
exactly.
carrier pigeon or something, however we
Exactly.
do it. Probably a Garmin InReach these
drone.
days.
Yes.
Yeah,
although
num-
I do
num-
believe you need a permit for a drone, so
Yeah.
don't get any ideas. That's not endorsing personal drone use.
Yep, do not fly around drones.
No.
If you have a carrier pigeon, maybe that's
Yes.
still allowed, yeah.
I'm going yes.
But Garmin might be
I
an
think
easier prospect
carrier
than
pigeon
training
is
a
like a
carrier
service
pigeon.
animal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe. Be much more fun though. See some pigeons
Oh,
fly
yeah.
in.
I am ready. I'm ready for the carrier pigeon.
Hmm.
We've got some happy spectators ready to cheer our runners in.
Probably a Law's whiskey-based cocktail in hand, no doubt.
Yeah.
So if you're sitting at home watching this, you're nearby, your runner might have finished, come back on. Come back into the start-finish area. Just hang out. Give some people some high fives.
Bring your runner.
Swap some war stories. We
Yes.
want to hear them. What
Good, the
happened out
bad, and
there?
The ugly.
Did
Tell
you-
us about it.
Yeah, did you see a wolf?
That's
Who knows?
amazing.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe you did. I mean, everyone sees something, don't they? In the middle of the
Everyone
night.
sees something.
Yeah, you see, maybe you saw like a scary clown
Yeah.
or something, you know, out of a bush.
Yes.
There's a lot of, you see things out there.
Yeah, I
You
don't,
really
I
do.
don't tend to hallucinate. And when I was going up the head wall when I ran in 2022,
Hmm.
I thought, well, it's finally happened. I'm hallucinating that
Oh.
I am hallucinating a woman asleep in the middle of the trail. And no, it was in fact a woman
Oh,
asleep in the middle
there
of
you
the
go.
trail.
Yep. These things
And-
happen.
Yeah, and the race, I think the race guidebook says if you're gonna sleep on trail so someone can find you. And she took
Very
that
good point. Good advice.
dead seriously
Yep,
because she
sleep on the
was
trail.
squarely in the middle of that trail.
Do not fall asleep at the
No,
side of the trail where we
no.
cannot find you. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
want to know where you are.
Yep, exactly right. Only go off trail if you need to go to the bathroom. And go very far, please. That's your public service
Ideally
announcement.
deep.
Deep.
Number 79, go dad.
There you go.
Anna
Got the
cheering
kiddos
for her
watching.
Dad. Yes. That has got to be a
Oh.
really special
Boom.
thing to be able to cheer on
Isn't
a
it?
parent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. Don't know who's the runner and who's the crew, but everybody looks
I'm
great.
guessing-
Sheena
Oh no.
from Ouray, Colorado, coming in
Sheena
strong.
Whistler. Wow. Oh,
Look at these two
she
happy
looked better
people.
than him. I was going to say
Yeah,
it was
she
him.
looks
Oh my
amazing.
goodness. Okay, wow. Uray, Colorado. Well, there you go. That's
Yeah.
a spectacular part of Colorado.
That is one
No
happy
one
human.
is
Although maybe
familiar with
they're
Uray.
both. Hard to tell.
I
Because
don't
he's
know.
got a. Oh,
No.
amazing.
Oh, they.
So we're
oh,
getting an amazing story.
wow.
Up until the day of, so yesterday, the day of race day, he was going to be her pacer. He was not in the race. And then someone dropped and he was able to get a bib and
How?
he ran the entire course. So
Wow.
on no day's notice, essentially, he jumped into the race. So bravo
Wow.
to both of you.
Wowzers. If you want
That's
stories,
stories.
this is the place to be.
We told you, war
Everything.
stories, please. Bring
Everything.
Yes.
What an amazing thing. We were talking about that earlier about just the day of race entries. People are here waiting. This is a hard race to get into, desperate to get into the race, and you might get 15 minutes notice.
Yes, and
Holy smokes, folks.
it seems like from start to finish, people are taking those.
Oh, look at this
opportunities.
80s theme. I'm digging
Oh,
this.
yes.
Yes. Okay, these
Oh yes,
these
people-
folks win for best attire over the finishing line
We
in my
love
book.
this.
Yes.
Shelby
Excellent.
Whitmore, we applaud
Yeah,
you and
you have
your
the best crew. Nice job.
Yes.
Is that Bozeman, Montana? Excellent. Mountain
Look at that
States bringing
getup.
the fun. In the jorts as well. It's got to be some chafing happening there.
Ah, yeah. Nice work, team.
Oof.
Only the runner is sort of runner retired. Oh, and I believe that it is either her birthday. Yeah, she's wearing that birthday hat.
Oh,
It's either
birthday
her
hat.
birthday today, yesterday, very recently. So happy birthday
Today?
today.
Birthday
Happy
today.
to Shelby.
That's how you
I
do it.
cannot think of 40 and
Oh,
fabulous.
Masters as of today. Look at that.
Shelby, looking good.
So I
Nice
wonder,
work.
does that count as a Masters finish?
If it wasn't,
Is
the
it
Masters
starting or
start-
finishing?
Yeah,
I don't know.
exactly. We'll
That's
have
a
to-
very, it's a very unique thing to debate,
Yes,
isn't
we'll
it?
have
I
to
don't
pose
know.
that question to the
Wow.
race director, Caleb. But in the
Okay.
meantime, Shelby, no
Wow,
better
she
way.
became a Masters runner
While
during
running.
the race.
Yes.
That is a phenomenal story.
Well, I mean, we've said you live a lifetime in 100
Yep.
miles. These things
Yeah, there you
can
go.
really age you.
Yeah, it can really age you. 1 minute, you're a spry non-Masters runner,
39-year-old.
39-year-old.
Yes.
Next minute, you're a seasoned veteran
Though I will
Masters
say,
runner.
the second someone describes you as spry, you're old.
Ah, damn. Yeah, well,
She's done it. Happy people. Looks like a great scene at the finish line right
Yeah.
now. Lots of activity.
What do
Actually,
you-
this would really be a good time to go down because they have the essentially Queen dance party happening with the Shelby Whitmore
just
crew.
wondering if there was some kind of like dance-off as the 80s theme
Oh, I
encountered the
like
rockers of
this.
Raspberry 2.
This would have
I mean, what do you
been-
think went down?
It's hard to know, really.
Something.
If you saw that, report in. It looks like Siki Wu coming in from Ann Arbor, Michigan.
There we
Moving
go.
so well.
Oh,
You would
man.
never
Oh, my
know
goodness.
that they ran 100 miles.
Wowzers, no poles.
Yes, no poles, and can still jump.
Just jobs. An impressive jump,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Got
Maybe-
some serious air.
Yeah. Maybe a pole vaulter in his previous life.
182,
182.
Pinstripes and all. Although
Yeah.
those may not count as pinstripes because they're sort of
Yep.
wider
Some
than a
impressive knee
pin.
taping.
yes.
Whatever holds your body together,
Whatever
I guess.
works.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, you get it done.
Duct tape that sucker up.
The big question is, do we have line of sight on the peacock chair?
I don't know. Yeah, I have not
We
noticed
actually
it.
have seen it.
I've not noticed it. There's probably a queue at this point for the
Oh yeah,
peacock chair.
it's probably covered by bodies.
Yep. Yep. Everyone gets like 4 seconds of
Right.
downtime in
You're
it.
in, you're out, you're done.
And then you get shuffled on to get a cocktail or
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
Exactly. Not a bad place to be shuffled onto.
Ah, there we go.
Back to that finish line photo with the belt
Boom.
buckle.
Everyone's pleased.
Yes, we got a happy
Smiles.
set of people here.
Little finish line activity. The buzz of the finishing line.
Yep. And
30-minute nap. There you go. That's how you do it.
oh yeah.
Woke up looking like a new man. He did look like a new man. He looked like coming in here like a new man.
I will say, Lost Wonderhurt was quite a number of miles ago. So the fact that he still looks like a new man really
Wow.
speaks
I
to
know, right?
the-
That's a long time
the
ago.
quality of that nap.
Yeah, that must have been a great nap.
Yeah. We applaud
Probably
you.
a slice
That
of
was a
pizza
great
as well. I know. I
strategy.
bet. Yeah.
Here we go, coming in off the Colorado
You're-
Trail.
You're probably not in love with those rocks about now, are you?
No. I'm thinking no.
Send some people up, clean those away.
But again, still moving well. Efficient, steady.
Just 2 runners?
Yeah.
Oh, we saw
looks
this
like it's
lady
2
at
runners.
Raspberry. I remember her.
That's right.
Great
And
move. She made
she
great
good
progress.
progress there.
Yep, we got 2 runners coming in.
Nice.
They can team up.
Pooling resources,
Yeah,
getting it done.
there you go. Exactly.
Yeah.
Team
So
awesome.
now we're at the 35:47 mark. So before the cutoff changed last year, from 36 to 37 hours for the finish, this would be the sort of nail biting moment.
It
of
would be pretty terrifying, wouldn't it?
Yes, yeah.
I don't think you can make it at this point with
No,
this
at
amount
this
of time,
point,
right?
I think you'd really be about
In trouble.
In trouble.
Yeah.
But exciting to see so many.
We're going to see a bunch of finishes, I
Yeah,
think.
I think we are
Yep.
too. Let's look and see how many.
How many are
people
still
do
out
we
there?
still have out on the
Okay.
course? Let's have a look.
We'll get a fact check
The
on that in a sec.
internet. Oh, I have no internet. The internet will tell me nothing.
No internet.
All right, this crew,
No.
the amazing crew
We'll try and get
at
a count.
Alpine. We're trying to figure out how many people are still out there. Awesome. While we do that,
Yep. Oh, we got the drone going up in there again.
oh yeah, that's a nice cloud.
We got some great drone pilots out there over the course of this race. Getting some great shots for us, letting everyone kind of get a feel for the scale of this race. Kind of what it takes to run yourself around these large, intimidating mountains. And we're
Yes.
looking at the chalk cliffs here, very famous part of Mount Princeton. And this is the end of the kind of real trail running for everybody out there.
Yep.
And we come down off here, a little bit of road, a little bit of dirt road onto the real road, which does seem to take a little bit of more time than you'd like it to, but it really isn't that far. And then, if you're not familiar with it, one devastatingly crushing climb
Yeah,
back up
exactly.
to the start finishing area. But it's kind of fun, you know. I kind of sadistically kind of like it.
Yeah, well, and you know that it's sort of the last hurrah
Yeah.
that everybody goes through and has to go through.
Okay, this looks like my running club, folks. So I think this is Chantal
yes.
Elmore coming in, I'm going to say, because I recognize her dog. Kai, shout out to Kai. Also, never do this again, please. I imagine it's what's going through the doggy's head. Never leave me again. But the dog's pumped. Chantal's
And
pumped. I think
Chantal
this
looks
is her second
quite
finish, I
pumped.
want to say. She ran it last year as well. Look at that. Very spry. Well
Look
done,
at that.
Chantal.
Another one who can jump at the end.
A lot of jumping.
It speaks
Very
to many
impressive.
things, including, it sounds like, the
Yep.
quality of Rocky Mountain Runners.
There you go. Yep.
Storied
Another.
running group that
Yeah.
is really, to your
Yep.
point, bringing
We
a lot
usually
of people.
usually have a lot of people here at this race, actually.
amazing.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
try to get, it's obviously hard to get into still, but, in numbers, I guess, we always throw a lot
Yeah.
of folks' names
Well,
into
and
the
to your
ballot,
point,
and, we get in.
The
Yep.
finishing percentage of
high.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's very high.
Shows the support that people need to get it done.
Yeah, it's very high. They've had a good crew out there. I think Chantal's had 6 or 7 folks out there helping her along the way. Probably got some solid pacers. I forgot off the top of my head who was pacing her. But she's had an all-star crew. Here we come
There
again.
we go.
Who's coming down now?
Nathan coming in from Denver, Colorado.
Well,
Another
little blurry
person
here.
looking like they're moving
Boom.
extremely well.
Wow. Charging.
All right, so we are going to take a look right
Yeah, yeah.
now.
Team
to
hug at the end.
See how many people
Job
are
well done, everybody.
still
Nathan Hokinson from Denver, Colorado.
out there.
Sorry to everyone who's not from Colorado. It seems like we're really dominating here, hey?
Yes.
Sorry about that for taking all the spots in this race. But yeah, we are. There is a good Colorado contingent here. Got to be pleased with that.
So if my counting skills are on point, we have 32 runners.
Wowzers,
who are
32. Well, it's going
still
to get
out
exciting.
on the course. So that is everybody who has cleared Raspberry 2 before
Wow.
cutoff and are still coming through. So
Wow, we're going to have to talk fast.
this is gonna be
Yeah, okay.
this is gonna be a punchy next hour, everybody. So get your cowbells out and start
So we got
hauling those runners home.
an hour and 8 minutes. Get out
Yep.
there, shout loudly at them,
Yes.
say nice things.
Right, send carrier pigeons,
Yep.
whatever it takes. But
Yep.
you've got 32 people about to be
Wow.
31 who need to be brought home.
Yeah.
Katie Hemphill
Hemphill.
coming in from another
Los
Los
Alamos.
Alamos, New
Wow,
Mexico.
maybe there's a whole contingent
There's
of Los
clearly a
Alamos folks.
contingent of strong
It's a small place.
New
They must know each
Mexico
other,
runners.
right?
Let's assume.
I would hope so. Small, great little trail running area
Coming
around
in.
there.
She looks
Yep.
happy and
Very happy.
Ready for that Caleb Efta hug.
Boom.
Belt buckle well earned.
Could be quite a few of these belt buckles floating
Yeah.
around now. 7 years in, and we're at 200 entrants on the capacity. I think. Believe.
That's right. Yeah. And is that capacity changing for next year? Do we know?
Don't quote me, but I think it can grow to 250
Okay, so
in
there's
the next few years.
potentially
Yes, potential
additional room. We'll
growth
see
in
where
the
it goes.
future. But I think they like to do it slowly
Yes,
to
yeah, and
to
they've-
manage that, which is sensible.
Yeah,
You know,
they've
they
been very incremental about the growth of the
Yeah.
field up until this point. And
yeah.
it
The
seems
first
to-
year was 75.
right, and now we're at 200. So
200.
It just goes to
It's a
show,
big
and
jump.
It
Yeah.
does feel like it's grown
Yeah.
gently, steadily, and in a way
Yeah.
that's been very, it hasn't had a major impact.
No, I
on
think they've managed
the
it
way
very
the
well.
race feels.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. As always, the tough things just cars and crew and shuttling people around. That's
Yes.
always for these races. I think the most logistically challenging
Yes,
thing.
and actually, it's worth calling out that there were some significant logistical changes that were
Yep.
made this year.
Mhm.
I would imagine, in part, to accommodate the size of the
growth,
field
yep.
for how you need to sort of meter to Hancock and
Yep.
meter to
Cottonwood.
Cottonwood.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
sure.
worked out well actually.
Yeah.
You know, I was there at Cottonwood.
Right, of course.
Very
you were.
smooth. And the previous year, I want to say that there was definitely much more of a queue to get
Yes.
the Jeeps up
Yes,
there.
there was
This
a
year
queue
it was
last
very smooth.
Amazing.
Really worked well, I
Yes.
thought.
Yep. Here's
Courtney Boyle coming in from
Courtney.
Denver.
Yep. Multiple time runner of this race.
Excellent.
And I believe it was last year, maybe 2 years ago, ran all of the 200 milers in one summer.
Wowzers,
Yes, so
that is an
Courtney
impressive feat.
Courtney means business. She is an experienced runner and racer.
Yeah.
Coming in now.
Boom.
I think that takes us to the 30 count. So 30 runners still out there. And actually, Courtney is somebody who a number of years ago made the cutoff at Raspberry 1 and missed the cutoff at the finish line. Something I can relate to,
Yep.
and has come back, I think, multiple times, but certainly this time
Yep.
to get that
To do
belt
it again.
buckle. Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, committed to the cause, Courtney.
There you go. It does draw people back, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So
Turns
many
out we like it.
so many people maybe not racing but trying to race
Yes,
again, putting their name
yes,
back in the hat, right, and
exactly.
doing it.
Want to come
Um,
back.
It's a big community out here in Colorado
Yep.
for this kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So a lot of familiar faces. I always like coming to these races and just you bump into people you might not have seen them for a few years, or you've seen the other events. And
Absolutely.
it's always a good time.
And in the vast majority of instances, you meet these people through your proximity to the race
Yep.
itself.
Exactly.
So it's sort of like a social club that doubles
Exactly
as
right.
some running.
Yep. So these runners have covered, I think it's slightly over 100 miles, isn't it? It's like 101 or
It
something, or
was
102.
101 until
what is it
this
we know?
year. This is the first year that it's 100 miles on the nose.
Oh, on the
So
nose.
there
There you
was,
go.
I think
Imagine
it
Caleb was
actually-
wheeling his wheel around there to get that.
One can
Okay.
only assume.
I mean, dedication to the cause, no
Yes,
doubt.
exactly. I think
Yep.
there was a sort of strange course wiggle that was removed
Ah,
somewhere
okay.
in the
Somewhere in there,
leading to
100.
Lost Wonder Hut, if I'm remembering
Okay,
correctly.
got you.
Um,
And quite a bit of elevation gain,
quite a
right?
bit of
20,
elevation. 3,000.
3,000
is that right?
thereabouts. I
Yeah.
think so. Yeah, something of that ilk. Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
significant.
So it is nothing
No
to
doubt.
shake a stick at, to quote everyone's grandmother.
Yes, especially considering the Colorado Trail at the end doesn't have a huge amount. It's not
No, it
nothing,
doesn't, but
but it's
you're really
it's
doing it in the first 60 miles.
you really are. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you roll into Monarch Pass and you feel like you've already run 100 miles,
Exactly.
and it's crushing to know you've only run 68.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I just saw John Eisen wander
John Eisen?
across
Okay.
the race, the camera, and he was right. He is the comms director and was running earlier today,
Ah.
so it looks like he's moving reasonably well.
John
You
Eisen.
apparently sound like Justin Rose, the
Ah.
golfer.
Excellent. I know the name.
I know nothing.
No, I'm not really a golf person, to be
No.
honest. I think
But
that's
I will say, sitting next to the Justin Rose sound alike, I mean,
Okay.
his voice is very mellifluous. You guys,
Yes.
you don't know what you're missing.
yeah, some other British guy.
Yeah,
Who,
some
who
other
cares at
British
this point? Yeah.
We've got a couple people coming up that last stretch of road as they round the corner
There we go.
into the field. 5:56 p.m. So we're just over 1 hour to go. So we are about to enter what would be officially considered the golden
The golden
hour.
hour. Yep. Dun, dun, dun. Looks hot on that road, doesn't it?
It sure does.
Hot looking at them.
6 o'clock, but 6 o'clock in the
kind of-
summer in
it's hot,
Colorado,
isn't it?
it
Ooh.
just doesn't, you don't
Ooh,
get
boy.
much relief at that point.
You really don't. I think that's a challenge when you're at the, you're out here in the second day. It's just dealing with that heat. I want to say that's one of the big challenges that people underestimate in this race is the
Yes.
weather, specifically the heat.
Yeah.
It's very hot.
It's the steady
Very
sort of
hot.
tick, tick, tick of
Yeah.
just a long-term exposure to the heat.
Yep. Tough to manage well, I think.
Yeah, and I think the condition that people sort of, people know about and think about and concern themselves with are the huge storms, obviously up high, which of
Yeah.
course can be
Nice and
scary,
cool.
dangerous. Yeah, exactly. But it's the heat that over
Yeah, I think
over
that's
the
the tough thing.
duration
Yeah.
really takes it out of you.
It really does. It's a color coordinated crew.
Yes, it really is. The
Isn't
runner's
it?
like, forget this.
Makes it easier
I'm
for our
getting
job.
dressed however
Yeah.
it's true.
We know the
who
runner.
to. Yeah.
Yep. Unless they're just tricking us and the runner wants to blend in.
Not a bad thought. And look at that
Distraction
dog.
technique.
Yes.
Yep. Oh, that's a good looking dog.
This dog seems
Is he
to
going to stop
know
to
these
pet the dog?
people.
I mean, you're going to stop to pet the dog, aren't you?
I mean, let's
Yep.
assume that this dog is associated with this person,
I'm
but
not-
if not, this is commitment to the canine
Yeah.
cause.
Yeah. Always time to stop and pet the dog. I mean,
Yes.
he's got an hour and 2 minutes. Maybe he should spend some more time petting the dog.
Very floofy dog.
Yeah.
That
Very
dog
floofy.
must be quite warm.
Yeah. Probably quite toasty.
Law's whiskey not for the dog, but I bet somebody could give that
Yeah,
dog some water.
Don't give your dog whiskey, please.
No, hard pass. Coming in.
So we got some people walking out probably to meet their runners, no doubt.
Yeah, I assume so.
Everybody's watching the clock,
Yeah.
tapping their feet, hoping for the best,
Yeah.
the best outcomes. That's what we all want. We want everybody that left Raspberry to
That's
get there,
To
right?
get through. This
We're
is
hoping
gonna
they
be an
do.
exciting and busy hour at the High Lonesome finish
Mhm.
line.
Even if they don't, they ran 100 miles.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's something to be proud of, I think,
Yes,
isn't it?
I completely
Really
agree.
is. Really is. They did it. They never stopped. They never
Right.
gave up. They kept going. I
That's
think
right.
that's a noble achievement.
Yeah, in some ways, if you are somebody, and I count myself amongst those
There you go. You've been
people,
in that
yeah,
camp.
sure have. If you are
Exactly.
somebody who is chasing cutoffs and you know it's going to be close for
You
you,
just keep going.
that Raspberry 2 cutoff is in some ways
Yeah.
it's the one to beat, because once you clear it, you will get to that finish
Mhm.
line.
I imagine it's tough though because you've on one hand you've got this kind of like excuse-ish handed to you, like, well, the
Yes.
cutoff is there, and
Yeah.
so so it might be easy to like maybe it could be like,
Drag it
oh,
in.
okay, yeah, drag it
Yes,
in, but
yeah.
like, so I think it's a tough place to be
Tough
at the
place
end,
to be, but I will
isn't
also
it?
say that I think, like anything, when you're close, you're just ready to get home, to get done, to sit down.
Yeah.
So the quicker you can move
Just
it,
gotta
the
get it
quicker
done.
You
I
get to
know.
that peacock chair.
There's no way to make it comfortable.
That's right. That's right.
That's it, really. But the
And I
only
think
thing
that's
you
the
can
trick.
control is the time it takes
That's
that
right.
you're going to
How
be
long
uncomfortable
do you
for.
want to be uncomfortable?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
It's so difficult, though,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it
You know,
is.
having
It's
trying to
hard to
run at the
stay
end
on
of
it.
these very,
Yes.
very hard.
Yeah.
You always have these fantasies of kind of heroically running in at the end, and sadly, it's rare. It's rare. It can happen, but
It
it's
can
rare.
happen, but
Yeah.
and we've seen it. We're watching.
Yeah,
we
we're
watched
watch-
it just
yep.
a few minutes ago, but it is no easy feat.
No, it is
There's
not.
nothing about this that is an easy feat.
There really isn't, is there?
And there's that beautiful panoramic view of the valley.
So is this inspiring you, Rachel, for any other races?
Well,
Not
I will
necessarily
say
High
it is
Lonesome, or what's
inspiring
else?
me for High Lonesome again.
Okay,
I
High
love
Lonesome.
High Lonesome. I love the race, and we have just gotten a head count on who's still out. So we have 27 runners still
27. Okay.
still out in the field. 27 runners who have cleared Raspberry
Okay, we're coming
after
down.
the cutoff, and we are awaiting them at the finish line to welcome them home.
From NZ, New Zealand?
New Zealand, yeah.
Wow.
I met her this morning, actually.
Third 100 mile this year.
Amazing. Big shout out to her crew watching from New Zealand. Hazel,
Watching from New Zealand. New
her
Zealand.
third
What a-
100 miler this
Yep.
year.
That is impressive, isn't
Yes.
it? Wow. New
Hazel,
Zealanders, though,
we
they're
salute
tough.
you.
They're,
Yeah,
they're a
they
tough
mean
crowd.
business.
They do mean
They
business.
also have nice trails out there.
Beautiful. I love
Yes,
that. I
yes.
spent 2 months in New Zealand
Yeah, it
cycling
is-
round.
It's a really special
Oh my
place.
goodness. I could
Yes.
live there.
Yeah.
What a staggeringly beautiful place.
Yeah.
They have everything. There's some great
Not altitude. They don't
events
really have
and
altitude.
they don't, well, a
Have
little
you
bit.
run any
Mount Cook.
races in
I ran the Auckland Marathon when I was there.
Fun.
Yeah, I flew in, ran the Auckland Marathon because a friend lived there, and then cycled around the South Island for the next 2 months.
Amazing.
Yeah, and
Good for you.
did some of the classics like the Kepler track, the route burn,
Yes. Yep.
etc.
Robert Howard.
Oh, come on,
coming
Robert.
in.
Yes. We saw him in the road earlier.
That's
Englewood,
right,
Colorado.
Colorado. I love the shirt he's wearing in
Look at
his
that.
formal photo.
He's sun sensible.
Sun
Long
sensible,
sleeves,
yes.
good
Long
hat.
sleeve. I mean, good all around. Good
That's how you do it,
today,
folks.
Good yesterday or
Stay out of that
Thursday.
sunshine. Look at
that
this. What a
happy
champion.
family coming in.
What a champion. Boom. Oh, yeah, there we
Oh
go.
yeah, there we go. Good use of those
That's why you need the
poles.
poles for dramatic effect across the finishing lines. Well done.
100%.
Yep.
Got
And I'm
some
sure it's
good
not dramatic effect,
cheers,
it's real
got
effect.
Some good, yeah.
He's
He's earned it.
He's been out there for 36 hours.
It's the world's longest day, these races.
They really are. Look at that. Great
Big
team.
hugs,
Thanks to the team
family.
for getting him across the line.
Yep, got to be so proud of
They
him.
really do. But everyone played a part. He had to do it. He had to run the 100 miles, but
Yay,
his crew,
Rob Howard, says
his
Lauren
crew
Fox,
were
yeah.
very important.
Look at that happy
nonetheless.
guy.
Boom. That was a big hug.
Now,
well done.
I think that this Rob used
Rob
to be the
Howard.
aid station
I think you're
captain
right.
for Fooses.
Yes, I think you're
when
right.
the race first started. So he
Yeah,
has,
the name definitely rings a bell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you could be right there.
he has a
I can't tell on the grainy
long
picture, but
relationship
yes.
with the race, and clearly,
now he's a finisher.
yeah.
I'm not sure if this is his first or
I don't know
I think
either,
maybe. I'm not
but
sure.
I do think he's been a part of the race for a long time now.
Yeah.
Finishing chute empty, but not for long.
No, 27. No, 26, I
26
guess.
now.
26 folks out there. Heading towards the finish. Ooh, clouds looking
A little more ominous.
a
than
little
they
more
were.
ominous. Definitely adding some dramatic effect.
We may get that late race thunderstorm.
We might do. Maybe it'll just pass over. I don't know. Maybe it's just the edge the runners need to give them a bit of shade on that
Yeah.
last road. That would be
Yeah, no, that's a
appreciated.
great point, actually.
It doesn't look too. Still looks pretty sunny at the finishing there, but you never know. Maybe something comes over and they get a little shade for
Blow
the
through
run
for
in.
even
Yeah.
a few minutes.
Yeah, it would help a little
Any
significantly.
time counts. Yeah, exactly.
This is Colorado. There's like a 1 million degree difference between sunshine and shade,
It is
isn't there?
shocking. If you
Yep.
were from anywhere other
Yep.
than the Mountain West, I
Yep.
think when you come
It-
out here and sort of
staggering the difference.
experience that
Yep.
difference,
Yep.
yeah, it's stunning.
It's like a different outfit required.
Yes. Yes.
So we're into the golden hour now. 57 minutes, 56 minutes remaining. Oh, I'm looking at the time of day, but it looks like we're just at the
Oh yeah, we're
36:05. So
So we have
yeah, 55.
55 minutes.
Yep.
Runners, you're taking years off our life, please.
Yeah, don't stress
Move
us out,
it
please.
along.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We do like a dramatic finish, but don't.
not that
But not
dramatic.
that dramatic. Yeah, yeah. We would like to see you all come across the finishing
Yes.
line in heroic effect.
Yes, and we think you are
Yeah.
heroes already.
Yes, and we want to hear the war stories.
Yeah.
So
No matter how many miles you have
you can do
covered.
it. You can do it. They can all do it. But it will take something. Take a
will-
little special effort,
It
won't
will
it?
take something from your soul
Yes.
that you may never get back.
Yes, but it'll be worth it. It'll be
Oh,
the trade will be
so
worth it.
You will get so much
The
more.
trade
than you
will be
gave.
worth it.
Yes.
Yeah. But either way, you can hold your head up high that you got to the finishing line here, I
100%.
think, and just
And even people who didn't
did it.
make it to the finish line, who
yes, they,
ended their race
noble efforts all
anywhere,
around.
Hancock or elsewhere,
They
we
had
salute you. It is
Yes.
a tremendous effort, and
they dared to try,
Yeah.
and that they did.
And even you see a lot of drops, whether it's cutoffs or quote unquote elective drops at Hancock.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's still a 50-mile day
Isn't that a tough day?
with a
Ooh.
tremendous amount of climbing. So
Yes, it
you'll
is.
be proud of the efforts that you made here because
Yeah.
it's incredible.
Yeah, it really is.
Lots of hugs.
It's getting busy at the finishing here. I
Yes,
think there's going to be
I
a big
think
crowd.
This next hour is going to be a
Isn't
good
there?
one.
Yep.
We're enjoying ourselves up here at the Alpine Mountain Outpost studio, but if you are at the finish line, soak it in because it is a special place.
So we are well and truly into the golden hour.
Oh yeah, we
The
can
High
see.
Lonesome 100, 2024 edition, presented by Ultra. Great shoe brand. No doubt lots of Ultras being repped out there on the
Yeah,
course, I would
absolutely. I
imagine.
saw a number of ultras.
Yep. We've platinum sponsors, Rourke, Morton, 7,000 Feet Running Company, great little local store in Salida,
Absolutely
and
amazing.
Osprey Running
Yeah.
Packs.
Yeah,
It's a name you've heard of.
it's really
Yep.
There
a long
are
time.
a lot of great races
Legacy
with a
in
lot
the
of
sport.
great sponsors, but I have to say, if you look at the sponsor list for the 2025,
great lineup, isn't it?
It is second to none. Yet it's
Great
truly
lineup.
incredible.
Yep.
We've got I think we have a runner coming in,
Yep.
trying to convince their pacer to come with them.
Yep. Maybe it's a kid. A little shy, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
possibly.
Didn't want to steal Mum's glory. Not sure. Either way, we're getting it done. Jamie Dawes. Rio Rancho, New Mexico. I'm not sure where that is.
Another New Mexico.
Not New Mexico, though.
Up.
There we go.
Moving it
There we
in,
go. The
bringing
crowd.
it
You got to give the
home.
crowd what they want.
You know, and
They're
that
probably-
is, that is the funny thing about we can see the well, maybe you can hear them. We can see the finishing shoot, but we can't really hear the finishing
I
shoot
can't
in
hear
the
them.
same
Yep,
way that
no.
in the same way that we would.
We have to bring our own excitement.
Yes.
We got to get excited
Maybe
ourselves,
should
which
just
we
start
are.
cheering. I mean, we are
Yeah,
excited.
we are. But we
We're
are.
just trying to look and sound professional.
Yes, but we can't really actually
No.
hear too much here. But I imagine you are all cheering.
Yes, we can see those
vigorously.
cowbells being rung.
Yeah.
Jamie Dawes, you have done something to be very proud of.
Stellar effort.
Yeah.
Another
Cruz
Masters runner. Lots of
given-
Masters runners out here today.
Oh yeah.
Same age as me, in fact,
Very
45.
nice.
Yeah.
And just speaks to the ability to have long.
Yeah, longevity in the sport.
Exactly.
It's kind to you.
Yeah,
Kind
it
to
is.
you.
That's a nice way of
It's
putting
kind
it.
to you. Yep, it really is.
It's
you can
a
do it.
special sport for many, many reasons.
Okay, another one coming in.
Coming in, so I think we've sort of, you and I have stopped counting, but I think we may be at 25.
Thereabouts, yep, 25. Wow, they're really trickling in with regularity now, aren't they?
Yes,
Yep.
Yes, they are. Yep, and Pacer trying to
Holding his
rev
poles
the
up in victory
crowd. Yes.
Poise there.
Do his biddings and cheer
Yep.
that runner on, crowd. Oh yeah.
Okay, we can. It's always fun to, from a distance, to try and guess the runner, isn't it? And sometimes you're surprised.
Jill Fragoso from New Orleans.
New
I'm
Orleans.
guessing she knows how to party.
Louisiana.
Yes.
Heck, here we go.
Nice. Another sea level
Looks
runner.
in great
getting it
shape as
done.
well. Cruising in there, no problems.
Yes, really special. Masters runner, 51.
Excellent. There we go. Good job,
Done
team.
and
Good job, team.
done.
Yep. Happy to be done.
These are some happy people.
I'll sleep well tonight, or maybe not so well.
I know, yeah.
It's tough to
the
sleep, isn't
crazy
it?
legs thing.
Crazy legs,
Crazy
yeah.
legs is real.
It
It's
really is,
It's
yeah.
a challenge, crazy legs.
Yeah, that first night's not actually
Yep.
very pleasurable, is
No.
it? Yeah. It's tough.
But better than a second night out
Yep.
on the course.
Yep. That is true.
Looks like another group of runner and pacers coming in. They know they've made it. Just a
Have
few
indeed.
more.
Just enjoy it. Soak it
Feet
in
to
here.
go,
Get all you
yes.
can out of it. No stresses now.
Nope.
Just you, your crew, 2 people in the studio watching from a drone.
Oh, right, exactly. And probably 500 people standing around. to
There you
cheer
go.
on.
Intimate moments.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Yep.
the funny thing too, I think about this finishing field is as and we're seeing this now on the screen. This part of the field sort of parallels the road, and then you make a
Yeah.
hard turn, and the sound just
Start
totally
there.
changes as soon as you make
Yeah.
that turn. So even though you're 3 feet from this turn right here, this wall of sound hits you, and you suddenly realize, wait a minute,
You're
I am
energized.
here, I am
Yep,
home.
yep.
This is it.
Yep. That's when the flood of emotion comes, when
Yes.
you turn right here
Yes.
and you see that finishing line.
And that chair.
What a moment. Yep, what a moment. And then you let go.
Yes. And what time did Silke finish this morning? Or last night? I should say.
I want to say about 9-ish. It's about 27 hours,
Okay.
something, I want to say. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Nice time of day to finish.
Yes,
Yeah.
a little cooler for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So
and not
yeah.
so ungodly early that
Yeah.
your
Well, she had
family kid can't.
she had to run fast because I was due here. So that was the
So that's
motivating
another
factor.
motivating
Yeah,
factor,
she was
yeah.
not allowed to take more than whatever the time limit cutoff
'Cause
was
you
that we
had a
imposed.
kid to
Because
hand
I had a commitment and a
That's
kid to
right.
hand off. Yeah.
That's right.
So
Tessa
sometimes that's a
Dawson.
good motivator.
We saw
Tessa
Tessa a little bit
Dawson.
earlier
Yes,
when
we
she was
did.
coming off of
Off of
the
the trail.
Colorado Trail, and now she has
Aspen, Colorado.
made it in.
Yep. Looking great.
Moving
Cruising
super
down
well.
there.
Done and done, no problem.
Was she signing autographs at the end?
That's what.
you
How's that
go.
look?
I think so.
Signing autographs, giving hugs.
Yeah. Gonna be hugging babies next.
Yeah. Speaking of people for her to hug,
There we
the
go.
race director.
That's the final
That's
final check
the final
check in
hurdle.
the box,
Yes,
isn't it? That's
exactly.
it. Final check in the box.
Mhm. Similar to kissing the rock, but different.
Yep.
And here we've got another runner coming in.
Man, they're really just cranking
Really
through now.
one every couple minutes at
Yeah,
this
I
point.
think that's what it's going to be like.
It's really what we want to see. A steady drip
Steady
of
flow.
runners making it in before cutoff. If we will this into being,
It will happen.
yes.
We can get them in there, folks.
Ryan and I are here sending all of
Yep.
our
Positive vibes.
unhinged energy to
Yep.
get those runners across the line.
Yep. We're sending those 5G radio waves from the drones.
That's right.
It's just positive
That's
energy.
actually what the drones are for.
Yep.
They're just sending
Emitting
our
positive energy.
That's
Exactly right. Yep. We
That's
send them
right.
up there.
You know what would be helpful, since they're up there anyways, if they could just sort of run a sprinkler system
Yeah,
of
that would be
water
nice.
cooling
Yeah,
up
cool
there.
them down. Why has no one invented that?
Carmen
Brockdorf.
Brockdorf coming in.
Highland
Oh,
Springs,
this is our
Florida.
Florida runner that we saw just a
Floridian.
little while ago. Probably not struggling with the heat the same
Nope,
way.
I think
that
that's Robert
everybody-
Marks, though. We had the wrong name up there. Maybe that was the lady behind.
Oh, and there's
Okay.
Robert Marks, Durango,
Cluster of people at the
Colorado.
end here. Looks like
Flurry
two.
of
Looks like
people.
two finishers.
Yeah,
I
two
think
finishers
two
back to back.
finishers.
This is what we like to see, finishers.
Yep. Oh, that's a nice shot. Look at that.
Oh yeah, that
So-
was a good hug right there. Almost took her out, but that was a quality hug.
Is that Jamil there at the end as well? I swear it was
Oh, yeah,
here
there he is.
2 minutes ago.
Yes.
Okay, making us go crazy. He's everywhere and everywhere. All the places and everywhere.
Maybe we're
isn't he?
hallucinating now.
I think so. I don't know. We've been here for a while.
Yes. Let's see. Who else can we spot from the drone at the finish line?
Yeah,
A
it's
lot
getting
of
busy there
hats,
now, isn't it?
mostly. It's kind of
Getting busy.
Heather
oh.
Jossie coming in.
Oh, here we go. That's what
I'm
we're talking
just gonna
about.
Super shout
The
out
shoot
Heather.
entry.
Yes, yes, getting it done.
Heather Josie coming
Heather
in.
means business.
Was that the horsey gangster rap thing? I forget the song.
Don't know.
Okay.
But this is
maybe.
Heather's manyth finished, 4th, 5th. She and Caleb know each other quite well.
Yep. Look at that. That's an embrace.
She's a longtime volunteer, supporter of the
Yeah.
race. She's an amazing all-around human.
And the glove
There
option.
is her incredible partner, Lynn, off to the left. And then
Jim
Jim
Skelding.
Skelding, another
Coming in solo.
multiple-time legacy racer, coming in. And in fact,
Austin,
Heather
Texas.
and Jim have paced each other many different times.
Oh,
have
there
run
you go.
together many different times. So
Wow.
a nice coincidence
Oh, look
that
at
the
that.
two of them are coming in so close together. Probably got to share some miles together
Yeah.
towards the end. And Jim, also another amazing pillar of the High Lonesome community, really
Great effort.
represents what the race and the sport is about.
Perfect.
And
Look
if
at
you are
this.
someone who likes to climb 14ers in this area, he is
He's your man.
He's one of a trail stewards,
Oh.
giving Caleb a big kiss on the cheek there.
Boom.
So you will often see him he's a peak steward, excuse me, and you
Ah.
will often see him on the peaks.
Excellent.
Yep.
A lot of work to do. Upkeeping these peaks and
Yes,
trails
that's
and
right.
making it available and open for us to
Yes.
kind of recreate on. Yeah, tons
We've
of
got
work.
another finisher coming in. Looks like one runner.
One runner, I
Maybe
think.
two.
No, I think just
One?
one. Yeah,
One and some
With the-
children.
kids and a pacer. Yeah,
Hard to differentiate between the runners and the children.
it is.
Everybody looks like they need a sandwich.
Because all the runners look that good, don't
Yeah,
they? They look
exactly. That's
young,
right. Young, youthful, and
bounding
hungry.
down
Yeah,
the finishing chute. Yeah,
Exactly.
making our life hard.
Yeah,
Spotting
they're
them.
moving well.
Yeah, they really are.
Coming in strong. Alex Robertson from
Oh,
Louisville,
here's our
Colorado.
Louisville,
we saw
Colorado.
him too not that
Okay.
long ago. He was the
Excellent.
guy with the good hair.
Yeah,
Still has it.
yeah. Huh? Looks fresh and some good-looking socks.
Yes. Yep. Alex, we tip our hats to you.
Well done, sir. Starting to get rowdy at the finishing line.
As it should be.
Should be by now. shouldn't
Yeah,
it?
I mean, we're
How long's
under
that
the
bar been
45
open for?
minutes mark. Got people.
Yeah.
Give us something to watch down there.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got 19
19.
runners left out on the field.
Now, I wonder if they're all past that Colorado Trail. I presume they would be. Because it'd be
I-
tough to make that in.
If they're going to make it, they
in
need
uh,
to be.
Yeah, they would
The
kind of have to be off of it,
question
right?
The question is, are they?
Are they?
And I
Yep.
don't, except
don't
for
know
that,
that.
as far as I know, except for that drone
Yeah,
that
we
was
don't.
giving us footage, we don't really have
But
any.
now we don't know.
we
I'm
don't
not
have
sure
any
if they drone
counts.
packed up and moved on, but we'll have to just figure it out from here, I guess.
But it looks
Okay,
like here
spot the runner in
comes-
here. They all look pretty good. Fresh. I'm going to go with the middle lady.
I love this game. Spot
Yeah.
the runner.
Yeah.
This is a good game for us.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Oh, is the
I'm
front
going
person in
with
the front
woman
here?
in the middle.
Oh, yeah, I thought that too, but maybe it's the guy with the poles here.
Oh, you know.
Or is it a lady? I don't know. It's
It's hard
tough
to say
It's
because
tough to say.
poles would indicate runner. I know. You know what? I'm changing my vote. I think it's the guy in front.
You think?
Because he's like his knees are just a little.
Oh, there we
jerky.
go.
Oh,
They've
you
peeled
go.
off.
So you
There we
can
go.
just
That's our
do-
answer. Okay. God, this could be a poor game for us. We're not going to do well.
No,
Okay, there we go.
but we'll be cheery about it. So
There
number
he comes.
19, number 19th runner on the field coming in,
Mike Brown.
moving so
Oh, I
well.
want to say we saw him
Another
earlier.
Oklahoma
Edmond,
runner,
Oklahoma.
yeah.
Maybe we saw him at Raspberry too. huh?
Yeah, I think we
He
did.
made
We saw
swift
him
work
somewhere-
of that.
Oh,
There we
yep.
go.
Taking a second,
Taking
getting
a
his
second.
bearings,
Trying-
taking it all in.
Yep. No one.
Caleb after hug gives you life.
There you go. Re-energized.
Ah, and here we go, another one. So
Wowzers.
next runner coming through.
I don't see a number.
Catherine Lemasters
Oh,
from Denver,
Colorado.
Colorado also.
Yeah.
Yes, getting it done.
Hmm.
So we
Good
now
work.
have 17 runners still out there.
So hopefully they're mostly on the dirt road, I would want to
Yeah.
think, or the asphalt road,
And just the
moving their way there.
drip, drip, drip of the runners coming through.
Yeah.
I am cautiously and maybe naively optimistic
That we can get them all in.
that we can get them all in.
Yeah. We just need to send some people out there with some high fives.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. If you are those runners,
Get out there.
crews,
Cheer
get
'em on.
out there and bring them home.
Yell at them.
And I can't quite tell actually. And you can see the chute is really starting to, either side of the chute is starting to fill in with spectators. People are here for their runners, but they are also
There we go.
here for the drama, the heartbreak that is the golden hour.
Yep. And it's looking a lot more pop-up tents than when I was there earlier this
Yeah.
morning. So things have really started to pick up
Pick
pace.
up space, yeah,
It's probably a
exactly.
great party in there right now.
I know. And
Yep.
then it's just the five of us up here in this
Yep.
house.
Yep.
showering
Go there and have a
ourselves.
beverage on our behalfs.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Because we can't be there to enjoy it.
Have a drink for us, guys.
But we do get to watch and
Yeah, it's pretty special. And we get to watch, well, I guess everybody gets to watch
Yes,
from
and-
up high in the drone, but it occurs to me suddenly that the live stream is, you see what we see.
yes, we're watching the Morton cam here.
Yes, exactly.
So
The 2024 edition of the High Lonesome 100 with just under 40, just
Ooh.
over 40 minutes to go.
wowzers.
If you've got a runner out there, get onto that road and bring
Cheer them
them
in.
home.
Cheer them on. Shout out
Prod
them.
them
Yell.
along, carrot stick, whatever it
Whatever
takes.
it takes. Yep.
Oh, we've got the pacer who is dressed as a fox. Has brought her
Oh,
runner
excellent.
in.
We like this team.
And I will just say that I think she
Yep.
did an excellent job.
That was
because
good
was
encouragement.
quick.
Yep.
Yeah, we saw them not that long ago.
I mean, who wouldn't follow a little fox down the road,
No,
right?
it's true.
You would,
It's
wouldn't
true,
you?
and it worked.
It did work. Did the job.
The first time I ran High Lonesome, just above when you leave the Hancock aid station, you're going up that sort of rocky road.
Mm.
There was a family of baby foxes.
Wow.
Yes.
See wildlife everywhere.
Yes.
Shannon Meredith,
All right, here
Colorado
we go.
Springs.
Shannon. Getting it done. She knows she's made it. Another finish.
Boom.
The Caleb after hug. With a fox
With-
in the background.
And the camera in your face.
Yeah, exactly.
Trying to look good, people. And the finishing line
Good
comes
smile,
in. Throw a
good
camera in your
smile,
face. Yep, yep. The
Nothing
before and
says
after
I finished
photos.
This race like.
Yep.
Yeah.
We've not seen any finish line vomits, have we?
No.
Yeah,
Although
I
we
don't
may
think
just
so.
not have the camera angle. So
Yeah,
if
maybe they're
you
nice
are-
and they pull the camera off.
Yeah,
but let's
you're
hope
in the
hope
chat of the
nobody's in
live
that.
stream and you can see
is
that.
in that
and
spot,
We can't,
yeah.
let us know.
Yep. We'll cheer you anyway. We
Yes,
don't mind.
for sure.
We
I
don't
did
mind.
see an amazing
We're all friends
hat
here.
that a runner wore earlier today that said "Dry heave and rally,"
There you go.
which really
Great.
sums it up.
Yep. Great advice, I would say.
Yes.
It's never that bad.
No, rally.
fine.
We want
You know,
rally.
Yeah, you can throw up.
Throw up and get up.
Throw up and get up.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah, just get it out of your system.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't good in there anyway,
Quick
clearly.
something wasn't working.
Yeah, so it's never the end of the world. You can get out. You can keep going.
Nobody in the finisher chute, but I imagine that's a status that will change quickly.
Yep. Definitely got a bit of cloud cover, looks like now.
Yeah.
Looks
that's
kind of
right.
ominous a little bit here, but I think it looks, stable-ish. So hopefully the rain holds off
Yes.
until we're
Wrapped
long
up
gone.
Not too long from now.
Yeah. It's been kind so far. There you go. Kind of brightening up already.
Shari coming in
Stingleton.
from Boulder, Colorado.
Oh,
Looking ecstatic
excellent.
as she should. Also looking strong.
yeah, very good.
I will say, if she was in a pack
It's
of pacers,
fresh.
I would not be able to
No,
differentiate
not sure
her.
we could spot her,
No.
could we? Looks good. Bounding down there.
Yes. And does this mean we have 14 runners still out there?
Yeah. Thereabouts.
We think in the range.
In the range. Okay, don't quote us. The math is hard at this point in time. But we'll try and keep
We
tabs on
think
it.
this can be done. We expect greatness from you all because you
Yep.
have proved it out over and over again.
Yep, for a long time.
Yep.
36 hours, over 36 hours of gutting it out, toughing it out,
Yeah.
keeping going, putting one foot in front of the other. That's what it takes to do this.
So Ryan, I guess the next big question for you is: are you going into the lottery next year?
Oh, goodness me. I've done my 2-year quarantine where I can mentally comprehend running it again
Yes.
because it does scar you a little bit,
Yeah.
I will say.
Your most recent running
Um,
was 2022, is that right?
Correct,
Yes.
yeah. Same
Yeah.
year as you, yeah. Yeah, possibly. I wouldn't rule it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll go run the Sawatch 50-50. That's a way you can race your way in there.
Yes.
That's always fun.
Yeah, super
And,
fun.
Worst case, you have 2 good days of racing. So
Not a bad.
that's a
not
way.
a
Maybe
bad
I'll
way
do
to
that.
it.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Got a couple of races in the fall. We'll see. But yeah, I'd never rule it out. I would definitely run this one again for sure.
Love
Maybe
it.
not next year, but sometime for
Love
sure.
it. Hard to stay away.
It
It's a
is,
special
yeah,
place.
it is, and it's local to us, which
Yes.
is also kind of special.
Yes.
And it's gaining notoriety. It's
Sure
one
is.
of the big ones, and
Yep. And it's
you
only
know-
getting harder to get into. So if you're thinking about
yep,
it, do
start
it
going.
now.
Yeah, yep, it is. You're gonna have to have qualifiers to get into this one at some point.
That's
The
right.
rate this is going.
Well,
but
and I will
hopefully
say
not.
too, I'm going to shout out again those fall races, the Sawatch
Yep.
Ascent
good.
and Westline Wander, both 50Ks that happen at the end of
Yep.
September.
And they do set you up for this, right?
Yep, and
Yep.
especially if you are a newer runner, if you are a newer ultra runner,
Yeah.
either is a great
Oh, it's-
entry point.
yeah,
but
they're
the
excellent.
Westline Wander in particular is an
Very good one.
amazing race to really
Yep.
kind of cut your teeth on. And this year, for the first year, there is a 30K distance. So if you are
Oh, I did
thinking
not know
about-
that.
yes,
Okay, excellent.
if you are thinking about
That's good.
dipping your toes into the water, I can't think of 2 better races to do
Yep,
it with.
come hang out.
Yes.
We'll be there.
And it sounds like Ryan will be racing. I will be captaining an aid
I will be
station
all
on
volunteering.
Saturday
Don't
or
don't hold me to that.
Ryan's
I'll be here in
backing
some
out slowly,
capacity.
yep.
Yeah, backing out.
So
slowly.
come hang out with myself and Ryan
Yeah.
and lots of other amazing volunteers.
Yeah, probably most of the people we've heard in the live stream, in the last day and a half, will all be there.
Yep.
All of the wonderful volunteers you've seen.
And
So
it is
a lot
a
of people are
beautiful
back here.
time of year to be
It
up in
is,
this
isn't it?
valley. It's a totally different feel.
Yeah,
Do we have a runner coming
maybe someone coming in. We've got the long range zoom lens here.
I know.
Trying
Makes me
to see
think
from
they
the
might see
z-
something
I'm
that
trying to
we
see something from
don't.
the drone here. Maybe a little activity in the corner there. Yep, there we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Oh, going
Oh.
back for a something.
Something.
And now on
There
the
we go. Coming around the corner. 36 hours, 26 minutes of everything, really.
pure bliss.
Pure
I'm gonna
everything.
go pure bliss.
Pure bliss,
for
there you
Joey
go.
Luther.
Joey Luther.
Boulder,
Boulder,
Colorado.
Colorado. My town. Perfect. My age as well. I'm 45. Well done, sir.
Joey, you have done your town and your crew proud.
Yes. You've earned yourself a belt buckle and the accolades and everything
Yes.
else that comes with finishing such a prestigious event.
Absolutely. And a seat in the peacock chair.
Yep.
Should you choose to accept it.
Absolutely. Forgot all about that, but that
Yeah.
is an important part of this. Got a whole gang coming down the chute here. No fanfare, no jumps, just,
just
understated.
all business.
Understated
Yes.
entrance.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that. Great.
Well, you got to go with your style, whatever
Absolutely.
feels right
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that.
Got it done.
We've got someone
Oh,
else coming down.
Another one
now.
coming down, and this person is
Hucking it down there.
moving.
Yeah, cheering,
Lakina
pumping up the
Reagan
crowd.
from Boulder, Colorado.
Okay,
Yes.
give us some shouts.
And either
McKenna
her
Reagan,
pacers
wow,
behind
Boulder.
her, or we have a third person coming down. Third
Wowzers.
person
Ooh,
coming down the
F25.
line.
Probably one of the
Yes.
younger end of the spectrum, I'm going
Yeah.
to say.
And here we
F25.
go, another runner
Wow.
coming in. Devin Nelson getting it done.
Topeka, Kansas.
Amazing work, Devin.
M33.
Looking super strong at the end.
Wow, they're really just coming in fast
One after
now.
the next after the next. It looks like there's some more people potentially back there. Right now, they just like the blobs, more people. We're getting the head nod. You are doing us proud, and you are really helping to lower our anxiety slightly about how many of you are going to make it across the line.
think
We
so,
want
right?
to
Yeah.
see this happen.
Next one up. Here we go. Team effort again. Family. By the looks of it. Don't see a number. Oh, is it Dana Samis? Another Canadian? Quite a,
Canada representing.
yeah, big shout out to Canada. They brought it this weekend, haven't they? A
Absolutely.
lot of Canadian finishers. Mostly from BC area.
Yeah.
They got a couple of mountains there.
Yeah, it
Yep.
seems like they've got some
Yep.
good mountain running up
They
there.
do indeed, yeah. Maybe not the same altitude, but they've definitely got some beautiful looking mountains
Yes,
up
and
in the BC
also
area.
quite remote.
Yeah.
The golden hour at High Lonesome is one of the best in all of ultra running, says Andrew Walker.
I-
Andrew, we couldn't
I
agree
agree.
more.
Absolutely. It's an excellent place to be, isn't it?
Yes.
Hanging out, just chit chatting, watching, talking, swapping stories,
Yes.
seeing everything unfold in front of your eyes. It's
Seeing
great.
friends,
Great time
being
to be there.
inspired for what you might do this time next year or at any other point.
Does inspire you, doesn't it?
Yes.
Almost makes you want to do something
Almost
reckless.
makes you want to sign
Folks,
up for a race.
Don't look at your phones, especially not ultra sign up.
No,
Just
run.
keep them away. Just give it a day. Think on it.
More hugs.
Hazel Harrison, come on.
I think Hazel is
Hopefully
our New
she's-
Zealand runner.
Oh, is that the New Zealand
I
run?
think
Okay.
So, yep.
Yep. Okay. Come on, Hazel. You can do it. This was the 300, I believe, is what they said,
Yes,
right?
this
Wow,
summer.
this
Yep.
summer. That is a busy summer because I want to say summer is can be more than halfway through, can it?
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
that's an excellent point.
Oof.
Didn't even occur to me.
Summer just whips on by in Colorado,
Yes,
doesn't
it
it?
does.
Wow. Is that
Here we
a
go.
runner or is that Pacers? No, it's got to be
Oh,
Pacers because they're coming off course. There must be someone behind them. I'm guessing.
Drones panning
Gotta be someone
out.
coming
Can we
in.
spot them? Yeah, there's
Yeah,
the crew
there we
coming
go.
in.
Yeah. There we go.
And another pacer or fan hauling to get there.
Yep. Oh, maybe they just wanted to. I don't know. Have you missed someone? No, they're running. Maybe they're going to get that action photo down the
Yeah.
chute. Well, there's probably another runner behind as well, I'm guessing. Okay, spot the runner in this one. Christian. Is that who we're looking at here?
I think it's the person at
It's
the
the-
back.
You think it's person? Oh, yep.
Nope, yeah, poles.
Yep.
We've got the
Poles. The other poles, the giveaway. But they're getting it done. Plenty of time too, really. No
Yep.
stresses. I imagine there might have been a bit of stressing earlier, but you could
But
imagine.
now you know
But now,
you've made it.
yeah, I wonder at what point, hey, they kind of realized that it's
I'm gonna get it done. I
probably
would
pretty close.
think-
Probably closer
yeah.
than you might think, I
I
imagine.
would
Yeah.
think once you kind of come to that last turn, when
Yeah.
you're coming down
Up the road?
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You probably kind of have a sense of how long that might take.
Yeah, you know you're gonna.
Yeah,
do
there
that
we go,
last
there's our
little
runner.
Puff of a climb, but then you're
Johanna from Pacifica, California. F33.
nice work, Joanna.
Team effort yet again. Here we go. Got another group in the background there charging down the chute. Getting it all on camera.
And I'm gonna refresh the racers in the field. Do a
Do a
quick
little
count.
countdown,
Oh,
see
we
where we
are.
are.
We do
Paige
not have many
Wendell
left.
coming in.
1, 2.
F29. Nathrop, Colorado. Another local. I mean, I think technically our
Paige
address here
Wendell.
is
Yes, we know Paige. Paige
You
is
know Paige?
amazing.
fantastic.
Great runner. Great human.
And a local.
A local.
Great
First
to
time
see.
running High Lonesome. This may be her first 100 miler. Don't
Wow.
quote me on that.
Okay, always
Strong
impressive.
effort all day long. And I
Always.
think we have
Gotta say,
10
we're down to
runners
10-ish,
left.
yeah. 10 left?
We've
Wow.
got 10 left, and maybe, yeah. And actually, it may be 9 because I think Paige was counted in my head count
Okay.
for 10.
So it
So
could
we
be
may
could
have.
be under the 10 mark.
We've got 9 runners out on the
In
field.
28
We
minutes.
have 28 minutes.
Yikes. Okay. Okay.
Amazing. So we've got
Nancy Stanley.
Nancy Stanley coming in right now.
Durango. Yeah, we're bringing it this weekend. A lot of Durango folks. F27 too.
Moving super well. Knows she's done it. All the feels.
Ah, she left her team
Hugs.
for dust there.
We love
We
hugs.
couldn't keep up with her at the end. She was just moving so well.
The Mountain Outpost Studio is pro hugs.
Yeah, we're very pro hugs. Hug it out, people. Not enough hugs in this world. Just give each
No.
other a hug.
You see it? Well,
You absorb all that energy. Oh, Jenny
Jenny
Jurek, we've
coming
heard.
in momentarily. We're going to see her on the camera shortly. Long-time custodian of the sport.
Yeah, she's been around for a long time
Yes,
in this. Yeah.
yes, she's an amazing runner,
Here she
an
comes
amazing human.
with her 2 kids.
kids.
Scott on the other side, charging down. I wonder if Scott did any pacing. Who knows?
I saw Jenny earlier.
She looks
at
great, though. My
Cruises. She
goodness,
looks
look at her. Oh,
amazing.
she is happy.
Look
Oh,
at
I'm
her.
feeling so stoked for her.
Getting it done.
Oh, there might be a
Full
tear or two
power.
there. Hey, maybe in the studio here.
I'm guessing. Oh,
beautiful.
we got the cheer.
Boulder, Colorado, Jenny Jurek. Look at that. 36-33.
That
She
is
did it.
One happy woman.
She has seen some things out there,
Yes,
hasn't
she
she?
has
She's
seen
been
some
through the
things
whole
out
roller
there.
coaster of emotions. Look at that. Oh, and here we go.
Another finisher.
Jack Kuriski.
Amazing.
A very animated bounce at the finishing line
Yes.
there.
Yep.
Burke VA.
Jack looks amazing.
Virginia.
Jenny looking
that a-
amazing.
Is that a Virginia Trails t-shirt on,
I
maybe? I
think
want to
you're
say,
right.
right?
It is.
Huge
Good
Stella
eye,
crew out
yes.
there.
And here we have another runner.
Oh, wow, they're
coming in.
charging over. Okay.
Looks like that runner's out in front, maybe? Oh, it's hard to tell, but somebody's a runner and they are
Someone,
coming.
man. They're making it hard for us to pick. You're looking too good. Well, they're already coming hard and fast now.
14 minutes left to go on the clock. Darius Anol from Boulder, Colorado again.
Wow.
Big Boulder contingent representing, looking
It really is.
so
Wow,
fresh.
smooth.
Oh my
Oh, the best all day. Look at this.
God.
It's like a 10K.
I never look that good.
My goodness me.
I mean,
Wow.
please give me some form lessons.
Yeah.
Look at you go.
Just, yeah, no joke. That is just, that was
Nice
smooth. What a
work.
finish. She looks very happy.
Yeah,
I
she
must
does,
say.
and she should be very
It's
happy.
all smiles and laughs here,
Yes,
isn't it?
Got it done with
Well
style.
done. Well done. Yep, you did it.
We think that there are 5 more runners
5
out
more.
on the field. Yes, we've got confirmation that we've
5
got
more.
5 runners and just about 13 minutes left to go.
Nope, 25.
25. I can't
25.
count
25.
at all.
Don't sell them out. 25.
Math is incredibly difficult.
Not
So
sure what's going on down there.
25 runners, 25 minutes.
Oh, this is the finishing area. Okay. Is that Jenny we're looking at?
Yeah,
Stella
that's
Day.
right.
She
Yep.
did it. Yep. Yeah.
We believe in you.
Consistency.
runners.
Just keep going
Yes.
forward. Don't worry about what can and what cannot be. Just
Get
keep
it done,
going.
5
right?
runners.
Yep. And yeah, it'll happen.
Enjoying a few minutes at the finish line with your friends, your family, your crew.
Nothing better, is it?
Soaking it all in.
Nothing better than knowing you accomplished it, I guess.
Yeah,
It's a
no,
really
absolutely.
special moment.
Yep.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, hard to really put in words what it means to
Yes,
really
yeah.
cross over the line there. It's taken a lot out of you. You know, not just the race itself, but you know, the preparation,
Training, the mental
yep,
preparation.
everything that went into kind of doing it. It's
time
not to
away
be
from
under.
other things you care about
Yep.
potentially.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
commitment, isn't it? Everybody's kind of chosen to do it,
Yep.
and they don't have to. You don't have to do this.
Challenge by choice.
You
but
could not do it,
still a
but
challenge.
they decide to go on this quest, set this big lofty objective, put in the work, and then you've got to turn up on the day and execute it.
Yeah, that's
And
right.
there's
And there are no guarantees, as so
no,
many people have
a lot to
said.
go wrong in there, hey?
Yeah.
A lot that could go wrong, but they all did it. And we've got 5 more, hopefully, that can do it still.
5 more.
But
We're rooting for you.
we're rooting for them, but if they don't happen to get over there in the in the cutoff, they still ran 100 miles, and
And you
that
will get
they can be proud of
as
for sure.
many, if not
Yeah.
more, cheers and love from
Yeah.
the crowd gathered.
Yes, you'll get high fives and a bottle of whiskey. So
Yes. Let's go, runners.
there we go.
Here we go. Here's another one.
Coming in, charging hard. A lot of lecky poles out there.
Yeah, we did
The
see a
red
lot
ones.
of those today.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That sort of bright pink neon green look.
Yep.
You can see them from the drone.
You really can. Should see them just about turn into the finishing cam view in a second. There we go. Now we've got everyone lined up all the way down there.
Oh, yeah. You have hopefully
Yep.
staked out your position.
I
at the
can't hear
finish
it, but I
line.
imagine it's a raucous applause that
Yes.
we're hearing right
Here
now.
we go. And she's
Charging
moving
down,
so
a lot of
well.
smiles. Oh,
Megan.
Megan, we saw her earlier. Megan Blasak. Carbondale,
Looking
Colorado.
so strong.
Another great little mountain town. There we go.
That is one happy human. Only 4 left to go at this point.
Wowzers. 22 minutes. Swapping war stories immediately, no doubt.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
plenty of time for that. We were counting these for a while to come, I think. Here we
Oh,
go.
here we
Oh,
go.
yeah, charging down. I think we saw this
Another one.
lady
Yeah,
earlier.
I think we did.
I remember her from Raspberry 2. So
That hat is very. Oh yeah, the hat. The
we've
skirt,
watched her the
that's
whole
right.
way.
That's right. She
Been
really
here with her in spirit.
pushed the whole way through.
She looks like she's got a great finish too.
Yeah.
Charging down there. Gusto.
I think she wore out her pacer.
There you go. Thanking the pacer. Good job, team.
Yes.
Yep.
Got to see her turn the corner onto the
Finishing
true
line shoot.
finishing chute. Yep.
Okay, don't make a wrong turn. Don't go through that.
It is her time now. A couple other friends and family members
Yep,
coming
they're all
to
showing
run her
up.
in.
So we should see her turn shortly, and then just the glory of that last 100
Yeah.
meter downhill into the chute, and that's
Soaking
it.
it all
Job done.
in.
The chair could be yours. Your reward is not to run
Yeah.
for a little
you
while at
can
least.
Sit still
Mm-hmm.
until the
It's a
bug
pretty
hits
good
you
reward.
again.
Yep, probably tomorrow you'll be an
Yeah.
ultra sign up looking for what's
But
next,
tonight, you can bask in the glory of sedentariness.
yes.
Now, is that a different group or is that the same group?
Same group, I
It
think.
is the
Same group. Yep. Yeah. Just about to hit that term.
You know, you don't realize until you're sort of observing it from afar just how long that runway
long,
is
isn't it?
from the field. You think
Mhm.
I'm here, but actually that run, that
Mhm.
path that parallels the road, it's not as short as you'd hope it would be.
No, it's not. Anyone with young kids who have run in knows that it's a little longer
Just
than you
how
might
long,
want. Yeah. You got to
yes.
motivate them.
Yes.
It's like the little kids 100 miler.
That's hysterical.
Trying to get them over the field
Over the
there.
hurdle.
So, yeah.
Here
yeah.
she comes.
Sherry.
Atkinson from Newcastle, Colorado.
Great job, Sherry. You
Bringing
are
it
a High Lonesome
home.
100 finisher.
Yes.
Not too many people can say that.
No, they cannot.
There we go.
Oh, yep, and it looks like Team Sherry on the
Team
shirt.
Sherry.
there.
Nice custom shirts. We love to see that. Got to bring the flair and the glam, haven't
Yes,
you? That's
we
always.
like glam here.
Yeah, we do.
We like glam. We like happy finishers.
Nope,
And
one
then
more in the
there
field.
were 3.
Wowzers, we're getting down to the wire now.
Here
Hey,
we
but we got a
go.
good 19 minutes left,
Yeah.
so I'm encouraged. From Ireland, oh, someone watching from Ireland.
Nice.
Good job. Shout out to Ireland.
And shout out to this runner who is bringing it home.
The one with the hat, I think. Yes.
I think you're right. 'Cause, yeah, the other 2 have pacer bibs.
Yep.
I'll say the one with the hat is moving
Even
incredibly
well.
well.
Determination.
Yep. At a walking clip, but that is a serious walking clip. Some people would be running at that speed.
It's a walk with purpose.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It's all about to be over. Soak it in. Soak it in. Nice light. Great time
Yes,
to finish.
beautiful
Isn't
light.
it? Great time of the evening. Everything looks beautiful right
Yeah.
now.
Well, and the other nice thing about the 100-mile distance is you're out there long enough
see
to
it all.
really take it in.
Yeah, you do. You see nights, sunsets, sunrises.
Yes, wolves.
Yeah, wolves, flowers, everything. The flowers
Yeah,
are probably pretty nice up there, I
exactly.
imagine. Yeah.
Phasers. Unicorns if
Yep.
you make it to Purgatory.
Yeah, you could probably see unicorns.
Yeah,
You know, there's a little bit
yeah.
of a hallucination out there. But there was actually some unicorns at
Yeah, Purgatory, right? That's
Tin Cup. I
Tin
want to say
Cup, that's
Tin
what I'm
Cup.
thinking,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Purgatory, I think this year was dressed as
Trout the
fruit,
dog,
if
I think, had a
remember.
rainbow on him. I want to
Yes,
say.
that's right.
There we
Yes.
go. Boom. Number.
Virtual Sherpa calling it out. The women
Is
are
that 21 or
absolutely
71?
crushing golden hour. Yes, they are.
71, I think. Hazel
Yeah,
Harrison
Hazel
is a New
Harrison.
Zealander
Nice.
from, I can't read that.
Uh,
Titia Base?
something.
Not
Jay,
sure.
I can't read
59
it
years
either.
young. From New Zealand.
This is her third
Fantastic.
100-mile finish.
Wow,
this
what a busy summer. Wonder which other one she's done.
Yeah.
Oh, someone got to get a postline interview there. I want to know.
And is this
is this our second last?
The last finisher, I think it is.
2.
Yeah.
Second to last.
Second to last.
Second
yeah,
to
so
last
we've
coming
got
in
this
now.
person
Wow, this
coming
is
in now,
exciting.
and then we have one more to go.
Oh my goodness me.
And we have enough time that maybe
We've got a
just
good amount of
maybe we
time.
Bring them all home.
Hopefully this is going to happen.
Yes.
There we go. Flying down. I like this shot. Look at that from a
Yes,
dramatic
look at
effect.
that, the slow-mo.
Yeah.
He's not
Oh,
in
what a
slow-mo.
what a
He's
finishing line
moving.
shot. Look at this. Everyone needs their own personal drone finishing line shot.
Yes.
Excellent.
Amazing.
Christian Bejic from Waterbury, Connecticut. Connecticut.
Nice work.
Excellent. East
This
Coast.
is a finish to be proud of.
Excellent. One left.
So we've got one
We are
runner
down to the
still
last
out
runner
there.
ever.
Who is the runner who's still out there?
We'll get a
We're
name in
gonna
a
figure
second.
that out in 1 second. But we've got one to go, so we expect all finish line vibes being directed toward the speedy execution of
Yeah.
the last handful of miles.
It's going to be comfortable. We're not going to be stressing. Hillary
If this
Osborne.
tracker is to be believed, which we're
Hopefully
going
it
to go
is.
with it, we think
We think
Hillary
it's Hillary.
Osborne
Hillary Osborne.
is still out on the course. Number
Okay,
105.
and we've got a
Number 105.
we've got a good solid 15 minutes left. So I'm
Yeah.
not sure where she is, but I believe in her. She
Hillary
can do it.
Osborne, we are sending you strong legs and
Yep.
speedy vibes.
Yep. Come on in here. We're waiting for you.
Yes, we are waiting for you, and there are
We've
a
got everything
lot
you
of
may
people-
desire. Seats. Oh, look at this. Oh,
Hillary Osborne coming
yes.
off of the road onto
There we
the
go.
field.
bringing it home
we are
for
going
everybody.
Crazy up here at the Mountain
Yeah,
Outpost
there's going to be a lot of
studio.
shouting and hooping.
Yeah, I think we all have goosebumps.
Good job.
Every single person who cleared Raspberry 2 is
Yep.
coming home.
She's got a big crew with her as well.
Yeah, as well she should.
Yeah, nice job. Look at this. Storming into the
Getting it
gates.
Done.
Storming back to where she started.
Yes.
Nearly 37 hours earlier.
Amazing.
Yesterday morning.
Hillary, you
What an
did
achievement.
it.
What an achievement. There we go. Soak it in now. You got plenty of time. No stresses.
This is amazing. I know a number of people
No
who are
stresses.
at that finish line who just stress and stress about will all the runners
I
make
know.
it across the
Yep.
line, whether
And
they
we always
know
want them
those
to,
runners
don't
or
we?
not.
Yep. We're rooting for everybody
Yes,
here.
and they are. Hillary Osborne has just made a lot of spectators
Yeah.
very happy.
Yep. Look at that light from the finishing line camera. Talk about golden hour. It really is,
It's
isn't it?
the literal golden
It
hour.
is the literal golden hour. We're all having fun. We're watching everyone be successful.
Yes, this is
It's
what we want
fantastic.
to see.
And look at that stunning vista in the background.
Yes. Even those weeds look beautiful.
They do. Everything
during
looks
the
beautiful.
Golden hour.
Yep. There we go. There we go. Got the drone up
Drone,
here.
all cameras
You
on
can see
Hillary
as it pans
Osborne.
up there, there's a little bit. It's a little bit more than you think across this field.
Yes.
But as it slowly pans down, we'll see the aid
Compared to what she
the
has
finishing area.
done, there is nothing left to do.
There we go. Look at that.
Oh yeah, but you can see just how long that run up into the finishing shoot actually is.
Yep.
You think I'm done, and
She'll
you
be
have
hearing
a little
the
bit more to go.
she'll be hearing the shouts from the finishing line area though,
Are you kidding?
for
She'll be hearing
sure.
the shouts from us from Alpine,
Yes.
Colorado.
We are yelling.
Yes,
She is
she has done it.
finishing up. wrapping up the event for all of the runners at least.
Yes.
Volunteers will still be out there doing all kinds of things, no doubt.
For quite some
Packing
time,
up
including
and
tomorrow.
absolutely it goes on and goes on. But as far as runners go, what a successful outing.
Yeah.
She's going to close up for us. F42, Lakewood, Colorado, Hillary Osborne.
Nicely done, Hillary.
Going to be our last runner of the day.
and of the 2024 edition.
What a
of
day
High
it's been.
Lonesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a day. They've all had their own adventures out there, no doubt. War stories are going to be swapped at the end. Laughs, tears, maybe even.
And I think it is no exaggeration to say we all want to hear those stories. So
We do.
post on Instagram, tag High Lonesome 100, find some way to send your stories through.
Yep.
We
We wanna hear
want
them.
to hear them.
Yeah.
Camera is focused on the finishing shoot. We're all eagerly awaiting Hillary's arrival into the shoot.
Any moment now.
She's gonna have a lot of cheering fans.
It is going to be
There
a
she comes.
raucous welcome, isn't it, back home? And the weather held.
Yeah,
Beautiful,
weather held.
beautiful sunshine, moody skies. Adds to
Little
that
bit
kind of
more shade,
atmospheric
perhaps.
finish. Yeah, I think so. Glory awaits. Just
Glory
a few more
awaits.
footsteps. I hope she's soaking it in. Got a good
Think
team
it's-
with her too,
Yeah.
coming in with her.
I think as far as the live stream is concerned, the golden hour is
It's a fun
hard
one,
to
isn't
pick
it?
a best hour, but
Yeah.
it's probably the best hour.
Yeah. We
These
got a
are
lot to
the
talk about,
runners-
haven't we? I mean,
Yes.
there's a lot of people coming in. They've all got their
You
own
and I got
stories.
some real quality time together.
Yeah, we
Haven't had
did.
that yet.
Yeah, we all got to hang out. What a
Yeah,
great
we all
day
got
it's
to hang
been.
out, but these are the
Yep.
runners that really pull at your heartstrings.
Yep.
And
It's
that
great
you
watching
just
them
wanna
be
root for.
successful.
Yes.
Yeah. It's been a great
Hillary
last
Osborne,
hour.
the final High Lonesome finisher of 2024, making her way into the
Final
finishing
turn.
chute.
Final
Yes.
turn. Glorious. Here she comes into the view of the camera, finishing line camera.
Oh yeah.
What a great team she's got with her. A big team, in fact. We're going to get some fist pumps,
Oh, yeah.
high fives the whole way down the chute. No, she's taking a slight
I
detour
think
there.
she has wandered off.
Okay, there she
has
comes back on.
wandered
There's a lot of high fives to
Yes,
give, I suppose.
yes,
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
There we go.
Gotta show people the love.
Yeah.
And she is.
I mean,
just
she's got 11 minutes of
drumming
high
up the
fiving she
crowds.
could
Yeah,
give.
it's true.
So
She
plenty
might
of
as well
time.
Soak it up.
Plenty of time. Soak it up.
Hillary Osborne.
Yep.
Coming in.
Welcome
as the
home.
final heroic finisher of the
Look
High
at that.
Lonesome 100 2024 edition.
Job well done.
Yes.
Well
we
done,
salute
everybody.
You, all of you.
What a spectacular day. Hugs and kisses all around.
Yeah.
I think you've
Hugs
earned
and
them.
Kisses all around.
I think
yeah.
you've earned them. Yeah. There we go.
Amazing. Amazing work, Hillary. Amazing work, runners, volunteers.
Last hug for Caleb of the day.
Yeah, he must be really hugged out by
I
now.
think so. I think he's got plenty more hugs in him, though. He's a
Yeah,
huggy kind of
yeah,
fella.
Yeah, actually, there'll be some other hugs.
He's a huggy fella. Yeah.
Friendly guy.
I'll probably get a hug later if
I'm
I make
thinking-
if
I'm
I make
thinking
my
you'll
way
get a
down
hug
there.
later.
I feel like we've earned a hug, haven't we?
You're ready? You're ready for that hug? And that may
Yeah.
be... Is that Kelsey?
I think that could be Kelsey.
In the hat? That looks like
Yes,
a Kelsey
looks like
hug
Kelsey.
right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
special.
Coming
I think
in for the final finisher.
final finisher
That's
deserves
right,
a
you
Kelsey
get
hug. I
both.
think.
You get
Yeah.
a Kelsey and a Caleb
Yeah.
hug.
Yeah. Well earned. Yeah.
Kelsey sporting her belt buckle from last year. John
think
Eisen,
so.
another
John Eisen, comms director.
comms director, and
Nonetheless. Yep.
2024 High Lonesome finisher.
And that's a busy finishing corral, isn't
Yes,
it?
it
Look at
is.
everybody that came
People
out.
are here for it.
Yeah, they're all going to hang out, and for the awards and fanfare.
Yeah, fanfare.
Yep, fanfare. What
Awards
better?
and fanfare. There's
Yep.
Caleb.
Yep, there he is. Well done, Caleb.
Yeah.
Kelsey.
Hats off to
Everybody
all
else
of you.
involved, all the volunteers that
Yes.
pull it off. It's no mean feat, is it?
No, it's
Uh,
not.
Mountain 100s are a special breed.
Yes, they are.
Logistically challenging, hard to access. They bring their own kind of flavor of difficulty into
Yes, they
putting on
do.
something like this.
And I would say they take
Yep.
more than a village. They probably take a small city.
Yep, they do indeed. And, hats off to everyone behind the production team here at the
Yes.
studio. The folks out there flying drones, videoing, relaying
Interviewing
information,
runners on the
interviewing.
ground.
Yep. There's been a lot of
Amazing,
activity, a lot of work gone into this production, I think. So, yeah, congratulations, everybody. You pulled it off. We got away with it.
I think
You
so
did it.
incredibly satisfying for
Yeah.
people at home to be able to see
Yep.
what is happening on the ground, especially with these, to Ryan's point,
I think
incredibly
the family are
remote
appreciating
100
it.
Oh, yeah.
Aren't they? Yeah.
These incredibly remote 100-milers where it's, it can be hard to get out
Yeah.
on the ground, to
Mhm.
crew, to pace, to spectate. The
Yeah.
ability to see this and really get a sort of insider's look at what it takes to put these races on
Mm-hmm.
and run through them is really,
Mhm.
it's a special thing.
Yep. Grandma and granddad
Exactly.
are probably loving looking at this, getting that
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of little feel for what it's like.
It's really the
For the
ideal
grandkids.
state. So the
Yep.
award ceremony is at 7:30.
Oh, okay, coming up
That's
pretty
about-
soon. So if you're not down there at the finishing line area, get yourself down there.
Yes.
Bring a friend
And a chair.
and a chair.
Yep.
Hang out. It's always a good time.
Weather looks good.
Yep. It's
That may not last, so
I think it might. I'm optimistic this
Yeah, it
year,
looks
judging
good.
by that view over Princeton there. It looks pretty nice. So it should be a good time.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't have to like hold down any tents as we've done in previous years. But I
Yes,
think
stick
it'll be a
around,
great
enjoy
time. So
it.
come down. There'll be good stories.
Great snacks.
Unlimited high fives.
Yes.
Some cocktails, hopefully still from Law's Whiskey. Not sure when they close down, but that's usually there.
Imagine they're probably going strong.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. So come on down if you're not there. If you are there, hang out there for a while.
Nice work, everybody.
Little activity. Everybody's just figuring out what to do
next,
now. What's
yeah.
next?
It's a high that's hard to come down from.
Look at that. Great finishing shot there as well. Just panning around. Look at the scale of the event.
Yep.
200 runners today, 400 volunteers. Big production. Took a lot from everybody.
Big production, big mountains.
Yep. Whatever capacity you weigh in, if you're a part of it, thank you very much.
Yeah.
You are, I guess, what makes this the special event that it is.
Couldn't say it better. Possibly awards might start at 7.
Okay, we're not. Get down there quick.
So
I think is the lesson there, isn't it? Don't hang around.
Yes, and if you
Yep.
know what times awards are starting, and you also have my cell phone number, feel free to send that information through.
Yeah,
Lauren
but we're
Fox.
gonna say 7 in our
Yes.
own caution here, aren't we? And just suggest you get yourself down there,
Right,
get
the
into
sooner
position.
The better.
Yeah.
You'll get a
and,
good seat. You'll get a good whiskey. You can
Yeah.
congratulate the runners who have just come through.
Yeah, and they always take a great picture, don't they?
Yes,
Like a picture with everybody involved, and it's always a
Oh yeah, starts
it's always
at
a great
7. We
takeaway.
have confirmation that
Okay.
the award ceremony starts at 7.
Okay, perfect.
And the live stream for those of you at home will be broadcasting on through. So you will
Okay.
have
Till 8.
we will be on the broadcast until 8. You get one
Okay.
more hour of mine and
Of us
Brian's
wittering on.
punchy
Okay. We're
commentary.
gonna have to start telling jokes or something,
Yes.
I suppose. Yeah.
I know one joke, and it is not appropriate. for the
Okay,
live stream.
we'll keep the jokes away from you.
Yes,
We don't want to go there.
but we do want to go to the award ceremony, and
Yes.
we're jealous of all of you who were there on the ground with a whiskey in hand. So please enjoy one for us.
Yep.
Congratulate.
I'm
those
hoping we
runners in
are-
person.
We are piping in Caleb's speech, and it's not just us speaking, or who knows?
We'll find out.
We'll keep you on your toes. It
Yes.
might just be us. We'll
No,
have to.
and Ryan and I are reasonable.
We
at the
may
reading,
just
so
have
if
to
it is
lip read.
Just us. We will.
We will lip read. Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
We are committed to this cause. We are here for you, live
could-
streamers.
we could do some
will
lip reading.
Do what it takes to bring
Yeah.
you.
I've heard 7 of these, so I could probably.
We think we're gonna have audio on the live stream, and if,
Okay, we'll try with
direct
audio.
from the award ceremony. But if not, Ryan and
We
I
will lip
awfully
read and
fun.
give you a feel for what it's like to be there in person,
Yes, yes, exactly.
and it's glorious. Let me tell you.
It is glorious. You can
Look
see
at that
people sort of shifting.
Beautiful panning shot over the glorious valley.
Yes.
That is the Sawatch Range in all its glory. Kind of behind the camera, I suppose,
it
but
is.
yes, this is
It's
the
tremendous. We're panning.
kind of
over to
corridor.
it as we speak. You can see the-
Leadville up to our north.
Yep. You can see the cloud cover kind of settling in over those higher
Yep.
peaks.
You can indeed.
They look like friendly clouds for now, so hopefully we'll get through that award ceremony with
I think so. I'm
Beautiful. It looks
confident.
like it.
I think it's going to be a spectacular event
Ryan's a
ceremony
hard
this year.
yes, and I'm
Yep.
just gonna go along with it.
Yep, exactly. Confidence
Yeah.
in the absence of any data,
It's
science.
just that way.
Yep, that's how we go here.
Optimism in the absence of data. Oh, slightly closer shot of the finish area. You can
It's
see
the
the
finish
chute
chute,
there to
yep.
your left.
You've gotta
People
try and
milling about.
Pivot now. Oh, there's the Law's Whiskey cocktail tent, I
Oh,
believe,
yeah,
right
and then
there.
the Morton tent we can see. It
Yep.
looks
You
like
could maybe mix some
elevation
Morton in with
brewing.
your cocktail. I wonder if anyone's done that.
It's
Law's
uh,
Whiskey with the Morton. Someone
that's
try that. Let me know how it goes.
Truly awful.
Yeah, sounds horrible. Probably not a runner, I
Like,
wouldn't
just the
suspect.
consistency is
Maybe
like
a dedicated
upsetting to think about.
dedicated crew person or pacer
Yes,
could
yeah.
do that for
I
us.
feel like maybe
Yeah.
the Tin Cup crew, that
Ah.
aid station team seems very
That'd be a noble quest for
excited
them.
and excitable.
Yeah. We'll call it a hard Morton.
I like your style.
Yeah.
But Morton seemed to be a huge fan favorite along with Scratch at this year's race.
I think it was, wasn't it? It went
Yeah,
down well. I heard good
absolutely.
things. I haven't tried it a lot myself. Have you?
No, I really have not.
No. Okay.
Yeah, curious, but haven't.
No.
And as runners were coming through, we were consistently seeing them
Mm-hmm.
happily take the Mortons,
Yeah,
happily
seems to be
take
done well.
the Scratch Lab product. So
Yeah.
hats off to both those companies for
Yeah.
providing our
Seems
runners
like
with
it
great
worked well
nutrition.
for both the brands and the event this year.
Yeah,
I think it went down
absolutely.
well. So it's a great partnership. Hopefully they'll be back in future years.
Yes.
As will the other sponsors. Let's go through them again. This is presented by Altra as the premier sponsor. Platinum sponsors, Rourke.
Morton, 7,000 Feet Running Company, the Salado, Colorado running store, and
Osprey, maker of fantastic
great
backpacks.
crew,
All
yeah.
other paraphernalia.
yes,
Yep.
so
Excellent.
happy to.
Okay, and it looks like we're going to go into a little ad break now while we take a little pause, a little breather, and do your.
We'll see you back here for
yeah,
the
we'll see you back.
awards in just a few minutes.
Absolutely. Yep.
Ultra running shoes help you stay comfortable and stay out there. With room for your toes, you can run the way you were designed to. Because you get better inside by getting outside. So get out and stay out. Run wild. Run free. With shoes made to actually fit feet, you'll get comfort and performance you have to feel to believe. Stay out there with Ultra.
Every day, I open 7,000 feet for Salida, Colorado. Here, we are about community. Running here is more than putting one foot in front of the other.
Okay, I never need this on.
The rain is miserable. I'm mostly stoked I don't have to dry out about 1,000 shelters. All right, we're gonna go and get started. The way this works, we're gonna go ahead and call out basically rough number brackets. So anybody under 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, like that. And you're gonna come on up, you're gonna get your whiskey, but you don't go back because we're gonna group photo. Okay, it's a family photo we call it. We've done it every single year. Every year it gets harder and harder and harder for all of us to squeeze in together. So you guys are gonna have to figure that out. You know, like a seated, a kneeling, a sorority squat, a full squat, and then the tall people in the back. Okay? I believe in you. It's not like you've done anything mentally exhausting in the last 36 hours. 37. I was getting there. All right. Before we get started, though, I have to say so many of you came up at the finish line and thanked me personally for something that isn't something that I have much control over, and that's just how amazing our volunteers are. So if you volunteered, I want you to raise your hand high so we can say who it was and we can thank you, because you are the soul of this sport, you're the soul of this race, and nothing happens without you. Thank you so much for being here. We had people literally fly from Canada to be here. I met a guy from Florida. Yeah, that's you guys. Seriously, it is astounding and so humbling to have you all here. I want to take the rare moment I have to get to show you the faces behind this race. So if I can have all my directors, my assistant directors, captains, co-captains. If Tony's here, you're the camp host, buddy, come on up. It's going to take a minute because I didn't warn them I was doing this. All right, captains, directors. Yeah. While they're doing this, I want to remind you that we had over 300 volunteers this year. That's a record for us. Kelsey drove more U-Haul miles than ever before. Another record for us. I think more cows ate course markings than ever before. That's another record. All right. I'm just going to introduce these folks. Please just wait till the end and then give them a rapturous applause. Over here we have Andrew DeRezzo. He's one of our course directors. He helped mark all of the course. And sweep it. Yeah, wait till the end, David. This is David Hoff. He's our Antero Aid Station captain. This is Zach King. Zach helped Andrew mark the course. He filled in for Kylie Collins, who's not here. Her sister's getting married. Next to me is my favorite person in the world. This is my wife, Kelsey. She co-owns the business. She's our ops director. She does everything with the aid stations and getting stuff there. So if you use anything at an aid station, it's because of her. So yeah, extra for her, okay? Yeah. Thank you. The first year I forgot to thank her, so I had, yeah, she about murdered me. Okay. All right, next to Kelsey is David Fox, our extraordinaire volunteer director. He manages all of the cats that we have to herd to get you into places where your cars don't belong. Next to him is John Eiston. John also ran the race this year. He's wearing his 2X buckle. John is our comms director. Kneeling rather suggestively humbly. I don't know, Kevin, stand. Kevin filled John's role during race day, managing everything on the back end of OST. So all of your grandparents, all your shuttling, that's all due to Kevin. And Steve, did Steve leave? Where's Steve? Steve, how dare you be working? All right, everybody give it up for Steve since he's not in front of us. Steve helped Kevin a ton. All right, there's Steve. Yeah, Steve. Okay, sort of behind Steve now is Stephen Bardos and Matt Royal. There are Mary Monarch A Station captains. Then we got Logan. And is Noah with you, or does he leave? All right, Logan is our Fusis captain. Noah's way back there. Thanks, Noah. Let's see. We've got Kevin Coucher. He did all of the stuff around this place. He got your whiskey out, set the camping up, set the shoot up. If you like the way the flags look, that's all Kevin. Next to him is Jamie. Jamie was our finish line captain. She kicked ass this day. Sorry for the kids. I swear when I'm tired. I swear when I'm not tired. Next to her is Blake. Blake was one of our wonderful Hancock captains. And then we got Justin and Savannah, our Purgatory captains. We have a lot of people not here, but please, to you guys here, this is the best thing of my life. I love you all for doing this with me. Thank you for saying yes to dumb ideas. Oh, Whitney and Janetta, you're hiding. How dare you? These are our medical directors. They keep us from dying. Yeah. You know how many blisters they kept us from? Thank you. Alrighty, anyway, I love you all, and thank you so much for being here. We can't do this without any of you. Yeah. The other thing Kelsey almost, I think, left me for was when I scheduled the race on her birthday. Yeah, that was 2018. 2019, we figured things out. All right. We had a course record today. Yeah, and not just any course record. We sort of destroyed a course record and set a hell of a new one. And then we had another person come under the old course record, and that's in the women's race. If I'm starting to talk about you, you should start coming this way. And then I'm going to do the same thing for the men. So go ahead and come up. You know who you are. If you don't, that was a hard race, I guess. All right, while we have our podiums coming up, I want to talk about some of our partners we had today. A lot of you got to hear from them at the start-finish line. Or sorry, for the packet pickup Thursday meeting. But give it up for Morton, guys. They hooked us up. We had so much product out there. I had numerous people saying how much jet fuel is in that caffeine gel and how that saved them. Huge thanks to them. We had Rourke up at Purgatory, just making everything awesome up there. We had Osprey at Cottonwood, and they helped basically make that so it wasn't a disaster like it's been in some past years. We also had Ultra up at the crew station. If you were a crew and you went into the Ultra station to check your runner, give them a shout out because that's all their idea. And then last but certainly not least, we have Elevation for hooking us up with beer and Laws for providing you with this. Now, this can be commiseration whiskey or celebration whiskey. And we're going to talk about it in a second. I'm not seeing all my people. You guys are great. I love you both. This is fantastic. We're the dudes. Come on. Chris, there you are. Thanks, man. Elon, great. Perfect. Sarah, thank you. Alex, perfect. All right. I need you in order. First in the middle, second on the outside, third on the outside. And then I gotta not trip you guys with this trip hazard. Yeah. No, you're there. Yeah, there you go. Okay. All right, I've never figured out how to do this with one set of hands. So Chris, you're gonna give the women's trophies out. How about that? Okay. So they're labeled. All right. McKendry Hickory did something that's never been done before, and she ran 22:19:22, which is an hour and 20 minutes faster than Annie Hughes ran 2 years ago, which is astounding. Okay, truly astounding. Not to be outdone though, Laura Hansen did 23:06:47, which is also about 40 minutes faster than the course. And then Sarah, and I tried to practice this. I'm so sorry. Oswazeski? We're gonna say that's good. She did 24:56:47 for rounding out her women's podium. Big applause for them, please. All right, on the men's front, we didn't get a course record, but we got the second fastest time in history. And I practiced this name, Christopher Hammis. Yes, I did something right. All right, in 2016-25, Chris got first place this year. Him and Alex had one of the coolest moments I've seen in a while, and I got to watch Chris and Alex about 60 seconds apart at Chabanel in the middle of the night, and it was so cool to watch that race develop. Alex came in at 21:06:08 for a second place. Alex, I didn't coordinate this part, I'm sorry. There you go. Thank you, Henry. And then in third place, Elon. Yeah, I didn't practice this one. Elon Lieber, 21:45:39 for third place. You are all responsible for not letting me sleep. And I thank you for putting out such a great effort for us. Thanks for the live stream, for letting us follow along so closely. One last round of applause for our podium finishers, please. We're gonna get some photos. We're gonna get their photos for a second so you guys can just chill and relax. I'm noticing a theme here. We got like 3 pairs of Birkenstocks. 4 pairs. No, 3. I can't count. Okay. All right, you guys just sit down, but don't go too far. All righty. Now, one of my favorite moments in the race. Not everything goes to plan. Even if you do everything you can, sometimes that's weather, sometimes that's training, sometimes that's just life. But we don't think that whether or not you cross the finishing line determines whether or not this was a success or not. It's certainly hard not to feel some bittersweetness around not finishing a race you start. We all get that. But there's also a huge amount of work that goes into getting here in the first place, and we don't think we shouldn't celebrate that. And so before we get into the people who finished, we want to bring everybody up here who didn't quite make the finish line, and we want to give you a huge round of applause and a bottle of whiskey, and we want to give you an invite to put in the lottery next year and come back and give her hell again. So if you didn't make the finish line, please come on up. There's no shame here. Come on up. You can help yourselves to the whiskey. Don't go just yet. Grab it, turn around, show us what you did. All right, folks. Thank you. I know it's not always the easiest thing to do. Hi. All right, one more round of applause, please, for everybody. Grab your whiskey. Thank you. We'll see you hopefully next year. No, you guys are good to go. Thank you so much. Now don't get the hell out of here. Just go sit down. You stood a lot today and yesterday. One of the cool things about this is that when I first met with the founders of Laws, they asked what happened when you don't finish a race. And they kind of brought this idea up. They're like, well, if you still start, that's really cool. You should get something for it. So thanks to them for supporting everybody out here and not just the folks that had a great day. All right, next up, we're going to start from the back of the pack. If you finished from 37 to 34 hours, which is the majority of our race, I want you to come on up, grab a bottle of whiskey. For the second year in a row, we didn't have a single runner miss the finish line cutoff. One of the best parts of this is watching all the different types of gaits. You got the old man leans, the shuffles, the I still have blisters. All right, grab your bottles and then just kind of step to the side for me so we can have other people come in behind. All right, if you went between 30 and 34, please come on up. That is one fantastic time. All right, if you have a bottle of whiskey, try to stand on either side of those speakers. Go all the way to the edges for me, please. Also, if you step kind of behind them, I won't blare in your ear. All right, next up is our 28 to 30 hour finishers. Under 30 here is a really, really strong time. I'm always amazed at some of the folks that come off from sea level and put up these really strong times. So thanks for giving it everything you had. Last and the fastest, if you went from course record or almost there all the way up to 26, come on up. That's our podium folks. Our folks that went under 24 hours. We had, I believe, 9 people under 24 this year. I think that's a record for us. All right, the photographers are going to be in the middle. You guys got to practice this elaborate lining up technique that we never practiced. Okay, so everybody get close and start shuffling down, make like 4 rows. All right, if you're in a row, take a step forward. Everybody take 1 step forward. Front row, kneel down. All the way, yeah, oh, don't groan. Don't groan. All right, back, the next row, take a step forward, get nice and close to the kneelers.
Hey, if you're on this side,
Dave, you're not short.
Come over here.
Hey.
Come on, Dave. What's going on?
All righty, bring some folks into the middle over here, on the wing, come in over here. Right in here, come on. Be not shy. All right, we're gonna do 2 poses. One where you get to do whatever you want, and then one where you hold the whiskey over your head. Nice. Okay, I think you 2 on the end over there. I'm sorry, I have to come inside over here. Thank you. How we looking? Good? Oh man, everybody's taking photos. I'm gonna get out of here.
No, I didn't run. Hey, Alex, scoot back into the group.
Woohoo!
There we go. Brilliant. 1, 2, 3, here we go.
All right, folks, thanks for lining up to take a photo. We started that when we had like 50 people. That was a lot easier. Okay, that's all I have for you folks. Thank you so much for joining us this round. We're so grateful to have you here in the Sawatch with us. We hope we see you here again, whether it's at High Lonesome or any other events.
Congrats. I'm so wrecked. Dude. Way to go. I have not been putting in the training like I used to. But hey, still finished. Nice, man. I lost my voice along the way too. Way to get it done. Yeah. Hey, congrats, dude. You too.
All right, last couple random reminders. If you did place an order for pickup, that was for race day pickup. We got them over by the elevation tent. If you ordered any of their carvings, we got those over there too. Okay, drop bags. Don't forget them. They're over behind Nani's bowls in the U-Haul. Please pick through them. And then when you drive out of here, please just make sure to not dust everybody up. Drive nice and slow. If you can't be here tonight, you can stay here till about noon tomorrow.
My runner DNF.
Are we good to wrap the live, you think? Can you?
We on? Well, welcome back to the studio, everyone. That was Caleb After giving the wrap up to the 2024 edition of the High Lonesome 100. Another successful year. Fantastic golden hour, I think, to wrap it up. Rachel, right?
Amazing to see all of those runners come through, make it across the finish line. Just like Caleb was saying on the live stream during the award ceremony, second year in a row where everybody made it through. And we just want to, I think, offer our thanks and gratitude to everybody out there, runners on the field, volunteers, the race team, the live stream team.
Yep.
It's been an amazing edition of an amazing race, and we're grateful to be a part of it, and we'll see you in 2025.
Yep, back again next year. Get your races done so you're eligible for the lottery. Throw your name in there. You can do it. As you can see from the live stream, it's a great time out here in the Sawatch. So again, I guess final shout out to the sponsors, Altra for presenting the race, Rourke, makers of fine apparel, Morton, makers of fine nutrition, 7,000 Feet Running Company, local Salida store. So check that out if you're ever in town in the Sawatch. And finally, Osprey, making great backpacks.
Yep, and maybe we close on their tagline, which is "See you in the Sawatch." So everybody,
see you in the Sawatch.
See you in the Sawatch.